Well, it seems like it's working now. I rage quit before, and by rage quit I mean, oh look, I was playing my other stream by accident this whole time. But luckily there's no volume, so it doesn't matter. Um, yeah, I mean mildly irritated quit. um, because it just keeps being a piece of crap and not working. Um, I mean, going back and forth. I was having a nice green square here. You know, having a nice connection. I was connected to the wrong internet, I guess, and I can't. Gen X sent me a nice email explaining to me how to fix the quality here, so that it's 720 instead of 1080. I don't really know how much that's gonna do. It might be worth doing, but I can't seem to find it on my own. It doesn't really seem to be a setting. I'm sure it is. I'm sure I'll find it. Um, but I've gone through the basic settings and it all seems to be good, and my internet connection is good. Um, so I'm just gonna keep on keeping on. I guess I'll kind of keep deleting some stuff just in case it helps. Um, also want to make, yep, all right, I got audio levels. Gonna make sure to check that beforehand. I guess I just mostly wanted to touch on this interesting video I was just watching from this guy Adam Charrington about people kind of resisting the government when it's kind of unnecessary, and that I guess it's kind of a biblical idea to not do so. Now, obviously, this is a little bit controversial for those of you who are anti-government, obviously, but I don't really consider myself to be the most pro-government, and I'm not and I'm not exactly political, but now I understand it is the render unto Caesar quote, right? It's like, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. And Jesus said that, and it's basically the best, as this guy Adam Charrington said it's basically the best way of saying, don't get political. And there's the thing, they get you to put a target on your back, these alt-right people, right? And and often they are biting the hands that feed them, etc., etc. You send a lot of them are on welfare. A lot of these people, they're sort of hypocrites. I mean, essentially, the idea is like it's actually a thing of sort of the devil, right? To rebel, and it starts with honor thy mother and father, right? And I've just always been given the most grief when resisting in that manner, and even in school, just being late all the time and not doing work, given the most grief, resisting in that manner. Sorry, I'm just getting the, just always. Basically, it starts with honor thy mother and father, and I've always gotten the most grief when resisting in that manner, and when in school, always being late and not doing my homework, always getting the most grief in that manner. Um, and just the idea, it's not worth it. It's like, don't get political. And yeah, they'll have you go raid the White House or whatever, right? And then you get a target on your back, and nothing is accomplished, right? Um, and so it's just a new sort of stream of thought I had not really considered, just because I haven't read the Bible really. I've just read parts and whatever, know what I'm sure a lot of people know, maybe a little bit more than some people who haven't even bothered at all. But I was raised Catholic, but I'm not exactly Catholic, but I'm definitely Christian. I try my best at the very least, to follow in that Christian lifestyle, whatever you want to call it. But, I am certainly no saint or even a priest. And it's funny, as Charles Carroll would say, and it's funny because he just came up here twice, actually. Of course, he's on my feed here. I'm gonna make some coffee, but yeah, just consider the fact you don't need to rebel. Just look at the woman on this thumbnail he chose. It was really hilarious. Hopefully, it won't cause the damn thing to crash. And just look how funny this is. He only posted this 4 hours ago. Maybe 5 hours ago now. It's just like, look at this goofball here. Shouts out Celino for the tip on how to crop there, which I should have known already, but you know how it is. Duh, duh. That's what she looks like, No judgment. I'm just saying that's what she looks like, Looks like she's making that sound with her stupid mouth, right? No hate, but it is what it is. And so yeah, I don't know. Check it out. It's an interesting video. He says, it's called "Hating the Government is Unrighteous. Be subject to your masters. Honor the king." 1 Peter 2:17-18. And it's he's basically saying it's a trap. you know? And I just thought it was really interesting, you know? I mean, it's one thing to, so it just gets into this thing of the Constitution and everything, right? Of like, oh, you know, resist tyranny and all of that. It's like, well, of course, but there has to actually be tyranny, first of all. And it is heavily implied, at least in the US, that like the founding fathers, you know, it was essentially founding a Christian nation. They just made sure to keep the freedom of religion under the Constitution ultimately. And you know, it's like the Bible is the formative text. The Constitution is like the I don't know what you would want to call it, the addendum or something. I don't know if you want to even call it that, but it's a government work. So I mean, look, I'm kind of a fan of the decentralization thing and kind of localization, especially like yeah, in terms of government, but mostly in terms of media. And um, you know, hold on. It's just kind of like he talked about this too, you know, again, like just people biting the hands that feed them like when you're now I'll agree with some of the stuff people losing their jobs and whatnot over the vaccine, for example, right? It's like that's obviously not good, but that's actually also a corporate decision. Like, and he was also saying that the, um, you know, the mark of the beast and all that, it wasn't in the forehead or the right hand, you know. So, if anything, it's an idea here of kind of like it's just it's causing more harm than good, you know. Um, but look, you know, I get it. When there's tyranny, and blah blah blah, you know. But it's it's you have to be careful to delineate when there actually is tyranny. Pick your battles. Even just today, from this channel I follow, guided by prayer, daily devotional. Today, Song of Solomon 2:15, 17:23, guided by prayer. Pick your battles. It says. Hold on. Gotta keep remembering how to do this. Yeah, you can just see. Pick your battles. It's right here. I don't really know if anyone around here is super on that tip, but you know, it's good. This guy was saying. I mean, look, you're gonna become a criminal, you know, and that's what happens. And people, it's this idea that I just hadn't really thought of, which I wouldn't exactly want to be Mr. Pro government, but it's like just kind of this idea of like I guess basically that you're not supposed to worry about it. Like God's in control, you know? That's I think kind of the main message if I'm not mistaken, right? It's like oh, you know, there's Joe Biden, you know, yeah. Oh, right. So I was thinking too, it's like I just saw how I guess they had some pride thing going on at the White House and some trans person showed up topless. Well, they got banned from the White House forever. uh, so it's like, you know, so much for President Jojo Siwa. You know what I mean? Um, and I don't know. I mean, people getting all bent out of shape, all mad about what, right? When and he was saying too, a lot of these people they are unemployed or whatever, they benefit from welfare and stuff, and I would agree. You know, look, it's not best in terms of being sort of an independent human being to, of course, to be dependent on the state and all of that. But to do that and then bite the hand that feeds you and then go against the government in that way, it's like not always. It's a little bit hypocritical and not exactly beneficial. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. And then it's like it's funny because especially, what's up, Chaos Fuel and Mr. Bobby. Well, I was talking about I was just watching this video from this guy Adam Charrington, who is saying basically people essentially need to stop rebelling against the government for the most part. And I hadn't really considered this take, you know. And then he was saying that he just had like a whole long list of reasons, right? And uh, he also was saying, and then it was just funny because he was saying it's like the Pharisees and stuff, like it's just like a trick to like trap you, and the whole render unto Caesar thing is essentially to kind of say don't get political, right? Like stay out of politics, and essentially that God's in control, right? Um, and it's sort of in some sense a satanic rebellion, um, especially when you bite the hand that feeds you, like if you're on government welfare and stuff like that. I mean, this guy's from the UK, and he seems to have some hot takes that aren't exactly, they're not the fun, it's not the whole fun kind of whatever anti-government stuff and all of that conspiracy stuff. But he was saying, you know, with regards to the vaccine, for example, like, now I don't think it's cool that people lost their jobs and things for not getting it, but that's corporations. That's not the government. And the thing is, he was saying, like, it was not in the forehead or in the right hand, you know, the mark of the beast. It was not in the forehead or in the right hand. Um, which is true. And the whole thing of buying and selling, it's like, and you can still buy and sell if you didn't get it, knock on wood and God forbid, of course, you know. But I just thought it was a very interesting, you know, dialogue to be opened up because he's basically saying, like, you're going to become a criminal. Like, you're painting a target on your back. And Charles Carroll talked about this a little bit too. Like, it's it's foolish kind of. Like it's so what are you gonna do? You're gonna go revolt at the White House or whatever and just get arrested or like whatever, right? I mean, there's no it's just the idea that it's kind of more harm than good, you know? Um but it's not exactly my expertise or anything like that. But then it was just funny because of course I was going through my subscriptions after looking at this. Well, by the way, the other thing is with Roe versus Wade, right? Um, you got to protest, you know what I mean? It's like protest this, protest that. What good? Yo, sorry. I had to refresh because as soon as I um opened up the window here, it's it crashed. But yeah, I guess, you know, there are different interpretations on the render onto Caesar quote, but you know, on the Wikipedia here, it's kind of like justification for following laws and respecting obligations when enjoying advantages. And you know, this dude talking about it, he's from the UK, so I mean, it might be different over there. But his kind of whole thing was saying like, you're getting more than your piece of the pie over this thing, and people are still complaining. want to go out in the streets and it's a trick, basically. You're saying, you're saying it's like a trap, you know. Um, but I'm not exactly the most familiar myself, Chaos Fuel. I just thought this topic was interesting, I mean, right, and then I'm on my subscriptions, and this video comes up from Ben Shapiro. Did Biden just feel up Eva Longoria? Right, because they're all, satanic pedophiles and everything. So you got to get riled up and go kill, go murder people or whatever, right? And it just not. I know that's not what he means to do, but it's this whole distrust of the government thing. And I was kind of thinking, like, wow, it really is an interesting idea, because, like, the idea is kind of like you're not supposed to worry about it, right? Like, and I'm kind of getting to think, like, well, maybe that's like a psyop in and of itself. Like, you're supposed to be so worried about the government when God's in control, like, let Caesar be judged for his doings. You don't have to judge him yourself, I mean, there's discernment and all of that, but I thought that was funny, seeing this Adam Charrington video. And by the way, with the Roe versus Wade thing, because I don't know what this is. I'm going to try to open this again and hope it doesn't crash. But you can see, like, it's funny when you look at the feed here, because it's kind of like all here for itself to kind of support what I'm saying. It's just like this loudmouth lady going, "Oh, expect resistance." I mean, about what? This goes for left and right, So you're going to be talking about Roe versus Wade or whatever, right? Well, maybe it should have stayed the same, but they made it up to the states, right? And abortion is evil. The thing is, people go out in the streets, and you can have 1 million protests. It doesn't really change anything, right? And it really does just put a target on your back. And then right up here, I have from Guided by Prayer Daily Devotional. Wait. Pick your battles. Right? Now, on the topic of the whole kind of political thing, then I have, somewhere down here, something about whatever Ben Shapiro said, right? Of like, did Biden just hold on? Did Biden just feel up Eva Longoria? Right? It's like, all the celebrities. It's all just, it might as well just be celebrity gossip. You know what I mean? And anyway, this isn't really important to anyone that's not going out in the streets protesting. But I don't know, it's just interesting because the left and the right do this, and the idea that it's sort of a trick to, I don't know what exactly, basically to be disobedient, right? That it's a rebellion, right? And it is kind of a satanic aspect, right? This rebellion, and you're supposed to trust God. And the idea is basically, and then I was just thinking about in my personal life, I've never been like Mr. Rebellious in a real sense, but this is what this guy was talking about though. He was talking about it all starts with honor thy mother and father, right? And this is the last thing I'll say. I will just say, personally, I've always I've never gotten anything but grief in my life for resisting that, right? And when it came to school and always being late and never doing my homework, I I always got the most grief for resisting that, right? And so here you have this loudmouth woman, right? Expect resistance. Shut up. Especially when it's actually the government who's supporting your loudmouth, right? Um, in keeping you fed, keeping your big mouth fed, right? Um, the thing is, I'm obviously more inclined to, side with the more rightist ideas of things and nowadays. But it's funny how, right, once the left gets upset about some government thing to do with frickin' evil abortion, then they get out the protests and they start doing it. Um, so it really doesn't matter what it is. I mean, I guess it could be Trump, whatever, right? The election was stolen, and whatever. So okay, go out in the streets and get killed, right? It's a waste of time, and it's like I was saying, Charles Carroll talking about it as well. How these kind of alt-right people, they gladly, he was saying they're worse than a lot of the people because they're basically volunteering you to get killed. You know what I mean? All while being labeled the heroes. You know what I mean? Like they're like the truth warriors, right? And it's like they're not the truth warriors. I mean, I wouldn't call Ben Shapiro alt-right. I mean, in fact, I don't even know what constitutes alt-right anymore. You know what I mean? It's kind of a meaningless term, but I don't know. I was liking this sort of train of thought of the psyop of it all. But I will say, with the government and everything, it's true that you've got to resist tyranny, but that's not exactly a biblical idea. Well, I guess it kind of is with like the Pharaoh and everything, like Exodus and everything, but it's not really an idea supported by. It's more of like that's more of a constitutional idea, and it does seem at least heavily implied that the founding fathers were Christian. It's just that they left open a freedom of religion for the people, right? I'm not talking about religious people standing against. I'm talking about, like, this guy was talking about Alex Jones and talking about, like, why aren't Christians in the streets? Because what he was saying is, um, they're not in the streets because that's not a Christian idea. But how dare you call me a psyop? If you don't like what I had to say, then start your own stream or go away. You can go watch the video. Here, I'll link it. And you can tell me what you think.
The biggest concern.
And plus, it's like, what exactly... Yeah, that's not NE, buddy. That's like FITE shit. I didn't say anything about being a righteous rebuker. But what this guy is saying is the idea that hating the government is unrighteous. Be subject to your masters, honor the king. 1 Peter 2:17-18. So I was looking into the render unto Caesar thing. And I just thought it was an interesting idea of basically saying, don't get political. And that it's just a psyop to get you putting a target on your back. And with the so-called alt-right people, not so much Shapiro, but like the sort of agitators, right? Political agitators. Agitprop, right? They're more than glad to get you out in the street getting killed. And then they get labeled the heroes, right? All right, well, my bad. He says I wasn't actually... He says I was just using a devil's advocate argument NEing you, and I'm like, okay. Well, that seems more like FITE. But then he says I wasn't actually being autistically serious, SMH, and I'm like, all right, well, fair enough. But by the way, this guy talked about devil's advocate stuff. And it's this thing about the 10th man, which I hadn't even heard of. Okay, well, I'm glad you're kidding. I'm like, oh my god, he's not kidding again. And I'm like, oh god, he's kidding. All right. Well, I mean, are you out in the streets? Because I'm not necessarily talking about you or even anything. I'm talking about I'm just responding to what this guy is saying. And the idea that basically there's an idea of satanic rebellion, and that you're actually basically kind of supposed to be... It's this idea of faithful obedience. Now, I don't think that it's entirely always... I'm not exactly... That's why I wanted to hop on here, you know? Because I mean, what I don't want to just... I don't think we should just be blindly co-signing people, right? But yeah, I mean, Bobby says it right here. This is an idea that came up too. It says, I'm familiar with that mindset, the one that God is the one that puts every person in power that's in power. I mean, I guess what's not being addressed, obviously, right, is the idea that it's actually the devil. You know what I mean? And there does seem to be some convincing... I mean, I guess I couldn't exactly point to anything specific, but as a rhetoric, at least, I don't know if it's convincing evidence, but at least convincing rhetoric, or just, I don't know, the way of the world seems to be something, right? Of like evil, and then you get powerful, right? Like getting powerful from doing evil, but I'm like, man, this is crazy. You know what I mean? It's because this sort of... There's a hot take. I mean, it's funny because it's kind of a cold take, but it's also kind of a hot take, if you know what I mean. And I was also bringing up how there was some... They had some pride thing at the White House, right? And I guess some trans person showed up topless. They got banned from the White House forever. So I keep saying this, but like, it's like so much for President Jojo Siwa, right? I don't know. If you're getting banned from the White House forever, for doing that, I mean, good, basically good, you know, I mean, straighten up and fly right. Speaking of what you're saying here. Bobby says, but I'm also aware that in the past, when ancient Israel strayed away from God, God as a punishment allowed Israel to become corrupted with evil, but would send apostles to warn Israelites to straighten up and get back to God. And when they did, things would get back to normal and righteous. So I suppose in that context, changing things from wickedness to righteousness is good. Yeah, I don't think... I'm just saying what I was kind of saying is like it's like being discerning and knowing like what battles to pick, especially if you're gonna put your back on the line, right, and go out in the streets. It just requires a lot of discernment, but it's not my expertise or anything. I just wanted to raise the idea. Also, he was saying this thing about devil's advocacy, which it's in the title of the term, right? Being a devil's advocate. And when you're a conspiracy theorist and doing this, I guess they call it the 10th man argument, which is like, and it's like, well, how often are they correct? Like, very rarely. But, you know, again, this guy is interesting because he seems to be taking the, a little bit of a pro-government angle and a bit of like a... he seems to be an anti-conspiracy theory guy and like a pro-government guy. But he's very Christian and he's also very like... he talks a lot about media as well. Things being satanic, things being Christian, all of that kind of thing, you know? I just thought it was very interesting because you think about rebelling against the government and it's like this unjust tyranny, blah, blah, blah. But first of all, how do you even know that it's a real tyranny? And second of all, it's like, I mean, I guess don't bite the hand that feeds you, you know? I still do think that things should be more decentralized and localized, though. But I was just thinking with the job thing, it's not like the government came out and said, you can't get a job, like, you know, you're going to get fired from your job or whatever, right? It was the dumbass people, the corporations and people who responded in kind, you know? And that sucks, but dude, with regards to that whole thing, like COVID and the vaccine and everything, all that shows is just the power of like mob mentality. I mean, the government was only was like a freaking they're just an aid in that evil, sure. But it's all just people. Like it's just got me thinking like what's the idea, right? That people in groups are always going to be bad? You know what I mean? Like I mean, yeah, when they get power, I get that, right? But there's just like this whole psyop, right? Of every single person that gets any kind of power is just evil, right? And then think about that, right? Think of how that disincentivizes like you and me from getting any kind of power. Oh, well, I'll just stand back and you know, whatever, just let whatever happen because the second if I get any power, I'm obviously going to be evil and I'm going to be giving in to the evil machine. I mean, what if whoever they is, you know, but like, I mean, the devil, I guess, right, wants you to disincentivize you and keep you powerless, right? Because what's the deal? You can have, if you want to call it, I don't know if this is blasphemous, but kind of like Christian power, right? Like Christian good. Yeah, he says, oh, and I'm not on the streets, by the way. Just a law-abiding citizen over here. My first gut question, hey, same here, dude. I mean, it's just got me thinking, you know. My first gut, he says, my first gut question would be to second guess this pastor guy. Is he getting money from tax exemptions? Maybe. I don't know how it works in the UK, but that's how it is here. All pastors who have that government tax exemption status are always softies. Well, the thing is I don't. He's not a pastor. I don't think so. Or at least I don't. I don't think he's a pastor. And by the way, and I do still follow Shapiro and all them because I feel like there is still good stuff there. Like you know, we've talked about it. Like I can't, I don't know. It doesn't seem worth necessarily unfollowing. You know what I mean? Or whatever, unsubscribing. I mean, following. Isn't that a crazy thing? People say following. I'm following this person. Follow God and Jesus Christ, right? I'm following what's the other thing people say? Follow the science as opposed to follow God and Jesus Christ. Follow, you know. But the thing that's I saw a good delineation recently of like follow the science and not the scientists. I think that was on Flow State Taylor Flow State stream. I guess this guy was like a Christian, you know. Um, but right, I don't know if this guy was actually a pastor, but he's definitely from the UK, and he's definitely kind of saying, "Look at all the stuff that whatever, you know, people are just biting the hands that feed them." And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And then furthermore, you know, bolstering that right with the kind of like satanic rebellion idea. I'm like, "Oh wow," like you're kind of actually supposed to. I don't know, maybe not exactly be pro government, but kind of be like I guess you at least don't worry about it, basically, and just have faith in God and Jesus Christ. Thank you, God and Jesus Christ. Amen. And he says, so right. Bobby says, you do make a good point, CJ. I've thought that myself. What you just said right now, it kind of works to, yeah, exactly, dude. It kind of works to, at least that's the vibe I'm getting. Obviously, I don't know if I'm right, but that's just the vibe. To demotivate Christians from trying, which is why I'm down with Christians getting more involved with voting and being more vocal type. I had forgotten this, but I sided with Kanye way more than Shapiro. I'm sad to Kanye, not Shapiro, lol, even though I do agree with Shapiro in general thought. Yeah, I did too. And Shapiro, I was hoping that he was going to be more nuanced in his argumentation, but he wasn't because he sides with his people, right? No hate. It is what it is. And I don't exactly think that Kanye handled it that gracefully. So that's fine. The thing is, though, is that Shapiro is an Orthodox Jew, right? He's not secular, you know, allegedly. So I feel like a serious delineation needs to be made between that, you know, like between a religious Jew and a secular Jew. Because there's that whole conflation about race and whatever, the ethnicity and the religion. I mean, whatever. But as far as I'm concerned, like you're a religious Jew, you're an Orthodox Jew, like good, you know. So anyway, what I'm saying is like I think Shapiro was taking issue with the fact that not only, yeah, sure, I guess it's a little bit irresponsible on Kanye's end, but also I feel like he's thinking that Kanye is talking about religious Jews, and I don't necessarily think he was. I think he was probably talking more about like secular Jews, you know? At least that's the vibe I get. Because, you know, I was following all that, you know? I mean, but following, right? Again, it's just all this stuff. You got to be so discerning, right? But Kanye West, I don't think I follow him or subscribe to him or whatever. Which is funny because Well, because I don't consider his YouTube to be like a real YouTube. Like, are you talking about his YouTube? Are you talking about his YouTube? Because I'm not subscribed to him on YouTube, but only because it's just his like studio stuff or whatever, right? It's like a music account. It's not like his real account. But I follow him on Instagram. Yeah, well, it does get messy, and obviously, or depending, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but if you're talking about that kind of the religious Jew element, it does get kind of messy, and obviously, got to be a little bit careful how to talk about this kind of thing, right? Um, which, sorry, but that, you know what I mean, like, you know how it is, at least for just not getting pulled off YouTube, but like, because they can get you for stuff like that, Um, I see Kanye is chaotic. Oh yeah. Well, I saw with that. I just saw a thing about that, like a meme actually from someone talking about the Talmud seeing the goyim or whatever, the Gentiles as cattle. That's one of the big ones that people cite. I've seen that. Yeah, it is pretty bad. But I mean Shapiro is like pro-Christian though. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of I do like this idea of the fellowship of Christians and Jews and whatever, the alliance, Christians and Jews, whatever, things like that. Um, but again, yeah, it does get difficult. But yeah, Kanye's chaotic good, Shapiro's lawful neutral. I feel that. I think more racist than the Talmud. Yeah, I'm sure. I just said what you were kind of getting at. You might even know more about it than me, but no, I don't know. I just synthesizing new information here, trying to figure out what's good. I mean, I sort of think, yeah, and it's funny as I go on my homepage here, and it's like political theater, Charles Carroll on politics as distraction. Like it. Yeah, the disincentivization thing is important to me. Like, whatever it is, and like, I don't necessarily. Because here's the thing, right? I mean, like, okay, getting out and voting. I mean, again, some would say, I get like Charles Carroll and stuff. People are pretty black pilled on the voting stuff, right? That it doesn't make a difference. It kind of doesn't seem like. I mean, look, I guess basically the only thing that makes a difference is what you do in your own life, what I do in my own life. Um, and doing good, doing Christian good, because people are gonna do what they're gonna do, and like maybe you can change hearts, and I think like you should do what you can, but yeah, I'm talking more about getting out in the streets and getting in trouble with the government and stuff, because like it kind of seems like, knock on wood and God forbid, you only really get a target on your back when you put it there. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I really don't know. I mean, this guy could be totally full of it, for example, right? Like, for all we know, the government is completely co-opted. Um, but I guess this is where it's good to, go to Bible study, you know what I'm saying? And try to figure out how to be discerning in this manner of what is good, what is Christian good, because you want to have that faithful obedience, right? You just want to make sure not to be faithfully obedient to the wrong, to evil and not good and not Christian good, right? That's pretty much all I have to say about it. You know what I mean? I gotta get some coffee. I'll bring you guys with me. Speaking of Taylor Flow State, when I was on his stream, um, there was some guy who mentioned something about Jews, and then Winston's mom was like, "Uh oh, a dog whistle," and I was thinking I should have said this at the time, but I was like, that was more like a foghorn. I like that. I thought that was pretty funny. Because he was like, you're being a Jew or whatever. And she's like, uh oh, that's a dog whistle. I'm like, I don't think that's a dog whistle. I think he blew the whole foghorn there. You know what I'm saying? Hold on one sec. It's gonna be. I said the foghorn thing, if you're talking about that. I mean, sorry, I didn't say it. I'm saying it now. If that's what you're talking about. About them being awesome. That's me who's awesome. No, I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. I thought of that after, though. You know what I mean? I was like, that would have been funny to say. Wish I said it then. Solarian. I'm gonna move this. Oh, I see. Right, he's a reptile person. Oh shit! What the fuck? It's scary. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't sure if you meant that or that. Yeah. No, that guy was not awesome. He was. I'm not gonna lie, man. If he was, don't get me wrong. Like that's. I'm not saying he's not awesome because of that. But ironically, dude, he was actually being like super anti-religious. Isn't that amazing? He was coming on. You can go watch it. It's there. He came on drunk, and he was. I think I. Someone, Winston's mom, someone was saying, "Oh, he's like an ESFP." He was acting like it, and he was like atheist and all of that, and a little sort of combative. But he was going back and forth with this other guy who was like getting into Mandela effect stuff. I was like, oh my gosh, because then this other guy was like, dude, you're not changing his mind. You're just getting into like Mandela effect stuff. Like he's not gonna be swayed by it. So it was just like a waste of time. But he did throw in a Jew comment, which was funny. But it was kind of like, like that kind of person who says stuff about Jews, but they're actually not religious. They're just like hateful and evil. He was like that. No, he wasn't hateful and evil. He just was, yeah, too black pilled or something, I don't know what his deal was. It was pretty funny. He talked like Tommy Wiseau, and I mentioned it. I was like, "Is this Tommy Wiseau?" Thanks, by the way. Kitty, Louie. No, not letting him out right now. Um, yeah, too black pill, dude. Like, I mean, I would just like to contribute to a white pill culture as much as I can. You know what I mean? Like, and if one of those things winds up being, hey guys, get off the streets protesting against nothing because it's only causing grief and perhaps even ultimately evil, then I'll get on that bandwagon or whatever you want to call it. As if I have any real fucking power. But hold on one sec. No, here's the thing. Like, I don't have any like real power yet. If I was able to get it, I would want to do good with it. But blah blah blah. I don't actually even really want power, Like it's too much. But a sort of like sphere of I don't like the word influence, but impact maybe, right? Positive impact. That I'd like to have. It'd be good to have a positive impact, I mean, like, a sort of dream of mine is obviously I want to like sort of make good art and stuff. And I like doing this stream, but the stream is more like just like a fun thing. But a sort of goal would be that I'd love to have like a sort of like a studio or something, and maybe have kind of like a collective of like-minded sort of artists and things, like a it's almost like a production company, but like very independent, like very small kind of independent thing operating from like a freaking from just like a building, you know what I mean? Like, or like a studio, or even just like a studio in like a studio apartment, even if it had to be. That's like pretty much the extent of what I would see as being like a good sort of whatever, having a power, having positive impact. I know Tommy Wiseau is hilarious. Since most of them lefty heathens protesting, our people are generally more busy doing normal stuff day to day. Lol. Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah, I guess generally. Actually, you're right. It is mostly. It actually is mostly because I totally forgot about. How could I forget about all the BLM and all of that stuff? Everyone getting completely duped left and right to like make everything about their dude. Everything's just all about whatever. I hate repeating myself too much, but it's just like It's all just race and sex and gender and sexuality. And, it's like, in the end, really, like, I feel like most people, all anyone really, like, cares about is having you stay out of, like, my business. And me stay out of your business, so to speak, right? Because, look, the Christian view may be the right and good view, but not everyone's going to take it or accept it. And I guess, look, I don't know how you feel about this, but I think we need to just accept that in life as well, though, right? Like, I mean, look, not everybody's going to be saved, and I don't even know how can I mean, I'd like to have assurance. It's sort of that thing, right? Like assurance of salvation, right? That kind of certainty. You do have to stay on the walk, though, right? With God and Jesus Christ, but you can't, but it's that thing. You can't save everybody, right? But you can do what you can to do Christian good. And nice, Boba Fett. Guitar shopping. What are you thinking of getting? Mr. Bobby says, yeah, but TJ, it's like they've been so vocal since the fucking 60s that we're at where we're at now. It's like they're spoiled kids out of control more than the parents being too lenient. Yeah, well, again, it's the irony of me speaking from my situation, right? Of living at home and everything. So I try not to be too judgmental. And again, just be discerning, right? But it is true that it does feel like nowadays the adults in the room, so to speak, are, basically the kind of the Christian good crowd. Because it's like, and mind you, you can still, like, make art and do whatever it is, but you got to have your compass set to the true north, as I call it, and the only reason people are, I don't know, things, I was just talking about it with my mom, like, the last, like 2020 to 2022 were dark, and what I'm kind of praying for is that we're at a little bit of a plateau now. We've kind of made it through the dark ages, so to speak, the brief, whatever, like that stupid, that MGMT song, this little dark age, right? I don't know. I'm just saying this, and like, we can make our way to the light, but part of that is realizing the just the tragic truth of that. Look, not everybody's going to be saved, and to be honest, it doesn't bother me. Not really. I mean, I don't know. Does it bother you? I mean, should it bother me? I mean, I'm saying I'm focused. I'm trying to be focused on myself, getting right with God and Jesus Christ, assuring my own salvation. Everyone else, in some sense, can do what they want, as long as they don't impede on me or you in a real sense, and we treat them likewise, And I mean, look, it's only fair in that sense. We're only meant to do so much as human beings, And I also think, right, you got to be careful not to elevate yourself to some kind of godlike status. You know what I'm saying? Like me or you, or like we're above people. I mean, look, sure, there's going to be plenty of people where, in some sense, probably morally, dude, there's always, basically, it's like there's always going to be like just like horribly evil people. But I do think still, though, that like most people are just trying to like survive. But in that like survival, though, so many people get blackpilled, if you want to call it that, and like there's room to be saved, like so many people, right? And like we can definitely do our part, but like if they don't want to, it's that whole thing, right? If you lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink. So whatever, you know what I mean? Give them that pure water, that pure, that pure, objective Christian good water. So good. Amazing truth and reality. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ. Amen. But this is nothing too fancy, just a DAC and maybe a Korean made something. Thinking Schecter, dunno. I'll have to look that up. TTP prepubescent kids about that stuff is where I draw the line. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, you gotta be. That kind of thing comes up, I guess, when you're like 12, and it's like bare minimum, right? I mean, look, I don't even want to like get into this stuff because it's just like gross and uncomfortable. But look, if I don't know, I start to think honestly, it's probably the responsibility of the parents. Why is the school? Why do schools even fucking teach kids about sex? Like what? Right? It's like I'm only. It's almost like I'm just now like thinking about this. Right? It's like wait, hold on, wait a minute. Right? Like it should all be on the parents. You know. And look, if stuff has to come up, if because we're such a bizarre society about sex, right? Especially involving children, and of course we would be, which like it's understandable, obviously to a degree, but like when that comes up, you keep it bare minimum. You're talking about biology, you're talking about whatever, you know what I'm saying, and keep it at that. You kidding me? And even then, they gotta be at least like 12 years old or something like that, you know? Imagine like talking about that stuff to like a 5-year-old. Oh, disturbing, disgusting, horrible, evil. Literally. But anyway, Bobby says, I like what you're saying, TJ. It's enough focusing on one's own position in the path and staying on the path. Yeah, thanks. I mean, you know, I hope. I mean, that's the vibe I get so far, right? That's like all we can do, basically. I like that Florida governor man there. He'll probably run for POTUS. Don't need the state to teach people that stuff. In the real world, they'll learn anyway. I still cringe about a teacher teaching us to put a condom on a pickle. We were fucking 10 and it was the teacher for the gifted students. Gifted my ass, more like brainwashed. Now I don't know if that actually happened or I made that into a memory. I think it did happen. It was funny because that's kind of the classic thing you see in like a show or a movie or something. I didn't take a health class, but that's actually in some way I was spared only because I had my own retardation. No, not my own retardation, but basically because I had this. I was in like resource room, they called it. Like I had the IEP. It's kind of embarrassing, but it was just because of being a total idiot and not doing my work, and I think, oh, you know, dealing with OCD and stuff, so they gave me the individual plan or whatever. So I think it was because of resource room. I was basically spared in doing the music program. I was basically spared doing any kind of sex education. And now look at me. I don't know where to put it. No, I'm kidding, but it's like it's crude, but you know, it's like and people really act like it's gonna impact you that much if you don't. I mean, really? Right. Why you want to have the state be involved? Some randos? Hold on. You don't know. But like, look, I'm not like I don't. Hold on one second. Wait, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, like, I'm not in the interest of necessarily like demonizing like teachers, but like some of them. I mean, you know, look, it's an interesting thing when you've got like a kid who's got some kind of crisis. Maybe he feels like he needs to come to you or she needs to come to you, whatever. It's like, my parents are, whatever, they're going to beat me or whatever it is, I mean, you gotta be careful though to just like stay in your lane, right? That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. But I don't know how much you guys think. I feel it definitely varies depending on like where you're at, like geographically. So that's why I like Ron DeSantis. Yeah, I mean, I've said that I was, say, oh, he's got politician face and whatever, and I'm looking now, and he does, but I'm not exactly against him. Um, again, just sort of like try not to be too political, but he doesn't seem that bad, and it is pretty funny of this weird thing of him going against Disney or whatever. Like what the hell? What is this all about? Amazing. Says, yo, I love how the Outcast decades back now are the voice of fucking reason. They're even saying, yo, what the fuck is going on? I got 3 examples right now: Boozy the rapper, Kid Rock, Marilyn Manson. Boozy's always been kind of interesting. I'm not sure about him. Kid Rock, I know, is like conservative and all of that. Marilyn Manson, I know he was at Kanye's like weird. Look, I'm sorry, but it was kind of weird. His whole thing with like Bieber and Marilyn Manson, his whole like Sunday service thing. The only thing that was weird is they were all dressed in white, and it just looked kind of. I mean, look, hey, it's dressed white. Look, it looks good, but I can get though why people thought it looked a little cult-like. I mean, but has he really? Well, because he got those abuse allegations. Has he really? Has he turned a new leaf in any way towards Christian good? Everyone always knows the rib surgery. That's one of the oldest memes we know in this life. I'm just kidding, but literally. Let's see if there's any new vibes on his wiki. I mean, Manson freaks me out, obviously. I mean, he shows up in Lynch's Lost Highway, his like darkest movie, but he also like they're like like Lynch wrote the prologue to his book, which I saw because like a friend of mine had his book, and like the whole kind of vibe, I was kind of like, I don't really like that he's like friends with him, but the idea that they are friends, whatever. I like Lynch, so it's kind of like, oh, maybe he is good, Christian good. I didn't realize he showed up on Donda. There's so many features. Which song is he on? Anyway, he's like freaky. Dwayne Wade. Okay, I didn't know about that. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like I'm missing anything here. Like, he's kind of just still... I mean, I don't know if he's... Yeah, I don't know. I guess you have to wonder, like, in his older age. Not that he's old, but well, yeah. I mean, he's 54. You have to wonder if, like, maybe now he's gonna have his like, uh, you know, his Christian good moment. Okay, actually, did they say they're now upstanding examples? No, I'm just saying that even they're going like other things going on. Yeah, I didn't say you said that. I don't know if you're saying I said that, but no, but I hear you. I mean, but trans this, trans that. I mean, trans the channel over. You know what I'm saying? trans the you know, do something good. I mean, honestly, it's like we as a society have nothing better to do, or think we have nothing better to do, than to either be like worrying about our gender, and then or getting mad at people who are worrying about their gender. And it's like you're both wrong. I mean, if you've got gender dysphoria, whatever, it's like don't do what you gotta do, I guess, to not kill yourself, right? But it's like don't get irreversible surgery if you can help it that you might regret. But again, I mean, if it's that or suicide, suppose it's the lesser of two evils. No hate. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, like, but with regards to, like, everyone else, just yap about it. It's like everyone just needs to shut up. It's like it's not like these fundamental transcendental values have gone anywhere. Even when people try to bury them or obfuscate them, we all have we almost pretty much everyone has biological drive to reproduce, have a family, settle down, get married, have a house and kids, do good work in life, provide for your family, do Christian good, and then die and hopefully go to heaven. It's like that's basically it. No, I mean, I'm just saying the people aren't gonna you can only override your like biology and stuff so much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like people talking about the trans stuff as like a social contagion. I mean, I agree. It definitely seems to be more popular than ever. um, but I still am not exactly sure how popular it really is, and how much it's actually changing. You know what I mean? Like, not that it's good, but but how much it's actually affecting people. But I mean, especially when you're young, that's why this stuff, you got to keep all this kind of stuff away from kids as long as you can. And I'm saying all of it. It's not necessary. I mean, when they're like 12, tell them the basics, right? It doesn't need to, you don't have to get into it. Like, it's bizarre. And it's true. I mean, look, kids are the most innocent. Stop trying to, well, let's not get into that, but, keep the purity, you know what I mean? Relatively speaking. As much as you can. Oh, it's a rough world. You got to make sure to, yeah, I bet. The whole thing of life is to basically, in some sense, remain a child in that spirit. Like, even with the Christian element, it's like, what did it come to Christ like a child, and come to God like a child and stuff? Matthew 18. And he said, I tell you the truth, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever welcomes a little child like this in my name welcomes me. But if anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a large millstone hung around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to sin. Such things must come, but woe to the man through whom they come. That's amazing. In other words, though, when it comes to sex education, right? When a kid is like 12 and you tell them the basics, and first of all, you could be even a little bit younger, you can learn about biology. And when you're 12 or whatever, you tell them about, hey, look, you gotta be careful because if you have sex, you're gonna get pregnant, right? And whatever, there's all different people are, there's LGBTQ plus or whatever, you know what I mean? Or you're straight. And it's like, that's all I need to know. But it seems like everything else, you're overstepping your boundaries because that's going to cause evil. You know what I mean? I know that's the thing. That's really, it's interesting you would mention MJ, right? Because and they'd slander him forever, right? Like he's the real pedophile, when in reality it's probably like I don't know, Joe Biden. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know about Joe Biden. No, you know what I mean. Like, it's probably whatever, someone else. It's too obvious, right? People need to consider that too, right? When things are obvious. No, it's just you can eliminate part of the I don't know if discourse is the right word, but it's the whole thing with the conservatives, right? You don't have to contribute to the trans conversation, really. Like, I mean, you can say, like, well, I don't think it's good or whatever, but, like, you know, you don't have to be making 10 videos about it or whatever it is. Because, like, I've said my thoughts on it. I think that it's a little bit of a psyop to get you thinking about it all the time or whatever, you know? You know, I see very little of that stuff when I'm not either searching it out or finding it from conservative people. You know what I mean? But you're right. It's so dumb when the whole thing of, oh, so you must be trans or whatever. It's like, I mean, all right, whatever gets you through the day, you know. I mean, you know, not really, but you know what I mean. I still, you know, yo, what up, Melting Zero? Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Um, I'll check it out, Bobby. I mean, again, like his whole countenance, he does weird me out in that way, just because of his like his issues in life. But I mean, I think you're right though. I think he got a way worse rap than he deserved. Again, it's the double think of the situation, right? It's like, well, it's too obvious. And I actually did watch the Macaulay Culkin video, by the way, and he was pretty good. I'm sorry, I meant to say he is pretty good. Bobby says, "CD, can you not still support Shapiro whilst not being sub to him?" And it says Bobby by Leno says, Mr. Bobby, by Jewish law, you in fact cannot. Mr. Bobby says, maybe on sub, just saying. I'm not. Look, I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking about whoever. Take your pick. You know. Look, knock on wood and God forbid, I'm not becoming trans, and nobody's. I don't know, right? Like what, like maybe that sounds selfish, right? Like I get it. Like I know whatever. Like you don't want to be, but I'm not. But I'm also not going out in the streets like, you know what I mean? Like whatever, marching for trans people or doing whatever it is. So I mean, I don't know. I know it's a tricky thing. This is one of those things that's really easy to get me on because it's like, well, how can you stand against it meaningfully then, right? It's like, well, look, I'm not against. It's like not being against. You just it's a thing it's hard to even really talk about on stream because it's like you're not. In some sense, it's just not even worth talking about because it's inevitably going to seem like I'm against trans people or whatever it is. When it's not that I'm against them as a person, you know, as like people, human souls, but it's about things like this. I don't even want to get into it again. I'm sorry, but you know, just the sex acts, the surgeries and things like that, you know, and anything involving children, anything involving like public force, you know what I mean, like government and media, you know, whatever, all of that kind of thing. Um, which is not. I'm just reading what you guys are saying, but it's like, you know, it's hard for me to abandon my sense of whatever. humanity of any person, right? I don't care that what their sexuality is, you know? It's like I care about me, myself, and I, and not being forced into anything that I don't want to do, and other people not being forced into things that they don't want to do. So if it comes down to it, right? And I can still say what I am, right? That I'm against all of this stuff, but that it's that I'm not condemning anyone's personhood. And like that's what I want to say, right? It's also like very interesting, right? Because like who's even to say like this whole idea of like you like why do people make just even the idea of making this stuff into your like identity? Like basically like imagine you have like such like it's not a personality, you know what I mean? The seed of queer has been planted in your mind by this is the end of this day. You will have transitioned to go Christina Jane O'Connell. Or they made the crab in the new little. He goes, oh lol, you jinx yourself. The seed of queer has been planted in your mind by your own blunder, CJ. At the end of this day, you'll have transitioned to go to Christina Jane O'Connell. I heard they made the gay crab and the new Little Mermaid into a gay crab. No way. My inner Alex Jones is being triggered. Jones mad. Yeah, I mean it's just silly to get like you just it's like you gotta just focus on the stuff you can control, you know, like I'm not to be crude, but not knock on wood and God forbid, I'm not cutting off my dick and putting on a dress anytime soon. So, you know, I don't have to worry. I don't feel like that I have to worry about it. It's like it's a social contagion. Like, look, I will call out every last thing for you know what I mean, but like, especially involving kids. But you know what I mean. But like, honestly though, oh, man, what can I say? Like, let people do what they got to do if they're not forcing you into it, right? I don't know. It's difficult, right? I mean, I don't think it's there's definitely something about it that's kind of like look, I just have to figure with the trans thing specifically, right? Look, these are people assuming they actually are not just hopping on some bandwagon. They got some kind of gender dysphoria issue. If it keeps them from not killing themselves, then good, you know? Um it's because there's I get it. Like it's God's design and you know, you don't want to go against God's design and everything like well, whatever. There's something going on with them even if it is just in their brain or whatever's going on, right? And they feel the need to do that so that their quality of life is not so that they don't want to die. Um it's hard it's hard for me to refute, right? It really is. I mean, I would say don't get the surgery if you can help it. But if but look, I'm not I look, I it may not exactly be good, but if what's going to keep you from killing yourself, dude, I'm just like pro not killing yourself like and pro like if you need to like put on a dress to not die, you know, then do it. That's the thing too. Look, you can never know though until you find out. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. It's a really good saying. I'll check out the MJ song. Yeah. I'm more about like just like the pro life movement. It's been co-opted, or not co-opted, I shouldn't say, but it's like the pro-lifers, we talk about abortion and everything. Well, it is what it is. Anything that's pro-life in a general sense, right, is good. You know what I mean? Pro quality of life too. And that's the thing with the trans thing. You can never really know. Some people it doesn't work out well for. Some people it does work out well for. If they can, he says, except maybe that kind of fucking around will diminish your ability to fuck around after all. No joke. Literally. Right. And yeah, so I'm saying like, I'll definitely take a stance on the abortion thing, though. I mean, like, I'll take a stance insofar as, dude, honestly, the stuff that I already say, people will probably get mad at about the gay stuff. But I just have a hard time, you know what I mean, forsaking the humanity of the person, because I understand, it's hard. It's a hard thing to delineate against. If you say that, people have been so weaponized into like, they are gay, you know what I mean? Like, I am, like, right? I'm straight, whatever it is. So if you say like anything about sex and things like that, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, people think like, oh, you're against me, like, as a person. And I can say all day long that it's not about that, but no one cares. So I would rather just take a stance on the abortion thing more than anything, because it's about being pro-life and like pro quality of life, you know? I don't want to get copyrighted for this, but I kind of want to play it. This is the Michael Jackson song. Anyway, the proselytizing, I know I was in a mood after watching that video. It's just, do a little proselytization. Coffee tastes kind of bitter. Just repent and atone. It's all you can do. Like, it's like, I'm not gonna, freak out, you know what I mean? On people. Bobby says, dude, my boss is a liberal woman and she's so insecure, I just asked for a slight schedule change and she tripped out. Had to repeatedly tell her, I respect you. It's like, this like constant, like affirmation. I understand it. I really do. Like, everyone wants to be seen. You see me, right? Hey, look, dude, I want to be accepted and validated and all that. Well, it's funny because that's literally what I just said. It's like, God, but he goes, he messed around the words, but that is funny. It's like, just repent and tone, you're good. God, probably. I like the probably, right? So good. Literally good. Right, that whole thing though, you want to be affirmed and this and that. It's just like it's like a human need, right? But like after a while, it's like, bro, like, calm down. Like, how much validation does one person need, right? Like, not really that much, I don't know about y'all, like the Three Caballeros. We watched that on Discord. That was pretty fun. I know it's bizarre, and I like that one review. He says the Three Caballeros, a 1944 Disney picture for children, show me that you can be hella gay and still lust after women. The gay thing is, but I did laugh at that one review that was like, people were made uncomfortable by a cartoon duck lusting after human women. Look, that was so funny. I don't know if you heard what I said. It did a little. It did a little buffer moment. It's probably fine, but let me see if you could hear what I said. Because that's literally what I just said. Not really that much. I don't know about y'all. Three Caballeros. We watched that on Discord. One sec. I know it's bizarre, and I like that one review. It says the Three Caballeros in 1944 Disney picture of children showing that you can be kind of gay and still lust after women. Gay thing is, but I did laugh at that one review that was like, people were made uncomfortable by a cartoon duck lusting after human women. Yeah, it's working. It's just giving me that bullshit now, you know, about like, oh, poor quality. I've got a green square here. You tell me. It's. See, the stream is too good. Shut it down. The two L's. The two twos is pronounced like if it were a Y. See now, a 2,000-inch highway billboard, a McDonald's commercial for McNuggets is saying so good. So good. Just telling you're good. A base egg. Oh, right. Caballero. I should know that. I took 7th grade Spanish. Yeah, it should be fine. It's like, oh, I thought you were talking about God. No, I'm kidding. Do you think God has a sense of humor? It's a serious question. I feel like if I say like God is like if God wearing a sombrero, like is that funny to him? Or is he kind of like, no, that's not funny? Listen, I made humans who wear sombreros, not the other way around. You do not put a sombrero on my head. I don't wear a sombrero. Are you kidding me? Were you kidding me? You think I'm walking around with maracas and everything? Well, you're a joke. I made you. Recently, I saw Michelle Way on the TWFP stream. She said that God is an ESTJ. And I thought I was like, oh man, he wants everyone to get along with his 4th slot FI, right? No, but then me and someone else are saying, look, God doesn't have a type. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's just obvious. But then we're, you know, but the speculation continued. And I was like, oh man, ESTJ. I was like, that's funny. It's sort of funny though, right? Because I sort of would think of, what if a sombrero has ancient pagan roots since it has a phallic shape? Dude, it probably does. It probably does. I feel like there's like red and green on there. It's a mocking of Christmas somehow. You know what's funny, by the way? I had a dream last night that I was in a class. I was in a. You were in it, Bobby. But it was funny because since I don't know what you look like, you weren't really in it. But we were in a class. I know this sounds weird, like I'm making it up, but like I literally just now, like a few hours ago when I was sleeping, like had a dream that I was in a class. I was in some high school class, and it was a class I was not familiar with, and there was a teacher, and it was interesting because he was like a chill, he was like a nerdy black guy or something, and I think he was mixed. I don't know what the vibe was, but we were teaching this class, and we started, it was weird because I had known that I was like, this isn't one of my usual classes, but we started talking about Gnosticism, and I brought up Gnosticism, and I was like, and I said a few things, and I mentioned like a funny meme that I saw about it. I was like, so it was funny because I was like, oh, like Gnosticism is crazy. And then he was like, he wasn't really saying much, but then I was like getting excited about it and being like, yeah, well, they think like, oh, like the demiurge, you got to fight against it. And I was like, but I like this meme I saw where it's like, oh, it's so horrible. We got to fight against the demiurge. And it's just this beautiful nature outside. And the guy's like screaming, no, you can't, like those memes. And he's like an overweight guy. And then you were like, oh, I hate that. Like that type of guy who's like upset about that. And then, it was funny though because I don't know what you look like. So it was almost like you just wore a black, like a sweatshirt, like you had like a hooded black sweatshirt, like almost like over your head. And when I started talking about Gnosticism, it seemed like, and this was a projection on my part because of this one time that it did make me kind of nervous, but I almost thought that you were like nervous about it, like talking about it. But then the second I thought that you like piped up and were like, oh, I hate that about like the guy, like the overweight guy in the meme. I'll send you the meme. It's pretty funny. I sent it on the. I actually sent it to Lino and Miguel on the Discord once. And it was pretty funny. It was also funny though how it made the connection to that. Like, no, you can't. Those memes are pretty funny. Yeah, you're just like not in like in a scary way, but it was almost like Charlie Brown, dude. It was almost like you were like Kenny from South Park or something, right? Because I have no like real image of you, so it was like a black sweatshirt like covered up. That was so good. Really kind of funny too because like, yeah, I guess these are kind of recurring themes, right? That makes sense. But I gotta find this meme. I'll put it up when I can find it. Oh, it's probably I can find it on my. Oh yeah, all right, here it is. I can't believe the Demiurge did this. It's horrible. I need to achieve Gnosis to escape this hellscape. Everything is imperfect and evil. And then it's just beautiful nature. Can I go into my favorites and find it on Instagram? No. I'll just put it up here. It's pretty funny. Nice. Well, there's this one account I follow called OK Schizo. That's pretty funny. I actually was put onto it by my friend Sam, right, who comes on here sometimes. It's being weird and like not loading. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it's this vibe. I can't believe the Demiurge did this. It's horrible. I need to achieve Gnosis to escape this hellscape. Everything is imperfect and evil. And then it's just amazing God in the background. I'm keeping this meme up. Yeah, OK Schizo has some great posts. And it's that guy, like how ugly he looks, right? I was like describing how like horrible he looks, and then you were like, "Ah, oh, like I hate that kind of like person or something." You know what I mean? Not like a hateful hate, but you know, like a dislike. So that was cool. We get because we go similar vibes going on, right? Like. Because I feel like you know the vibe. And like honestly, it's not like I got, you know, whatever, I got my little beard or whatever it is. But like, those like that this like that kind of person, I'm like, oh my god, it's like the worst. Gosh, I'm really hoping I have to report. Hopefully, I don't actually have to. Maybe they'll call, but I have to report for jury duty on Wednesday. Speaking of government, I have to do my government duty. Literally praying. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't, but I kind of am, to be honest. I'm like praying to not have to do like a serious to have to get chosen. I probably won't. I'm not gonna win government. The Demiurge though. But I don't know if I said this already, but I postponed it twice, so I got to show up. They don't play around with that. Dude, everyone's gonna do it too. Like yeah, this is the second time too, by the way. I don't know why everyone's so surprised. This is like not really like a normal thing, I guess. It is weird because I'm not technically like a I don't know. I mean, I'm not employed right now, so I'm not on unemployment, but I'm not really like a taxpayer. But Karma's Pimp said something. He was like, "Law, like CJ is registered to vote," and I was like, "Oh, maybe that's why." But yo, I have to do it. My mom has to do it. My dad has to do it. Apparently, my aunt even has to do it because my mom had to get her mail and she saw that. And then someone on Flow State stream was just talking about how they have to do it soon. But I'm gonna do what I can to get out of it. As the joke always goes, like that guy even saying, just pretend to be racist. I won't have to pretend. Just kidding, obviously. Oh God. Knock on wood, God forbid, but it's so nice to not have the stream buffering, right? Oh, so good. Let's keep it that way. No, it's probably only going to be like a small case. But I did show up in my dream last night if there was like a hierarchy of like cases and like you could get like a huge case. I'm like, oh no, I'm not. I don't know. I was talking about it with my mom again, and it was sort of like, seems highly unlikely. No, that's a good question. You actually, you didn't have Lena. Yeah. I know. Knock on wood and God forbid is kind of my little bit of a superstitious kind of thing, not jinxing things, Obviously, right? You got to be careful with that too, to not be like superstitious, right? But like, I don't know. I just make sure to say stuff, not to jinx stuff. Anyway, no, that's the thing. You didn't actually have. It wasn't really a voice, a distinct voice, Yeah, that's the thing. That's not gonna happen. I'll be able to get out of it. If I have to, you know. But it's not gonna be able to. I don't. It's probably not going to be. But my mom was saying she could get a grand jury thing. I don't really know why that is. I don't really know how these things work. I had to do it once before though, and I got let go, but it took a while, which is a pain in the ass. I wound up actually going in the court and like seeing the guy on trial because I'm pretty sure it was like some scary like sex abuse case. It wasn't like I don't know what it was, but he was accused of something. It wasn't like some serial rapist or killer or something, but it was like some kind of assault case or something. You could see him on the stand. I'm like, oh man, I'm getting brought in. They're gonna put me on. Turns out they didn't. Oh, God, I'm literally just praying to not be on it though. But yeah, it's not gonna be like a murder case. You can't keep doing that to the wood. It's not gonna hurt you immediately, but it has knock-on effects. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson .wave. Don't get an abortion. It's really evil. No, don't get an abortion. It's really evil. This is so based. Dude, this is so based and good. Did this song even did this get like put out? Probably not. They're like, Michael, we can't release this. Oh wow, it is on bad. Ironic. More like good, am I right? So stupid. Song Groove? Why did they call it that? Song Groove, aka Abortion Papers. So epic. So good. Oh my gosh, I love "Wanna Be Starting Something." That's like one of my favorite MJ songs. And in the song, I didn't realize he says, "If you can't feed your baby, yeah, then don't have a baby, yeah." If you can't feed your baby, yeah, don't have a baby, yeah. Oh, I mean, literally true and good. Do you guys think that the girl pretends to be a flower? You know, that's all women do, you know, it's like all fun and games until she bites ya. Until she's actually a bee that stings you. Nice. Get some dope stuff in my honor. Boba Fett. I know, you know, I'm like thinking of that kind of thing too. I'm like, careful now. Yeah, I'm not sure if it did, but yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by that song. Confirmed even further the goodness of him. I know that's so crazy. Like, the more I find out, and to be honest, it's kind of to your credit, Bobby. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't even know if I thought about it that much before you had started talking about it. Like, I just never really listened to him very much. So I was kind of like, you know, whatever. But the more you've talked about him, I'm kind of like, dude, I think he might probably was set up. I don't know. Like, look, because the whole thing is just like, you're not. Like, when you're, like, you can't be just, like, hanging out with kids or whatever, fine, right? But it also just made him the most easy target imaginable. Simple as that. I mean, now, I did see on the Macaulay Culkin video, like, someone mentioned this. It's like, well, you know, he's famous, right? So he wouldn't do anything to anyone who's famous. That may be true. But I don't know. It's just an interesting thought stream. The Michael Jackson was set up thought stream. In his Thriller song, in the opening title, he put a disclaimer saying he in no way means to promote the occult, which is a nice touch at least. Really? I didn't know that. Because the video is so spooky, right? They play it on Halloween. Since there's like a disclaimer? No way. I need it in my life right now. Do you mean like at the beginning of the video? Or something like that? The lighthouse man to the guy on the chill island. We have you surrounded. Put your hands up now. Oh, yeah, literally. Dude, he is on the chill island. Oh, the chill island actually looks a lot more like the island, the vibe in that picture there. You know how it is. Cultivating the aesthetic here. Sometimes the chill island sort of changes vibes a lot, you know. Sometimes it's more of a black and white vibe. Sometimes it's more of a colorful vibe. But it's all sort of part of the same I don't know, the same realm, the same heavenly realm. No, I'm kidding, obviously, but you know, vibey. So let me look at the beginning of the video real quick, because I'm sure if I play it, I'll get copyrighted, so I can't really play it. But it's freaking Michael Jackson. But I do want to see the beginning of the video because I've not caught that. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, dude. Michael Jackson's my favorite now. Oh my god, so scary! I didn't want that up. I wanted this. Here's what's gonna happen right now. Yeah, yeah. Shouts out to Lino for that crop option. Dude, Michael Jackson's the best. I had no idea. You can't say that nowadays, though, right? So funny. Oh, what, you fucking pedophile? Oh. Dude, that's what they want you to think. Literally. But that's not even entirely true. I mean, people still like the, you know, whatever. It's just a big part of it. You'll definitely hear it from people, right? Like, cause like I mean, my family likes. I was just talking to my sister about Smooth Criminal the other night. We were talking about the lyrics and stuff. People still like him. I think even my friend Sam likes him. I remember, and I was like, it was actually me who was, I guess, put off, right, by all that stuff. Right? You gotta be, look, immune. I like to think of myself as being immune to psyops, but you really never you know, don't think you're too above it, right? Oops. Yeah. But I like the idea of I like to say immune to psyops. Which I like to say immune to psyops. So this gets to go there. Anyway, what's going on, gang? You guys watched or listened to anything good lately, or even just doing anything good? Chill islanding. What's poppin', gang? Yeah. No, this is what's happening. I guess if you can, as long as you can still kind of read the text, it's fine. It stands for Jamiroquai. Really, I don't like that this isn't, you know, symmetrical, but dude, I'm freaking about to put that. I'm gonna make an homage to him and put that at the beginning of like any thing I ever make, any film I ever make. Well, what's interesting about that though is like belief in the occult. Like, I mean, I know what he means. I'm just saying, like, wouldn't you think? It's like, no, I believe in it, but it's not good. It's not good. I just think that's an interesting delineation. But obviously, I know what he means. He's saying like, I'm not an occultist. Oh no, Bobby. Well, see, this is why we need to, you know, whatever, get you in on the whatever production company I'm talking about, right? I don't like the word production company. I like the idea of, I like to call it an art collective. Something good that I haven't done recently is gotten DMs on Discord from you. Just kidding, well, dude. I know. I'm sorry. And thanks for not hammering me on it too badly, because you guys just kidding, lol, or am I Lamau? Because I was gonna like, I was saying I need to. I haven't been on there. I was actually checking. I was taking a look at some of Eric's typing sessions, and yours came up, and I was like, oh man, Lino's a king. I gotta hit him up just to say what's up. But what's good is that I appreciate you just coming on the stream. But yeah, I will actually literally hit you up in there like today, like straight up, cause yeah, I'm trying to stay in touch off stream, you know. Always good conversation. Same with you, Bobby. I mean, I don't. That game app does the thing. I always I'm having issues with space on my phone as well. But like, no, it is what it is. Honestly, I don't even know. Like, I guess Discord's fine. But like, what's the other app? Look, I gotta free up some space. No joke. Like, I'm having Like, you can't even see freaking buttons on my phone because of the space. Look how crazy it is. It's ridiculous, but like, what even was that app? Like, I'll get Discord in the other app again as soon as I can. Really. Oh yeah, MJ bought the Beatles catalog. It's amazing. What do you guys think about the Beatles? It's such an open-ended, like such a big question. But you think they're into the occult or anything like that? And the thing is, I love the Beach Boys. I like the Beatles, but I also like the Beach Boys. But people say, oh, they're into the occult. You brought them up, Bobby. The thing is, they're so positive most of the time. But like, yeah, you're welcome, bro. I'm straight up. I am down to I'll freaking download it just to stay in touch with you, my dog. Yeah, you have fur. Knock on wood. Yeah. Were they really inspired by Crowley though? I mean, like Zeppelin and Rolling Stones, yeah, but I just know the Beatles. They were into like Indian culture and stuff. I don't know that they were exactly Crowleyites. Then, of course, with the Beach Boys, you have the Charles Manson relevance, but everyone knows about that. I don't know that they were actually friends with them, you know? It's all weird. I mean, like, that's why I stay in the sort of indie sphere, you know what I mean? And to be honest, that's why even with MJ or whatever pop stuff, I'm just like, oh, it's all evil, whatever. But I mean, stylistically, I don't like most of it, but then it's like bolstered by all of that kind of thing. But you know, there are just so many good like Beach Boys Pet Sounds is amazing, right? It's like basically perfect. And then Beatles Revolver is basically perfect. I like Pet Sounds more, definitely. It's way better as like a cohesive piece. I mean, look, I'll just be honest, the Beatles are overrated. It doesn't mean they're not good, but or at the very least that they have a lot of good songs. They just have so many good songs. But my favorites are basically off of Revolver and some weirdly like some non-album singles and things like the song Rain as Rain is playing here. But yeah, there's weird stuff. Like they're overrated. Crowley though, is he on the cover of frickin' Sgt. Pepper's? It's like the first thing that comes up. Well, it's like a conspiracy, but it could very well be. Wait, no, he's here. The fuck? No, he is literally here. Why would they do that? No Jesus Christ, no God. I mean, obviously not going to put a picture of God, but you could at least put Jesus. You kidding me? There's just a bunch of Hindu guru. They got Aleister Crowley. Carl Jung is there. You got a million people. You got freaking a bunch of Hindu gurus and freaking I mean, I guess everyone else is not that bad, but you know, just like Shirley Temple twice. That's kind of weird. I won't evil. They want it? No way. Dude, they almost put Hitler. But they put him out of the frame. Because it was too quote unquote too controversial. Oh, dude! Jesus Christ was requested by Lenin, but he was not modeled because the LP would be released just over a year after Lenin's controversial statement that the band was more popular than Jesus. I was thinking of that quote as well. I don't know that he meant it in the way that he was saying it obscures Christianity. I think he was making a comment on the culture, but it's still weird. You know what I mean? Like, maybe just don't say that, right? Oh, man. This full quote's crazy, though. I mean, he apologized for it eventually. He said he wasn't. He's not anti-Christian. He's just an edgelord, basically. Not good. Dude, I mean, look, this is what happens when you become the biggest band in the world. You know? And you just start saying just dumb idiocy, right? At the very least. Lenin sounds like Lenin. So good. That's insane. But they're down with, you know, whatever. Hinduism. I mean, I guess maybe they're not exactly anti-Christian, but they're certainly being blasphemous here. And they're certainly being just like needlessly, like, just like arrogant and controversial. I mean, they're right that people act in that way, but they should have. Dude, imagine you're in the friggin' Beatles and you have like the chance to say, "Hey, don't revere us, revere Jesus Christ and God," but then you don't. I mean, it says it all, really. But that's the thing is, I don't really. None of them were, I think, really expressly religious. Maybe George Harrison, but you know, he was like Hindu, and he died. He died. No, I'm just kidding. But later, I'm sorry. That's crazy. I don't even know why I said that. But okay. Well, Lenin Lenin was killed first, and then you have. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's just funny because you know the political stuff, right? And then you get like George Harrison. He just died of like cancer. But Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr are still alive. Ringo never really did anything wrong. Paul McCartney, though, I don't know what his deal is. He's kind of the pop guy of the group, which, for better or worse, he seems to be relatively. It's interesting, right? How the two who are still alive seem to be the most relatively uncontroversial, especially Ringo Starr. But yeah, I was just thinking of the song Imagine. It really is ridiculous. Like, I get what he's trying to say, but no, it's not good. And when all of that Were you here when I was talking about that with I was on this chick's stream. She's pretty cool. She was by Reign of Cali, and we were talking about how just evil it was when they did that celebrity stuff in the response to the COVID stuff. Dude, and I knew it. It was, unfortunately, it was Gal Gadot, and she had to apologize and said it was in poor taste. It wasn't the right timing, and it wasn't the right thing. I loved it. Everybody hated it though. But hey, it doesn't matter. She's still my Israeli princess. You know. I know you want her, but you know, whatever. We can have a Muslim thing and share her as our wife. I'm just kidding. But like, no, she's gorgeous though. But yeah, the whole Imagine thing is like, evil. I mean, the COVID relationship there, ridiculous. Yeah, Lennon was way overboard compared to Harrison. Yeah, exactly. I know, isn't that amazing, dude? So good. And Lennon got his ass killed immediately. Then, you know, Harrison just like gets cancer and dies. And then Paul and Ringo are still kicking. Ringo never did like anything. He's just the drummer, right? Shouts out to the drummers. And Paul McCartney, yeah, he can be kind of weird. There's that whole Paul is dead thing, right? Classic sort of conspiracy. But yeah, he's okay, I guess. I don't know what. My dad loves the Beatles and he loves Paul McCartney. I think he's his favorite. Which I guess it could be worse because he's not really. He is into that transcendental meditation stuff, though. That's what. But hey, so is David Lynch. They talked together about it. It's ridiculous. The thing really is, honestly, the Beatles are just very overrated. Like, I'm never really thinking, oh man, I really gotta like listen to some Beatles right now. I like a bunch of their songs, like I said, like I'm Only Sleeping. She Said. Obviously, A Day in the Life is, you know, legendary. I love that song, Rain. Nowhere Man is good. What's the other song? And Your Bird Can Sing is good. But it's weird. Like there's something about the mixing or something like that. Like they're really not that appealing to me. I'm sorry, you know. Well, I mean, other than like Revolver, Sergeant Pepper's I think is kind of overblown. I'm sorry, and especially now that I know that freaking Crowley's on the cover, right? It's like, oh my god, I knew it. It's but there are good songs on it. I mean, you know, there's so many good Beatles songs, but they're just like they are just kind of weird, right? Like Strawberry Fields Forever, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, I Am the Walrus is crazy. Kind of goes hard, but you know, it's weird. It's kind of scary. Um, it does go hard though. Um, you know, I love this. I think it's Piero Scaraffi, this critic. It got memed this quote about the Beatles. It was like, "There's nothing worth saving" or something. His anti-Beatles rant. This is a bit of a music meme, but it's so funny. course. Now it's just... Dude, Reddit sucks. It's like copy pasta. He goes, the fact that so many books still name the Beatles as the greatest or most significant or most influential rock band ever only tells you how far rock music still is from becoming a serious art. Jazz critics have long recognized that the greatest jazz musicians of all time are Duke Ellington and John Coltrane, who were not the most famous or richest or bestsellers of their times, let alone of all times. Classical critics rank the highly controversial Beethoven over classical musicians who were highly popular in courts around Europe. Rock critics are still blinded by commercial success. The Beatles sold more than anyone else. Not true, by the way. Therefore, they must have been the greatest. Critics grow up listening to a lot of jazz music of the past. Classical critics grow up listening to a lot of classical music of the past. Rock critics are often totally ignorant of the rock music of the past. They barely know the bestsellers. No wonder they will think that the Beatles did anything worthy of being saved. So good. All of these variants are so funny. Dude, people just... Oh, that's so funny. People just will replace the Beatles and stuff in the quote and just change it around and just make it something else. It's so good. I just love how it starts. Like, you know, you just already know what's coming. The fact that so many books still name the Beatles, you know, as the greatest or most significant or most influential rock band ever only tells you how far rock music still is from becoming a serious art. It's so legendary. So freaking legendary. Can't even understand how legendary it is. I mean, yeah, well, but like that's Harry Styles, One Direction, Harry Styles. Why would they say that? I get what you're saying though. Actually, that is funny. Well, did the Beatles do that signal? No way. I just looked it up and people are like, some people basically credit them with being like the first to do it. Weird. It has Hindu roots. But I didn't realize you can still see my screen. Oh, that's right, because I had the MJ thing up. I gotta keep that. Anyway, I guess they're sort of... they probably were one of the first, yeah. I've never seen them do that sign, though, to be honest. But they do... Yeah, they do the sign, though. Scary evil! I mean, you can't be that popular and be good. You know what I mean? Like, basically. The only thing that's ever been popular and is good is Christianity, and it was ruined, or not it itself, but but the church ruined it, tried to ruin it, people ruin it, and it's not popular anymore, or at least it is sort of allegedly, but it's on its way out, unfortunately. And so there you have it, right? Basically, nothing popular is good. And it's always been like this, you know? And I've always known it, but I never had like the. I feel a bit vindicated, unfortunately, because now that I'm older, now I understand. Oh, well, it's because it's all spiritual. Like, you can just tell that it's bad, that it's evil. Um, just like 99.9% of the time. So, you got to look elsewhere for what is good. Most of the time. Yeah, no, I mean, I think Lino's kidding, but, or at least I think he's kidding. I don't know. It's just, that's what's just so interesting, right? Is like there'd be some validity to that, kind of, if it were true. It's just, it's amazing, right? It is a little bit of a black pill. I do agree, like the idea of that, but hey, it ain't no skin off my back. Like, it may be disheartening for people when they realize it, a million years later, right? And it's like, oh no, all whatever. That's my whole everything that I like, or whatever, right? Um, but that's why there's so much. There's so much to the world, if you want to call it that, right? So, or whatever. There's just so much art, so much that is in so much life, right? That is all good. Um, the stuff that gets popular though is just almost never really good, because it just, there's something, I don't know what it is. It's just something, if it gets accepted on a grand level like that, it's probably not good, which is amazing. It's unfortunate, but it does seem to be the case. I guess that's the thing, because if it's accepted by the most people, then there's probably something not good about it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I go back and forth, because there is every now and then, right, some good stuff that's popular, but like, I don't know. I just notice it's like 99.9% of the time, if it's popular, it's not good. Or sorry, I meant to say, if it's popular, then it's not good. Is the world being fallen the reason that I ain't fallen? Probably. Unfortunately. And if I'm not ballin', do I still take my time on my ride? Is this from a song? It's pretty good. You know, I mean, seriously, the whole thing with the Nazis, like, you know, it's like imagine thinking the Hitler and the Nazis were Christian and are Christian in 2023. I gotta plug this in. It's like, no, satanic evil, obviously. Winston Churchill, no! I'm just kidding. I don't even really know anything about Winston Churchill. So sad and scary, though. I know, like, even the fact, like, think about that, right? The fact that, like, Aleister Crowley is so popular. Like, what? Just proves my point, right? It's not even my point. It's, like, the point. It is. It's something about the state of the world, you know? The denomination stuff, though, I mean, I'm still learning about, you know, I can't really contribute too much in terms of, like, that. I mean, all I know about the Catholics, and, you know, I think Bobby was too, like, look, I was raised Catholic, and, I mean, I don't, there's just I'm not a fan of like the Vatican and the Pope and all of the like reformations, and they are focused on suffering and the fact that they're basically accepted in it's look, if you see like a Christian portrayal in like art, especially just in the media stuff that's like popular again, right? uh Literally, like, it's almost guaranteed that it's Catholic, right? So those are my problems with Catholicism. There could be something to the whole traditional Catholicism. There's kind of that movement, a lot of people online, which again, you know, it's who knows if you can trust that, but the trad cath movement, you know, I mean, there's something appealing to it. It's better than nothing. But you know, there's a lot of crookedness, and I think a lot of like wrong-headed ideas in it. But that's really all I can say about that. But I think that's sort of what he might, obviously he can answer it better. You're asking him too, so you know, Christianity itself, the difference there, right? Um, Basically, this is just why people will say that like Catholics are not real Christians and things. Um, Also, a lot of them, even themselves, they're cafeteria Catholics. You know, I mean, my parents even not so much anymore because, well, I mean, because they know how I feel about it. I don't know how they really feel, but they would call themselves that because they would sort of pick and choose. You know, and that's what a lot of people do, unfortunately. But they're still basically Christian. It's just the idea. I mean, even my sister, but it's kind of like not the lamestream way is not to be discerning in like a real good way, you know? Like I don't know, man. I don't know. The Catholics, they just it's true. They're not they seem more interested in like I don't know. Just I mean, one way I guess you could put it is the whole thing of being a friend to the world or whatever, right? That kind of thing. You know, Bobby knows what I'm talking about. I mean, and I get that. Like, you know, it's a tempting thing. You know, you want to be whatever, get along, go along and get along, and all that. Um, I don't know if it's really as horrible and evil as people make it seem, but definitely even just like with the Pope and just all this stuff, it's definitely weird, right? And definitely seems not good. Like, they're trying to be too progressive, basically, right? Like, I mean, you could say, well, that's a way of getting people to be Christian, but is it really Christian, right? And also, why is it called Catholic, right? I mean, the word Catholic means something like universal. Um, Now you might say, oh, well, like that's good. I mean, it could be. It depends on your outlook. I mean, look, you might, if you look into it, maybe you're actually Catholic. I no hate. It's just, again, if it's popular, it's probably not good. I don't know, right? Like, at least in the way that, like, I think it started off good, but I think it just like got corrupted over time. You know, and again, when like 9 times out of 10, when people are talking about like, oh, like the corruption and the power, the abuse and all of that, the evil, dude, they're always talking about Catholics, right? Catholic school, right? And the nuns and the priests and the Catholic schoolgirls, right? And just like, and the suppression, right? The repression, the sexual repression, and all the weird just stuff, the fixation on just I don't, to be honest, just like sexuality and violence and things like that. I don't know what the deal is, but, and by the way, fittingly, it's Catholics who have exorcisms, so it kind of says everything you need to know. I'm not like, I'm sorry, no hate, but like, isn't that amazing? Like, Protestants and everyone else, like, they don't do exorcisms, but Catholics do. And it makes you wonder, like, well, what is it? Maybe there's something about Catholicism that renders you susceptible to demonic possession or something. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I hope not. I mean, obviously, but it seems like there's something about embracing a Catholic ideology in the sense that you wind up being too. Look, it's like this. Okay, it's like what Bobby's saying. If you stray too far from the biblical Christianity, that's when you're gonna, I think, have the problems, right? So like, you can be Catholic, but it's kind of like, but once you start taking like all these liberties and everything, then that's where you wind up having all the evil, basically. And that's why I'm sure they're always getting possessed and everything, right? Because they're just whatever, they're getting hysterical and getting evil, I don't know, but that's just my uninformed take. Relatively that's just, I meant to say, that's just my relatively uninformed take. I mean, that's just the impression I get. Like, honestly, all you even need to do is like, I mean, just like one thing I notice is, I think Catholics in particular, Catholic guilt. I don't mean to go off on the Catholics right now. Again, I was raised, Irish Catholic kind of background, a Boston Irish Catholic background, cops and everything, the whole 9 yards. But like, yo, dude, like, seriously, there's a real like repression. I think there's like a fight within the self that goes down a lot with the Catholic stuff. There's redemption, sure, but there's always something there. Like, I mean, Scorsese, you know what I mean? Or Bad Lieutenant. I mean, you just think of all these things. Like, it's always like that, It's always like, yeah, the frickin' Exorcist, you know what I mean? Like, it's all Catholic. And it's always like scary and like evil. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Instead of, I mean, not always, but they're the ones, I'm just saying, they're the ones that are like overly focused on like sin, and like, you're so sinful you have to like whip yourself. The nuns are whipping you. I mean, you know what I mean. No, it's not. That's the people who won't stop licking my calves. The Catholics. The calf lickers. The Calvinists. That's a good one. Oh, speaking of Michelle Way, are you not into the Calvinist thing? It's interesting though, the whole kind of the no man is good idea. I mean, look, it sounds black pilled, but I get the idea, you know. It's kind of like, don't get carried away. Like, no man is good, right? I'm well. That's what Jesse Lee Peterson says. So good. No pun intended. Literally good. Literally good. Yeah, no. Lino might joke around and stuff, but he's actually very good about not being outright disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Uh, in fact, honestly, pretty much everyone that comes around here is good about that, which I appreciate very much. But I just noticed that regardless of the sort of topic, I mean, you'll never find Lino saying anything like outright disparaging. It's just not his style, which is literally good. You know, it's like it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's literally good. It's objectively literally good. Yeah, Bobby says Michelle Way is confusing to me. Okay. Yeah, why is that? I mean, well, whatever. I don't want to speak too much about people while they're not here, but I'm interested. She doesn't come on here, so I mean, whatever. I don't know what her deal is, but I'm curious what you think about that. Um, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, she seems kind of irritating. Um, like, I don't know what her deal is. She seems kind of like autistic or something. Not in like the like endearing way. Like in the like I don't care what anybody. So I don't know. I actually don't know because I haven't really talked to her. Um, but like one time she said something about, and again I don't mean to talk bad about anyone while they're not here, whatever. But like one time something came up about, and look, I get this. This is like a thing. Um, but she basically said something about like her husband like cried in front of her once, and she kind of like lost respect for him or something. And I actually kind of lost respect for her when she said that. You know, I mean, look, I get it. You want your man to be strong and all of that. Um, but we're only human, and to be honest, that makes me. I know it shouldn't. I know it's kind of like a Jesse Lee Peterson thing, right? You know, you don't want to be emotional. Emotional man is a woman, and blah blah blah. It's evil. You know, it's not good. Sure, but I mean, something about that really like it kind of pissed me off, right? I was just kind of like, well, who are you? Like you woman, you know what I mean? Like no offense, no hate, right? It's just kind of like, really, it's because I don't even know what, like, so what? A man, he loses his family or something, you know what I mean? Like whatever happened, I don't know what it was, but he probably faced a lot. He might have faced a loss or something. He's grieving, and you're sitting here like autistically like judging like because a man like because he dared weep. Jesus wept. Jesus was a man of sorrows, right? Jesus wept. And look, I'm not saying it's not whatever. You don't want to be walking around being an emotional man all the time. But it's like, yo, give me a break. So that kind of pissed me off. And then you're talking about whatever ESTJ this, ESTJ that. And God's an ESTJ. God's definitely an ESTJ. I'm like, what are you? Who are you, right? But apparently she knows at least enough to not be Calvinist and all of that kind of thing. So I don't know. I just haven't gotten much of a chance to talk to her. But I'm sorry. I get that's the thing, right? I know I'm not above it. You know, I certainly, but I get judgmental vibes. Um, like she's that type of woman, right? Just like a judgmental woman. And it's cool she's Christian and everything. It's just uh, we'll see who she can bring into the church. You know what I'm saying? Because like you know what, it is what it is. I mean, oh whatever. Yeah, like I was just saying, it's all about your own personal path. That's fine. I wish her, as long as she's doing good. It's just kind of like, I mean, you know, you just want to stay humble and all that. You know, I got to remind myself of that too. It's all good. It's just, I just don't like that judgmental vibe. It's just that kind of autistic judgmental vibe. I'm just like, yo, who, what? Get out of here. How about having a conversation, right? She never sticks around, has conversations with anybody and things like that. She's coming, she's like, da 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 da. and then just like leaves. It's like, okay, well, like, great, good. I don't know. Nothing against her. It's just, those are just my little anecdotal experiences where I was just kind of like, because I even said something to her about it, and then she was just like, "Oh, well, it wasn't. It just made me like think differently or something." And I mean, I don't know. Look, maybe it's a thing. Like it made me think too. Like maybe that really is a thing with women. People say that, but I'm just saying that's the kind of thing that gets men like hating women, and is the kind of thing that gets people into like alpha whatever MGTOW bullshit. Like it's like, do you want men to hate women? Right? Like I'm not saying you're not supposed to be this. You're not supposed to be walking around crying all the time. But like the idea that, oh, it makes me. I'm sorry. Jesse Lee Peterson would be disappointed in me because it does. It makes me angry because it's people like her, or at least attitudes like that contribute to like such a like honestly kind of an evil, well, whatever, it's not her fault. I'm just saying it's like a really like what's the word, right? Conflict, like just like that whole vibe, men and women, we have to hate each other, right? We have to be choke strangling each other. Screw that. Oh, I don't know, like I just when when I don't know what it was, but like just imagine it was something bad. I'm just saying, right? It was like, oh, like when my husband lost his parents, like, and he cried, I lost respect for him because I just seeing a man emotional like that. I'm like, who are you, freaking woman? If we're gonna play that game, right? And but that's what these people want. They want you. They want like gender warfare, right? And I get it. The man is supposed to be sort of more strong, absolutely, But dude, we are only human. Are you kidding me? That mentality, and it just it shouldn't. I know it shouldn't make me angry. It doesn't make me angry. It just, but it points to that mindset, right? Of like, we gotta like, I don't know, just, do you know what I mean? Like this warfare, gender warfare. Like, you're a woman and you're a man. It's like, uh, we gotta be at each other's throats now. If you're a man, you cry at a funeral. I'm judging you. Like, who the hell are you? You kidding me? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. It does piss me off. But it shouldn't. You get in that super uber righteous frame, and in that frame, typology is bullshit, and Michelle Way actually buys into it. Appreciate it. Siege. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. But she's definitely just repeating Eric's stance on it. I've met multiple people like her in other streams, gotten into discussions about Trump and Q, etc., and me saying I don't buy into Q. Well, that's another thing, too, perfectly relevant to the kind of government discussion. It's like, dude, like these people, they want you. That's like the biggest psyop of it all, right? Is to get you fucking basically, yeah, to get you pissed off, right? They're doing this to us, and and you just are being like, I mean, God for knock on wood and God forbid, right? But basically, just being delusional and having illogical expectations, ironically illogical expectations of humanity, which is fallen. And dude, life is difficult. Like, I mean, look, yeah, you shouldn't be walking around weeping all the time, but are you kidding me? Yeah, I just any any woman that says that is like weak because they think that they need to be protected. I mean, I don't know what you guys think because it's a tough thing because like look, it is the man's job to protect the woman. And your man's walking around crying all the time. Like, yeah, it's not good. It's not good for you. It's not good for the woman. Um, but like I guess what I'm saying is like it's like what makes you think like you deserve like to be like coddled in that way. You want an unfeeling automaton, right? To what? Some muscle man, unthinking, unfeeling brute of a man. That you deserve that to like care for you forever and ever, and you don't accept the fallen condition that and how difficult life can be, and that sometimes a man is going to cry, especially after a loss or something like that. You know, that what, that it's your place as a woman, you get to be weak or whatever, right? You have to be a little weakling and get taken care of all the time. Um it's like, sorry, it's because it doesn't work either way, right? Like both sides of the extremes, you know what I'm saying? Because like on one hand it's true that, like, you know, men are becoming more feminine and that kind of you know what I mean, that whole bit, and it's kind of got truth to it, but like it's also like, yeah, but then these same chicks or whatever the society is kind of saying, like, don't, but also be totally stoic and bury your emotions, and then that's always just going to wind up coming out in evil ways anyway. And it's the Catholics are a perfect example, because it's like, what do? They repress their emotions, and then what happens? They wind up abusing kids or freaking beating their wives or whatever it is, right? You'd rather beat, you want your I just hate it. I'm sorry, right? It's just like, oh, okay, so you want to be getting beat up, and the black pill for you, right? I just feel like that's so black pilled. It's so evil. Like men and women are supposed to have this, like, you know, antagonistic relationship, right? It's not true. They're meant to be in holy union with one another. Ridiculous. It's all culture war evil. I mean, look, by the same token, yeah, it's like by a woman, the idea that she needs to be perfectly, you know what I mean? It's, you're demanding perfection. No one, don't be demanding perfection of people, right? Like, I get it. You want the strong man, whatever. Maybe even as a guy, you kind of want the weak woman to protect. Men can't be strong all the time. Women can't be weak all the time. Strong is better than weak, but you know, um, and like as a man, you should aim towards that, right? I don't know. It's just it's a weird thing. I hear what she's saying and I get the vibe. But I dislike the culture war crap that buys into. That's like that's like saying you gotta. I mean, you know how it is. Like never, you know, like never get real with a woman, right? Or never you know what I mean, never let her know how you feel and this and that. It's like, dude, you're like a MGTOW. What are you, gay? Oh, so you want to be with a man, you know what I mean? Fuck off, right? Sorry, I don't mean to curse, but you know, that's bullshit, man. Like, I mean, no, I mean, I think he's kidding, but let me just read what you guys are saying. Never let a woman know how you feel. She's only going to judge you for it, and never cry in front of her. She'll lose all of her respect for you. Women are evil. Succubuses. And you gotta be choking her and beating her up. That's how you get a woman's respect. Sounds evil to me. I mean, I know they're not saying necessarily the last part, but to be honest, that's where it leads. It breeds hatred, is really what it does. And, like, I mean, look. If that's how the world's gonna be, if that's how it really is, which, like, I get it, right? Then put it like this way, then, okay? Men are supposed to be strong and women are supposed to be weak. Oh, but you don't like that very much, right? Can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Suck you by. Yeah, that's what she likes. Well, guess what? She doesn't get what she likes. How about that? Especially when you feminize the culture. Again, it's like you can't have it. You can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's like what do you actually want, right? It's like, okay, look, so you want a masculine man. Absolutely, right? You want even a strong man. Sure. Okay, I want a feminine woman. I want in some sense, basically, a weak woman. That's not allowed, though. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like either we all kind of cut the bullshit or, well, because look, if we cut the bullshit, then maybe there can be less of a, it doesn't have to be warfare, right? It doesn't have to turn into like hate. But yeah, I don't know. That's a really interesting thing, right? Because like in the end, I kind of like I sympathize with where she's coming from, and like I get that, and like there's nothing wrong with that in some way, but I just sort of I really dislike when it gets into that kind of we got to be punching each other in the face, you know? It's just crazy. And it just makes me think of like a mentally ill like woman who like wants you to beat her up. It's like no. Right? Like there's a balance, a healthy balance in both of the sexes, like you know what I'm saying? You know, just like provocative women just being provocative on purpose. Like, ooh, what are you gonna do? Hit me? And then and it's like they do hit you, and it's like you asked for it. But you shouldn't hit anybody. That's the thing. I believe me. I'm the like, you know, don't hit women and don't, you know what I mean? Don't and women don't hit men. You know what I'm saying? It's all violence. It's all evil. Also, strength. I know this is lame, but the Jordan Peterson thing. This is the thing, by the way. This is a good place to. I'm gonna say this and then I'll go back to the chat. What seems to be true is the Jordan Peterson vibe of like women want a guy who has the sort of beast, not like the devil, you know what I mean, like the beast, the animal or whatever within, but they tame it, right? So, and it's crazy because people will get you thinking that's naive, that's optimistic, and it's like no, that's realistic, leaning towards optimistic. But when people come in with that type of vibe, it's not even about what like Michelle Way said or whatever. It's like it's about that vibe that gets taken to the extreme. That's what's evil in that kind of you know provocative way or you want basically you want the man. I forget what I was gonna say, but it's like you want the man who can tame the beast within, because you don't want a guy who's an angry bastard, right? He's not actually able to care for you, right? Um, yeah, you want the guy who can like control his temper, because that's what strength is. So anyway, I'm sure someone like Michelle Way knows this. Like that's about the balance. She would never advocate for that kind of thing, but I my problem right now is it's conjuring up images of like immature like young women, right? It's not about her, it's not about like older um whatever, people who are in their 40s and stuff. I'm thinking of like people in their 20s and things. Um and yeah, it's like having, I don't know, a quiet strength, basically. But anyway, I'm just being honest about it. So, my first question is she's not a liar, or she's just honest about it. Well, that's what I'm wondering too, Bobby. Is regarding the man thing. I was like, well, that's what I'm wondering too, Bobby. The standard shouldn't be for men to not to feel emotion. It should be for men to be able to be strong, but not to the point of perfection. Exactly. Bobby says the Q thing is so bizarre. It's apparently a secret plan in the works that will dismantle the NWO, but the Q posts don't say anything the truthers don't already know. Women, ew, he cries too much. Also, women, he never shows any emotion or love. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And it's about the balance, right? Lena says, well, I think she probably wouldn't have said that if she didn't underappreciate the ways men have it hard. That's my guess, because women nowadays think men are playing easy mode. Whereas, like, the opposite is true. Black pill, forget, right. I respect him because they held him so long. Getting real cynical on this. You should be a man started playing. I'm assuming you're joking. I can do value stoicism quite a lot, but what made you ask? I was just making a joke on expectation. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Very good. Well, so you just made an interesting point about stoicism. Well, in other words, lead your repressed anger that will come out one way or another. Yeah, exactly. My position is probably that the cynicism shouldn't be so unrestrained as just to wire over your sense of the world. You chill though. MGTOWs aren't gay. That's what chicks use to slur anything based about women guys say. Now I'm just talking about when like people who actually like hate women, and you know what I mean. Not necessarily MGTOW, but whatever the actual. I don't even like the word misogynist, right? But like actual woman haters. That's what she likes. No is yes. I know is yes. Hashtag let's get canceled. It's funny. Totally agree with her. King level insight. So good. Simple stage. Just find a girl you're more masculine than, so don't get an ESTJ-esque chick. Essentially, literally. You need producers, or society will go hungry. So don't feminize if you don't want to look at those famine eyes. That's good. That's a good Lino pun, because it works well in a very serious, good way. Because if any man held for domestic abuse says she literally screamed in my face for me to slap her, you should get released, in my opinion. Woman is suing after doing that. She has some explaining to do. Yeet. Yeah. It's just it's so self-evident, right? But it's like I hate that way that the alpha grind set. There's like, I just feel like it, and then women are like caving into it too, because like, I mean, what really is the deal, right? Like you know what maybe it is, when you feminize the culture, then you get toxic masculinity. Maybe, right? So to speak. Toxic femininity is real. You make the culture too masculine, you get toxic femininity. I mean, whatever. There needs to be a balance. It literally is like a divine like order, right? There's like a divine order that of having that kind of balance between the masculine and the feminine. And yeah, Like, don't. I would just say, men and women, don't get carried away. I mean, look, if I know this is like corny, you should improve. But like, if a person's not gonna love you for who you are, then find someone else. Find someone better. But it's true that like, as a man, you do need to figure out as you grow, right? How to like control your emotions, control your temper. Speaking of R.C. Sproul, Bobby, actually, I mean, look, I know you said you were kind of surprised. I don't hear him say anything that ridiculous, so I don't know if you think that he's, because like I never hear him. I don't know, go that hard. I really like R.C. Sproul. John MacArthur's okay. He seems like a bit more of a like a tough, like he's kind of, I don't know what his deal is, but to be honest, I'm not that big on John MacArthur. Like he's all right, but I think R.C. Sproul is basically like a Christian genius, and he said something about how Stoicism is actually not Christian. Basically, like it's like it was one of the schools of thought that was formed in not opposition, but kind of like in reaction to Christianity. Like he went through a video where he kind of went through them all, and like it's like there's like sort of hedonism, and then there's kind of like, I don't know what he called it, but it was kind of like practical hedonism, which is like don't go too hard. But then it's kind of like stoicism, which is to be always on point like that. But he was saying, and it probably was related. It's you're not meant to be like a slab of brick. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe I confuse him with someone else. Honestly, I'm obsessed with this channel though that shows many different based ones. Would you mind telling me the channel? Because I'm interested. Might be pretty good. Nice. There you go. Oh, yo, I literally. Well, I did. I'm gonna be honest. I followed this. I'm just gonna be honest, for the sake of honesty. I'm gonna be honest for the sake of honesty. Yeah, good. I followed these guys for a while, but the vibes, I'm sorry, I had to unfollow. And it's the same thing, but it's like the Daily Wire, but simultaneously worse and better, I guess, if you want to call it that. I started with, there was like one thing that I saw that was like very like, that was something true about some evil AI thing, but it wasn't actually like happening. And I just started, I was like, all right, I was like, I have to unsubscribe from this. Like, yeah, some of the shorts are good. It's like, I'm not like, I mean, it's just all these, like right back and forth. Like, this is so evil, right? This is so disturbing, right? They are hiding something, ... It's already happening, but people don't see it. This is as evil as it gets. Something terrifying is happening in tons of churches. Blah, 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 blah. And then more thing, right back and forth, Dylan Mulvaney. Like, it's just the same thing, man. I just can't. This was too much. Although, I feel like you're gonna harp on me because you're like, well, you'll unsubscribe from this, but not Daily Wire, and I'm like, okay. Well, the shorts, I've seen some good shorts. I'm not gonna lie. I like that they. It's actually the first video here, or no, sorry, it's not the first video. But look, I like what they do about like false. Oh yeah, that's on their homepage, like false teachers and things. I like that they are uncompromising, and I like that the what's it called? They actually had a video about Jordan Peterson talking about, oh, he's close. I mean, it's true that he is close, you know. Dude, I don't know. You got me. I mean, it's like I don't know. I guess I'd have to take a look. I'm sure if I looked through their videos right now, I'd probably feel similarly, but it depends on which channel you go to. I guess if you go, to Ben Shapiro's channel, like, it's pretty bad, but he doesn't just call things, like, I don't know, man. It's just, like, I just don't need that much, like, focus on, like, evil all the time. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should unsubscribe from Edge. The only reason I keep Shapiro and company around is because, well, to be honest, I like that he is like a pro-Christian Jew, I guess, is how I would put it. But I already follow like tons of like really good Christian channels and stuff, and this one, I was just kind of like, okay, I don't need to be seeing like, this is disturbing, this is evil all the time. And then again, more stuff about Dylan Mulvaney, the same thing. Something terrifying is happening. You know, John MacArthur. I'm like, I get it. Look, I love R.C. Sproul and all these people, but they don't, it's just too much doom saying, you know? But no, I mean, you're right. Look, I thought the same thing immediately, you know? When you're sub to them in your subs, you see their shorts, and I essentially watch them almost every day. The shorts, to be specific. I never thought that the what a chilling interview with Lucifer, and it's just some guy in some scary ass devil outfit. So scary. Well, I guess what I'll say is it's not like they're wrong about stuff. It's just that it just got to be too much. I had to unsubscribe, but I might subscribe again one of these days. But it's just the doom saying, doom pills can only take so much of that, you know. They're more focused on like some stuff is definitely good, but like, I don't know, man. They're so caught up on it's culture war stuff and just like people being, look how horrible and evil everyone is. What do you think about this is related, by the way, because there are two people that I follow that are really good. But what do you think about speaking in tongues? Because it's definitely a little weird. But I follow these two guys, Rivers in the Desert and Made New Ministries, and they're pretty good. They're very positive and good. And Made New Ministries, it's this woman, Audra. I mean, I was like, whatever, all female preachers, whatever. I mean, but she's kind of like, I don't think she's actually, she's not like a priest or anything. She's just a religious woman, Christian woman. And yeah, she's pretty good. She was saying she doesn't like all that gossip stuff too. Like, it's just kind of like calling people out, and it's like the idea that it's really not Christian. It's not Christian good, you know? I mean, hey, no pun intended. God bless him, you know, treasure Christ. Like, I mean, it's probably, some of it is good, but it's like, but I kind of liked her take on it. It's kind of just like the call out culture, right? Christian call out culture. But, you know, they do get into that sort of because, you know, getting into the tongues a little bit sometimes, and I'm like, ugh. you know, obviously it's a little weird. The guy though from what's it called? Casey from Rivers in the Desert. He was saying that the thing is that it's a language people don't understand. Which, but I don't think. I was thinking about it too. It's almost like a vaguely Middle Eastern thing. They're evoking like a Middle Eastern tongue, which is funny, right? I mean, I don't mean to make fun of it. It's just like, I mean, honestly, dude, I'm honestly like so. I'm like, dude, like I'm gonna be pointing and laughing. Like, no, but it's definitely weird. It's definitely hard to tell if it's like good, right? Or whatever, you know. He says, "In the shorts, it's worth an IMO when I go through the shorts feed in my subscriptions phase. Theirs is good. Yeah, I mean, I hear that. I mean, you know, some of it's probably good. I've seen a lot of the shorts, and to be honest, I never thought they were wrong. It was mostly just the videos. Like I had sort of unsubscribed a few people, and then like from a few people lately, and like they were one of them. I'm sorry, but I don't know. It's not. I don't know. You know, just the vibes. I don't know. It's just. But anyway, it's just true stories. Apparently, stories are different from shorts. Oh yeah, I don't even see the stories, but I know what you're talking about with the shorts. Again, they're not wrong. It's just a bit of doom, a little bit doomy for me these days. I don't know, right? Yeah, you know, whatever. Call me whatever. I just, you know, just can't be seeing that stuff all the time. I'm already subscribed to so much stuff. It's like I try to just keep it good. I like the. I mean, you know, I follow Grace Wins and dude, there's tons of. I mean, I don't want to be like that and just start listing off stuff like, oh, look how good. Like, I'm not trying to virtue signal or anything. It's just, anyway, I hear you. It's not bad, obviously. It's just like, I tried following this stuff that's more like positive and good, like just focused on good and that in this Christian good way. It says, dude, but Jesus rebuked people out in the open. He says, I don't buy into the tongues thing personally. Yeah, Vadi Bakham or something. I don't know how you pronounce it, but something like that. He actually said something that did stick with me about oh yeah, he's actually on Ligonier Ministries as well. Yeah, he's all right. I guess I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about Paul Washer? It's weird because I've never watched him, but he showed up in a dream of mine once. We were hanging out with people. Mostly RC Sproul for me though, dude. I mean, he's pretty like. I would credit him pretty largely in terms of really getting into Christianity. But yeah, Bobby says, I don't know, dude. The Black Pastor had a cool story about hope and survival. That's pretty good. He says, but you should, yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I'll consider it, man. Like, because it's not, like, I don't need to keep repeating myself, but you get the vibe. I mean, you know how these videos, the titles, the thumbnails and the titles and everything. The aesthetic. I know it's lame. I know it's just like the aesthetic. I'm just kind of like, I don't want this in my feed. You know, it's just like, you know, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff though that I found. You know, and it's true. You know, it can't be all white pill all the time in life, but it's I do like. I feel I've done a decent job curating the feed so that I have it so there's not too much. But it is true that I still have all the Daily Wire stuff. They kind of ruin the flow a little bit, which is funny because so he says, because he says, I don't know, dude, the Black Pastor had a cool story about hope and survival. That's good. And but then he says, but you should think about unsubbing from Shapiro though to be consistent because he's pro-Christian. What? Hold on, because he's pro-Christian, but still not technically Christian though. He goes, I feel like we're both girls and I'm trying to persuade you to leave a toxic but sexy boyfriend you just can't resist. No, well, you know what's funny about that is I kind of like that chick. I kind of have a crush on that chick, Brett Cooper. People make fun of her saying that she looks like Ben Shapiro, but whatever. She's, I still think she's beautiful. And she showed up in my dream last night. A lot of dream talk. Amazingly, it's wow, 7. Oh my gosh. It's no, just kidding. It's 6:17. 6:17 is 7:17 a.m. But we got 777. Amazing truth and reality. Thank you, God and Jesus Christ. Amen. Um but that's obviously not a reason to stay with the channel. In fact, it might not even be good, right? But I don't know. I mean, I like her. I don't mind Candace Owens. I like that. I like the Andrew Clavin, Spencer Clavin. But it's true. They post a lot of clickbait crap. Ben Shapiro is whatever. I don't fully. Again, I like that he's an Orthodox Jew, and I like that he's pro-Christian. But yeah, a lot of that stuff it is very similar. You're not wrong. Like it's weird though, because I like having the I don't know. I'd probably be better off finding like some good pro-Christian Jew, like rabbi or something, like you know what I mean? Like Shapiro might as well be whatever, bought out. He is, right? Like, I mean, practically runs conservative media at this point. It's like, yeah, I guess it's kind of like you're saying. It's like, it's good, but it could be more good. Yeah, but it's true. I don't know what it is. I couldn't. What kept me there was I was like, well, I like that. I like that it's a diverse amount of people with conservative opinions, with at the very least pro-Christian opinions, right? And so I was thinking, I'm gonna keep them around, because I like that vibe. But you're right. I've been, whatever, saying all this similar kinds of stuff about them for a while now. Again, got to be consistent. You're right. I don't know. Maybe I will just unsubscribe. I mean, what? It's the reason it's funny though, actually, because I never watched Shapiro. I never watched Ben Shapiro. Like, so I really have no stake in it. I mean, maybe I will just unsubscribe right now. I'm just looking at this stuff. I mean, it's just like, it's true that I don't really need it on the feed. Talking to this guy, James Lindsay. This guy Shuffler brought him up. Him and Jordan Peterson talking to him now. Now I'm like, oh no, now I can't trust him, right? Jordan Peterson got bought out too. So sad. And good that he's at least pretty good, but he's just kind of gave into the Daily Wire hype. I don't know why he did that, Oh, I was thinking about this, though. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream, but, like, I was thinking when I got out of the shower. I probably didn't bring it up. I was like, yo, I guarantee after his coma and everything, they're probably like, all right, here's the thing. If you can stay saying the stuff that you do, but you gotta sign with the Daily Wire so that people know you're conservative, so that you're at least, marked in that way, And then he was like, sure, I'll do it, right? Yeah, screw it, man. Dude, it's specific. There is a specific Shapiro one. I mean, I'll unsubscribe now. Look, I'm not gonna lie. It's not. His stuff isn't usually too egregious. Or even. It's just the same as sort of true for the other people on the Daily Wire here, but it's like Yeah, I don't know why. Now I'm just thinking, I'm like, well, if I unsubscribe from Shapiro, should I subscribe from everybody else? I mean, it's like, I mean, it's a bit tabloidy. I mean, why did you unfollow him? Oh, great, it's John. You know, don't be saying that in the chat, please. Thank you. What's going on, though, man? It's been a while. How you doing? I've been wanting to. I was actually just scrolling through some of Eric's typing videos, and I saw your video as well. And I was like, oh, it's John. I've been off Discord and everything. Occasionally streaming too. I have no space on my phone. As usual, gotta get back on. I was just telling Lena I'm gonna get Discord. It's the second I can get Discord, and then for Bobby, so I can talk to Bobby as well. But how you doing, man? I hope you're doing good. Freaking. Right now, we're just talking about, it's like, oh, do I unsubscribe from Ben Shapiro? I mean, look, I just don't feel like it's that egregious. I know whatever I unfollowed Treasure Christ, but it's like, I don't know. I'm going to unfollow Shapiro, then I'm going to unfollow the whole gang. I like that it's a diverse crowd. You know, it's a diverse pro-Christian, you know, conservative pro-Christian good crowd here. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's hard to. And then it's like, oh man, do I unfollow Jordan Peterson? Like, rest in peace. That's the thing. I know it's like I cannot decide. Because it's like, it's a bit of doom saying, and I'm not really ultimately a fan, but I'm like, not. I'm only willing to keep it around for that, for you know, the diverse conservatism pro Christian culture, or approach, you know. And they did the movie with Gallo, you know. It's like, no, but I don't know. He probably had to do it with somebody. He's like the only people that are gonna take him these days, you know. He never said anything about Shapiro. Shapiro talked about Gallo. Gallo didn't talk about Shapiro. You know what I mean? He's probably like, yeah, whatever, the Jew, you know. I'm just kidding, but he probably, I don't know what he thinks. But dude, at least it's the movie he was in. It was like a pro-Christian. He played the villain, of course, but it was still a pro-Christian good vibe. But anyway, I know, it's just I don't know, I can't bring myself to do it. Even the late great Norm Macdonald hates it. Yeah, I remember that bit is so good. Yeah, so it's actually counterculture to say praise God. That's true. I mean, it won't exactly be. I mean, knock on wood and God forbid, you're not exactly going to be accepted if you say "Hail Satan," but you definitely get edgelord points or whatever, right? The praise God in Jesus Christ. That's what's going to be good and not accepted in that way. You know what I mean? One should definitely be concerned with being countercultural, regardless of the content matter. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're being serious, like that's kind of the vibe. That's kind of what's brought me to where I'm at now. I mean, you know, I've told you that. I've obviously talked about it a lot on stream too. You know, it shouldn't be the end all be all, right? Like sort of being contrarian, you know, but it's definitely true and good to do, you know, to be aware of. Mr. Bobby says, "Seems like what you're trying to do was trying to reach you." What? Seems like what you're trying to do is trying to reach you. UCJ, you'd have to write on a sheet of paper with a pros and cons list for the Daily Wire and make a choice there. I don't know if it's that worth getting into. I mean, it's like if it starts getting so bad that I feel like I just can't even, I don't want to see it on my feed anymore, I will. I've gotten very close. I just hide stuff sometimes. Yeah, very. John says, I was being sarcastic, but eh. Well, it's definitely always good to have a healthy skepticism regarding popular opinion. I guess I would say, you know. I mean, you don't want to be stupidly, if you know what I mean. Like just I say, you know, they say tomato, so I say tomato. Like um, but just being aware of the cultural trends and what is parlance for the times or whatever, right? What's sort of accepted. Odds are, it's probably something. It's like because it appeals to the most people. I was just talking about, like, of course, things being popular, like 9 times out of 10, which 99.9% of the time is like not good. Only because they sometimes something good could sneak through there, but it does seem to be some unfortunate truth of like you're opening the it's like too wide a road, right? Or something. Usually. Most of the time. I mean, usually if it seems like if you're doing something right and good, you're not going to be embraced by the popular sphere too much. It's kind of like that thing that Jesus Christ said. It's like when you're hated, if the world hated me, then the world will surely hate you. Um, it's kind of funny because it's like that Eminem, freaking Eminem, who's like the worst, like so horrible and evil. No, but no, it's like that quote is like if you've been hated on your life, you stood up. Uh, that means they're good. That means you stood up for something. I mean, it's kind of like that. Like he has a point. It just that literally comes from Jesus, though, right? And then you see, look, I came up with kind of a funny joke recently. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of true. It's like, no, don't do drugs and kill yourself at 27. Get crucified at 33. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's pretty dark, but it's kind of good, right? Like the world wants you to like do drugs and like blow your head off when you're 27. But like, no. Hold out and do good, and then get crucified at 33, right? For doing good. It's too good. Would you guys ever do stand up? What a, does would making a joke like is that like a would that work? I'd love to do stand up. I've always wanted to try doing stand up, but I don't really know if it would. I don't know that my style lends itself too well to stand up. I think if I could write like a good set, like maybe, right? It would have to be. I've thought about it. I've even written stuff down, but it would just be like you'd have to have a good balance of that kind of approach with like stuff that's more light, I guess, right? You ever notice bagels? Hey, dude, you go to the bagel shop and you order one and they put too many seeds on it. I'm like, how many seeds? What do you think? I'm a bird? Yeah, that's good stuff. I think that's pretty good. His stand up is rigged on his making a lagging joke for stand up. What, the Jesus one? That's a good one. Well, the thing is that it's funny because it's true. But whatever. I don't give a shit. It's true. They'd rather you be dead. How about that? It's not really meant to be a joke. It's way cooler to be like Kurt Cobain, right? Praise Kurt Cobain instead of Jesus. A guy who did heroin and killed himself and died at 27. Everyone's dying at 27. And instead you actually do something good and then you get killed. But you just get killed a few years later. I'm saying what's funny about that is that you still only get a few more years, right? It's like, oh, so you didn't kill yourself? Well, we'll take care of it. We'll kill you then for you. And you have to wonder about that. I mean, it's like, it really does make you think too about like, maybe Cobain killed himself because he saw the truth, the dark truth. He's talking about how God is gay and how everyone's gay, and you get famous, rich and famous. It still doesn't matter. You do heroin and you kill yourself. Anthony Bourdain on drugs, and then he goes and he hangs him. Everyone's like, why would he do it? He's so famous. He's dating Dario Argento's daughter, and then he hangs himself in a French hotel room by a chandelier. What do you mean? He got to travel the world and he got to eat all the good food. He kills himself. It doesn't matter. You gotta find what's good for you. What's gonna be good. And it's not gonna be in like travel and like food and being rich and being famous. Not if you have a God in Jesus Christ shaped hole in your heart. No, just wind up dead, and that's what they want. I mean, that's what that's what the devil wants. You got to start thinking about things in terms of this, right? Like, either you are pro-death or you're pro-life. And when you like look at the mentality, like, what's so funny about like environmentalists, like I was talking about that with Lino, like some of these environmentalists are some of the most anti-life people imaginable because they blame it all on people. And like, look, fair enough, right? Sound like Jordan Peterson, fair enough. But they're not sorry, what was I saying? My bad. No, it's like no, it's all about either being pro-death or pro-life. It's like, do you think that life is evil or do you think that life is good? You know? Oh, well, it's complicated. I mean, it's really not. Like, yeah, evil and good both exist, but what do you think ultimately, right? You can only sort of make that determination in your soul. Anyway, the devil wants you to kill yourself, basically. In the words of John Mouse, don't worship the devil. Don't. Record executives hate this one thing. Don't kill yourself. I was thinking of something else. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Like, I don't know. It all just comes down to that, really. That's the thing. The devil cannot destroy. I mean, sorry. The devil cannot create. The devil can only destroy. You know, and it's God that creates, right? And in that sense, God cannot destroy. I mean, I guess in some sense he technically can destroy, but well, he can regenerate, generate, right? Generation, creation. Right, good. These things, like, you start to realize a lot when we start thinking that way. It's like, oh, right, the environmentalists, right? See, they'll be like, oh, we got to take care of the environment. We got to take care of the earth. Then you hear fucking George Carlin, like the biggest cynical shill by the end of his life, right? Coming out being like, the world's going to shake us off like a bad case of fleas. You get people applauding. People are applauding for their own deaths. They're applauding for death. They're applauding for the death of humanity. Because they see it as good. Isn't that amazing? Speaking of comedy, right? And that's the stuff, that's what's going to get you popular. That's what people think of as being a really good joke, right? One that laughs and claps at the demise of humanity, right? But for some reason you're pro Earth. Like, that makes no sense, right? Like, so okay, let's take it to the end. You're pro nature. It's like, well, why? Well, because it comes from God. It would have to be that way. But it's not it wouldn't make sense. It basically doesn't make sense to care about nature if you don't believe in God. But what you notice is that it's actually just people who hate people and people who are anti-life. Which is unfortunate because God made the world, so it doesn't make sense. Like, you should be able to be a Christian environmentalist for, like, the movie First Reformed, right? But it's like, but nonetheless, the two worlds, they seem at odds. The religious, they'll think it's too political, and then the political think it's too religious, right? Amazing truth in reality. And more like a just tragic truth in reality. It's like, of course you're supposed to take care of Earth to support life. It's the only reason, right? It's just crazy. It's so funny. They'll be some of the most anti-life people, ironically. So yeah, you're either pro death or you're pro life. Omnipotent and can't destroy. I like the word either, like, generate or regenerate. You could call it destroy in a certain worldly sense. But it's that whole law of nature. You know, it's all transformation, right? It's or condemnation. But it's so funny because what's that law of nature? Like, the energy can never be can only be created and never destroyed. I'm not Mr. Science. obviously. But no, I mean, whatever. I'm not an expert in really anything other than certain chosen fields. I talk about this stuff because I'm interested in it and I think it's good. But the so it's not to flout any kind of expertise or thinking I'm some kind of expert, because I'm clearly not. But I'm the first to admit that. So I don't think you're using something against me by saying I'm not. Because I also don't posit myself as such. I really don't. And if I speak in any authoritative tone, that's probably just your own, I don't know, understanding of it, and it's not really meant to be that way. But I try to be whatever, not too authoritative when it's not, and I'm very like just honest about everything. But you know what I mean. I try my best to just do right and good. But the thing is though is like saying that law of nature is true. It actually amazingly corresponds to the religious idea. Like so much of I always think of it as like science proving God's creation, Like, oh, that's interesting. That's weird. Wow, it's so weird that energy can only be created and not destroyed. It's like the destruction element though only comes in from a satanic influence, not not like a godly influence or a Christian influence. But you just tend to notice that. I mean, even if it's whether it's kind of symbolic or not, it's more like about degradation, like versus restoration or like or something like that. I mean, like God certainly generates, God certainly condemns, but I don't know if you would say destroy, right? But this is just like terminology, theological debate stuff. I don't really have the answers here. I mean, Mr. Bobby says the point being not wanting to destroy that which is good. Capital G. Amazing. Truth and reality. I mean, yeah, but I do tend to think of it though as like, I mean, the devil is destructive and God is creative. That just seems sort of uh whatever, common sense, even if whatever you're not religious, whatever, but even supported by certain laws of nature, that it's, even if you don't attribute it to a certain divine power, even if it is, it's like it just seems congruent. But I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't know. It's like it's the devil that seeks to destroy. But it is actually ultimately that. Well, yeah, destroying that which is good in the sense that life is good, and that's why the devil is all he's pro death. You know, he'll assault you with evil to whatever to get you think that life is evil or whatever it is. Because think about it, if you're justified in that way or you feel justified, then you can kill yourself, you can kill other people, you can do whatever you want. Do what thou wilt. I mean, it's funny, dude, because like Jen Zenial came in here. Look, he's a good dude. Everyone that comes in here, all good people. But Jen Zenial, he was trying to make a point. He's good about this stuff, but whatever, it is what it is. He's not religious. He tried to not fool me, but he tried to. He laid out these 7 like satanic tenets, and he was like, "Tell me which religion they belong to." And so I go, "Oh, this seems Christian at first." I'm like, "Okay, interesting." Then I'm like, well, "This one, I don't know. Maybe this is Islamic." But then as I was going, I was like, "Wait a minute, this one," because it had to do with the self. I was like, "Wait, this sounds kind of satanic." And I was like, the rest of them was like, "Oh, this is all satanic." So the funny thing is like, I don't know anything, right? But it didn't fool me because it was obvious that it was satanic. It's not like, because I bet what he expected was for me to be like, "Oh, this is like all sounds really good," you know what I mean? And it's like it sounds good if you're like if you're like a materialist and you're just sort of like duh, whatever, there's nothing above this world. Um it would sound good. Look, it's not evil in the way that you would think. You know what I mean? It's not. It's not. You just have to understand it's crafty like that, right? Like it, and plus a lot of so-called quote unquote Satanists are just LARPing. They're really just atheists, and they're just being edge lords and things. It's like a very fringe. I would hope, basically, right? Fringe evil, who are like actually worshiping Satan, right? The point is, though, is that it's like I know very little, and you didn't fool me, right? It's obvious to tell when the when the tenets start getting satanic, and I'm just saying it's funny, and if I can be flattering of myself, it was very sincere and genuine the way that I approached it, because it's like when it's funny because it is an invert. It's exactly that. It's like, oh, this sounds kind of Christian, and then it's like, oh, I don't know about this. This is kind of Islamic, and then you're like, okay, wait, no, this is just satanic, and it's like, oh yeah, but no, you would think, oh, it's all sounds really good. I bet it's all Christian. It's all good. Yeah, no, it's clearly not, and I don't have the tenets on hand, but you can just tell it's because it's self worship, and it's it's things that kind of sound all right, which is kind of like don't invade the whatever personal space and things. There's you know what I mean, things that kind of sound good, but in the end, it's all a self worshipping. You know what I mean, like just sort of the alleged the laws of nature, but that it's completely materialistic, no spiritual realm, or at least whatever it is, right? Basically, at the very least. So you can obviously tell. I'm just saying. I know you could see the process live. I'm like, oh wait, no, yeah, this is satanic. I'm like, nice try, Like I'm some fool who can, you know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna be like, this all sounds really good. No, and I'm not mad. I don't think that whatever, but it does. It has. I have thought about it, and I'm like, man, that is funny though. He probably thought, right, that I was gonna be fooled. No, and it's self-evident within the way that they write, the way that there's no deference above oneself, right? I guess that would be the primary thing, right? You notice there's no deference beyond oneself, and you can notice that, and you immediately realize where that becomes satanic, because there's no objective metric, right? So it's self-evident. You read them and you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I mean, this is satanic then. But people get so, like, look, I agree. It's a lot of LARPing, and it's a lot of this and that. People don't understand, though, that it's not like people walking around wearing whatever, you know what I mean, with pitchforks and stuff, I mean, in some sense, kind of. But no, it's much more crafty and kind of, I don't know, I guess nefarious in some ways, but you could say the word covert, coven. No, but you could say the word, it's just subtle. Like, it's like, I'm just saying, you realize when you read the laws, it's like, oh, this is all materialistic and self-worshipping. That's all it is, right? So, when you read that, you might be surprised that you're like, oh, this isn't evil people walking around, you know what I mean? But you just have to think of what that means. It means there's no objective metric beyond oneself, basically, right? What up, Boba Fett? Thank you guys for being here today. It's the morning now. Happy Saturday morning. Amazing Truth and Reality. I gotta grab a coffee. This one is a little bitter. Don't get bitter, get better. No, it's honestly such good advice. Okay, I'll bring you guys with me because I've charged the phone enough. We got 4 people here, 5 likes. Thank you guys. Yeah, wow, so good. But I mean, ooh, no, that's all I have to say about that. I can never tell, because I don't like to, I don't like to repeat myself too much, you know? But, like, I guess I kind of have to. Not, I don't mean that in like a whatever, because you guys aren't listening. I'm just saying because you never know who's going to be here at like a given time. You know what I mean? Hold on. I don't know. I need to get a new mug here. No, it's just like, I don't know. I just, I meant what I said when I was saying recently. Like, I don't want to get political. And I mean that, like, because I know that's like a cool, like, people like to say that, like, it's cool. But what I mean is, I don't want to get in the domain of, like, telling people off or what they got to do. No, it's pretty simple. I mean, it's pretty much the same for everybody. Like, probably want to reproduce, have a family, get some land, do some good work, and hopefully go to heaven. You know? Do as much good as you can in this life, you know. So I'm not political in that way, but I'll talk religion and stuff, you know. But even in that way, I don't want to pretend that I'm, some theologian or anything. Obviously not. Oh, Fabu, my cat wants to go outside. Hold on. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I don't want to, like, repeat myself and get into these things too much. Because I wind up spinning my wheels, and then who knows, people could get the wrong idea. Hope you're doing well, though, John. I'd like to... let's talk off the stream. I'm making a concerted effort today to get Discord back on my phone. Well, actually, I can go on it on my laptop. But anyway, let's talk, dude. If you're down, I'm down to talk, man. Hope you're doing good. But I gotta just one sec. I'll be right back. Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, I'm trying to get back on that grind. Yeah, maybe after the stream for a little bit. I don't know how much. Wow, have I really been streaming for 4 hours? Like, how is that even possible? Anyway, That's good. I hope not. I was just thinking. I was hoping nothing bad, quote unquote, bad happened. But that's good. And as I mean, change. Being all fake deep, but change is good, right? I could use more of that in my life. The idea that it's actually good to change, right? I mean, well, just sometimes you get to change up your circumstances, you get to change your surroundings, even things like that. I mean, say what you will about the typing, the type stuff. Lord knows I've been very in my SI for years now. The thing is even if I am SI Dom, which still feels funny to say, but even if that's true, the way it's been, like, it doesn't even matter what type I am because the goal is still the same. Like, I gotta get my SI right, or in other words, like, I gotta tend to it properly. Like, yeah, and a big part of that has to do with just like embracing positive change. I mean, Lord knows not all change is good, right? But it's just but I've been very sequestered purposefully. Oh my god, this is hot. I'm gonna get the mark of the beast. Uh-oh. No, I don't want to watch I burn myself. Hold on. No, it's just I have the coffee. Oh my god. Sorry, it's just I have the coffee. Ow! Oh. Oh. That took some self-control. You see that? That's what a man does. I just fucking burnt myself with this coffee on my chest. Hold on. Oh, wee. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was getting sexy. Sorry, this is my girlfriend. No, hold on. CJ, come back to bed. I'm coming, Sandra. Her name's Sandra. Oh, she's a doll. Ain't she a doll? Sandra Bullock. No, I'm kidding. More like Sandra Bullocks. Don't even get me started. Her weirdness. And people saying she's a man. Crazy. Her stuff with her penis facials and just possibly being a man. Don't even. It's too much. It's gross. Horrible evil. What's up, Winston's mom? Thank you for being here. We got streamage, men. Gib streamage. Men. Oh, God. And it's like, I don't know, maybe I'll smoke a little bit of weed later, but I just don't really feel like smoking weed that much. I'm high on life. You know what I noticed? Like the other day, I didn't smoke weed, and the day just went by. My ear was bothering me. that was a big part of it. Where I was just like, I don't feel like smoking weed right now, and uh, it was like it's like you become more aware of like the time passing, sort of. It's weird because it's not exactly like a time dilation issue, but like because that is a thing with weed. But like, nah, I'm just saying it's not any hot take or anything. It's just I felt like I realized more how much time I was wasting. You know, that's probably the rub, as they say. I don't know. It's weird. I guess I was specifically not doing anything though. This is the thing. I think it just makes you more okay with like not doing stuff though, kind of. I don't know. Because I was just really, I'm like, wow, it's what a waste of a day, kind of, you know. And I just think, especially when you get older, like you really start realizing that, you know. I mean, not whatever on some fake deep vibes, just saying, for real, you know. Damn, 7 people here, 6 likes. What's up, gang? I just did some weird shit to my neck. I love it, dude. No, it's just like I'm like yeah, it's pretty good though. I've been like barely smoking weed. Yo, nice. Who's Noise? Woke Smeed. What up, Noise? Looking pretty nice today. Yeah, we need babes. Where's the volleyball net? We need babes. Woke Smeed. Yeah, it's just like I mean, it's like it's whatever. Like it's just I just noticed that. I was like, man, I'm like, wow, I'm like did not do a damn thing today. And it was not I didn't feel like I don't know. It's like when you're smoking weed, like you can kind of you feel like you can get away with it. I don't know. It's so weird. Well, you know, I don't know. Like I'm smoking weed. I'm enjoying myself, right, or whatever. And then even if you're not expressly enjoying yourself, you're just like, well, whatever. I mean, I'm high. I can't. Whatever. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm smoking weed. And then it's like, but if you're not, and you're just sitting on your ass, at least I do. I become more aware. I'm like, oh, I'm just sitting on my ass. In as like right now, you know. But even like going on here is like more productive and positive, and like I get that's why I got to get back on the Discord and everything. You know, just like talking to people. I talk to my family sometimes, but you know, I mean, I don't know. It's funny. I keep thinking of. I know it's dumb, but even what Winston's mom was saying, like something about my astrology chart, like is actually more in the West or something. Like I'm community oriented. I was like, oh, that's interesting, right? Because I was like, oh, I'm like a lone wolf or whatever. It's like, well, first of all, we're all social creatures, right? So, you know, remember that, right? but it's like for me personally though, I'm just thinking like, wow, like the idea, the groundbreaking notion, right? That I actually like want to be around people and sort of be involved in in just in any way. Not just like sitting by myself smoking fucking weed all day and night long and doing nothing good. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know. I was looking at my human design stuff too. Pretty good. I don't know, community orient. I don't know. It's just making me think. Like, oh, imagine that, right? I mean, I always know. I always feel way better in life being like sort of around. people to some degree. I just need my my alone time. I'm an ambivert. Look, I'm sorry, but I kind of am. All right, fuck with me. I mean, if I was gonna choose a way of being, it would lean introverted. You know, uh, like I don't need like yeah, I don't know. It just kind of goes both ways because I get the energy. I definitely do get energy from being around people. Once the ideas start flowing, when the cheese starts flowing, craft gets your noodle going. You know, witchcraft. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it gets your noodle going all right. To hell in a handbasket. What about heaven, right? Heaven in a handbasket? Hello, is this thing on? Yeah, I mean, I might need I am gonna probably I'm gonna put up another picture at least. The dryer. I might wrap it up soon before getting too tired, you know what I mean? It's another thing too. Look, I'm into preserving my energy. I'm sorry, it is what it is. I'm an energy preservation fan. I'm a conservationist. Oh, maybe I'll play a song or something. I don't know. Kind of wanted to find like a PJ Harvey picture. No worries. Thanks, Winston's mom. Much love to the gang. To the gang. Bang, bang. Much love to the gang. I go dumb for the crew. For my whole squad. Y'all don't gotta poke me with the cattle prod. Cause I go dummy for the squad. I'm going hard. Walk a flock of flame. Brick squad. 1017 Monopoly. They got me off. This music got me off the streets. Dude, I love that vibe. Dude, the music, this got me off the streets, dude. Like, I was on the streets until I discovered music. Thank God for the game, you know what I'm saying? I got into the game. It got me off the streets. A lot of people don't really understand that, like, I was on the streets. And now I'm not. It's all because I started rapping. Rap saved my life. The rap game, sorry, I meant to say the rap game ultimately saved my life. Rap game got me dangerous. Bang bang. Well, some people slang rock to survive. I spit bars. What'd you type as in the human design system? Do you remember I'm a generator? I'm a generator as well. Generator friends. Twinsies. Generator. The regal authority figure. which I enjoy. Some other stuff. Shores. 1017 Monopoly. What does this mean? It's a terrific name for a band or musician slash artist. I appreciate that. That's 1017 is from this rapper Waka Flocka Flame, but I think he said Monopoly. Yeah, Brick Squad Monopoly. So it's already a thing. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? 1017 Brick Squad Monopoly. So good. That's so funny with his mom. I love you. I love the whole gang. I love the whole gang. Strong words, I know. That's just so funny. 1017 Monopoly? What does this mean? It's a terrific name for a band or a musician slash artist. Yo. You guys all have such unique and good vibes. You guys are so cute. Just a bunch of cuties. You know what I mean? Not like the movie, though. I'm sorry. I don't mean to ruin it. Forget about that. Forget about that right now. I'm talking about the real cuties of the world. The real cuties of the world. The real cuties of the world unite. You're my little brother generator from another generator. These are little gen from another generation. Does. Oh yeah, yeah. What does this mean? Yeah. I just thought that was funny, dude. What does this mean? What does this mean? I was trying to get this like perfect this PJ Harvey picture, but it was like the copyright, and it was like it couldn't get the right color. Oh. But I'm not. If I can find the right picture, I don't know which one's the right one, but I'm just gonna put one. Who cares? You know, to be so OCD about everything in my freaking life. It's so ridiculous, ruining my quality of my life. Look, I want to put a PJ Harvey photo. It's good enough. I just don't know if it's the right one, but it's fine. We can try her out here. It's true, though, we're the generator's siblings. PJ Harvey's manning the lighthouse. Womaning the lighthouse. I kind of feel like Rose McDowell should be manning the lighthouse. Actually, no, that doesn't work because of the way that is framed. But does this have the black borders on it? I don't like that. Actually, dude, I don't know. It's fine. Might have to switch up the pics a little bit sometimes. But what I do know is that I want to remember some of the other stuff. I'm a shores person, just like Lino, actually. Both shores individuals. Where cultures come to meet or something, which is cool. It's sort of like your environment, and it's like shores, which is like where the cultures meet, kind of thing. So I'm into that. It's kind of the Chill Island vibe, you know. That's what I said. I was like, oh man, sounds like the Chill Island credo. Like a bit of a Chill Island vibe, if you know what I'm saying. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. I want to play more with 1017 Monopoly. Hat. Magician hat, die. If you could invent a product and that product already had a name, which is 1017 Monopoly, and your kitten and your puppy's lives would depend on the product's success, what would you invent, CJ? Wow. Yeah, it sounds like a board game. I guess it would have to be, I have no idea, some kind of, kitten in your puppy's lives. It better be good. It'd have to be a, like, what could it possibly be, right? Like, a freaking, business, corporation, or a, some kind of decoder. It's a Bible, interpreter. It's a, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like a, 777 Monopoly. How about that? No, I don't know. It could be like, an instrument, maybe. Or some kind of filmic relation. It could be a kind of chill island vibe. You know what? Maybe it could be a beach toy of some kind. Or some kind of children's plaything. Horse emoji, train emoji. It's sort of like a pun, right? For like training horses, kind of. Huh. Or who else is gonna live on the lighthouse with me, right? In this chill island expression. The funny thing is, it's like that movie, The Lighthouse, and you don't want to be living on that island. And more like that's more of an unchill island of harrowing falsehoods and depravity. She says everything I said. A Bible translator, interpreter, device, 777 Monopoly, an instrument, or some kind of film. I was saying something like film. I was saying like filmic, yeah, some kind of filmic relation, or a beach tour. That's what I think. Or da 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 da. I don't even know, what did I say after that. I don't know if I said anything. Something about the chill island vibe or something. I don't know. I Yeah, it's just crazy because I can't think of anything else for, the Brick Squad, or for, or anything that would be different from like the game, like, or it would be business relations. So it'd have to just be something like that. Something pertaining to my interests and what is literally good. We moved to a real lighthouse, CJ, and the address for the lighthouse is 1017 Monopoly. Well, I would call up Waka Flocka and, the whole gang to come on down, because this is where it's at. He would be so confused. It would be really quite sort of delightful. A lighthouse. I can't even imagine like Flocka hanging out at a lighthouse. Would have a sort of a strange. I wouldn't imagine him being a lighthouse fellow. He could man the decks. Or perhaps some other fellow rap aficionado could get Lil B. I'm trying to get Wesley Willis to come through. Well, he rest in peace. Viper. I want Viper the Rapper coming down to my Chill Island lighthouse. A perfume could be called 1017. Yeah, I don't know why I thought of the Bible thing, by the way. I just thought that was funny. Well, because it made me think of like decoding. I don't know why. 1017 Monopoly. I thought of like a. Like if you're decoding the Bible, interpreting the Bible. And then that's why I changed to 7 Monopoly. You know, not trying to be blasphemous, you know, it's like trying to be right and good. Oh, sorry, I'm going to say trying to be objectively right and good. Anyway, this one says a perfume could be called 1070 Monopoly, so good. Drink, a lipstick. It could be you're right, yeah, a perfume or a drink. A lipstick, a song, or even the girl stripper who gets the biggest tits because her bra size is 1017 M. Good one, nice. My name is 1017 Monopoly. And she gets $1,017 at the end of the night. Or, you know, she just gets $17. She doesn't get a lot. I like the idea. She gets 1,017 because she's a good stripper. She does good work at the 1017 Monopoly Strip Club. You know what? Wait for it. Hold on a sec. Oh my gosh. It doesn't want to work. It's I don't understand. I don't understand. What are you? Okay. Brick Squad Flocka. Alright, look, I'm sorry I gotta get rid of this meme. That's fine. It's a good one, though. We'll put it up next time. This is actually like a copyrighted sort of logo, but, you know, we'll put it up for a minute. Just to rep the gang. I can't even believe I didn't realize that this was at the beginning of the Thriller video. Like, how good is that, right? Like, there's no joke there. It's just good. But, hold on a second here. I'm gonna get rid of it for now. I'll put it back later. This is the Brick Squad logo. Sorry, PJ. I don't know. Because I kind of gotta, like, get more good ones. What up, Boba Fett? Hope you got some good gear. Top Gear, Top Gun. I'm just gonna have to make a big folder here of all the Chill Island images. Working on Chill, you know, I might need to put my Spotify, because I think I'm probably gonna make a playlist of Chill Island theme songs. So you're gonna want to probably keep your eye out for the 1017 Brick Squad collab album coming soon. No, but the playlist that I want to make, to sort of follow the playlist to sort of find Chill Island theme songs, especially since I can't seem to really play anything on here without getting freaking copyrighted. So I might as well just, you know, whatever, you know, make a playlist. Promote, you know, put that out. Do another PJ Harvey pick. I mean, the thing is, it's just hard to. Oh yeah, right. See, because it doesn't have. This is the best quality of the picture, but it has this thing on it. But I can crop it out now. The thing is I don't want to crop out the whole thing. I just want to get rid of the logo. See, I wish. Oh, no, I can't. And basically what I can do is that. And that's fine. You know what though? I might have put this image up already. There's also another version of the picture. That one has the best colors. But there's also this one. It's a little bit washed out though. That's why I'm saying I'm just going to go with the best one and just sort of crop it a little bit. But I'm realizing, I mean, I think I already put this up. It's fine, can't hurt. It might be my favorite PJ Harvey picture. She looks beautiful here. I've been getting into... Well, I've always loved PJ Harvey, but like Nick Cave. Listening to a little bit of Nick Cave lately. Listening to some Current 93. Really good. I didn't realize Nick Cave actually shows up on his album The Inmost Light. Really good. Oh yeah, that's right. This amazing John Lurie picture. So good. But I don't know what... Oh yeah, I've been getting into this band The Wake lately too. They're really good. I always liked a few of their songs, but I didn't realize they have so many good songs. Hold on. Alright, there's these two as well. Is that correct? Oh yeah, that's right. It's too small. That's what she said. I'm just kidding. Hold on. but I don't know what to do. And this one's also too small. Okay. One more time. One more time, we're going to celebrate. Oh, yeah. And the dancing. Lou Reed covering it. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Oh, yeah, we gotta dancing. One more time. One more time. Wait, I'm gonna do it exactly how it sounds. Listen. One more time. Wasn't that good? What? One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Kind of loud. Oh yeah, we gotta dancing. One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there is the new album coming out. Nice, Winston's mom. Winston's mom, the human encyclopedia. Of course, I know you look the stuff up and post it, but it is good. Just have the data on hand, or whatever you want to call, have the data on hand. Okay, here it is. No, that's all. That's all I wanted. It's like, I'm a simple man with simple needs, and it's like I need PJ Harvey up here on the wall of fame or whatever. It's kind of weird, but you know what I mean. The sort of I don't know, the Chill Island manifesto, Unabomber. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to the Unabomber. I just saw there's a Keith Woods video though. He was saying why Ted Kaczynski's wrong. He probably is evil, but it's crazy. I was just talking about him because of that movie, Koyaanisqatsi. Got me thinking about Into the Wild as well. Amazing Truth and Reality. But yeah, dude, freaking Ted Kaczynski died like this week. That was sort of amazing relevance. Rest in peace, Ted Kaczynski. I mean, he's right about the Industrial Revolution stuff, but I don't know about mailing people bombs and whatnot. Seems a little bit intense. It might be kind of a hot take, though. I don't know. I'm sort of anti-mailing people bombs. Sort of my sort of hot take. I'm getting rid of the Brick Squad monopolies. Look, I'm sorry. It doesn't fit. But, shouts out to Flocky. Flockalicious. Flock of Seagulls. Great band. Great band. No, I'm kidding. I barely listen to them. I sort of like, they're playing once at Newbury Comics. I went with my friend. They played some. They're actually kind of good. They got that one hit, but they got a few good songs, actually. I didn't realize. I was thinking it's good. The guy said this, I think. It's good running music, basically. It's like. Talking away. No, I don't. It sounds like that vibe. Let's see. I can get one more picture up that's sort of a small photo. Talking away. No, I don't know what I'm saying. I'll say it anyway. Today is not my day to find you shying away. Love anyway. Oh yeah, I actually found this pretty good Gallo picture. Very recently, like the other day. I'll put that one. Gotta do it for the gang. Gotta do it for the squad. Come on, we gotta get Vincent Gallo on here. The odds that he would actually come on here, though, dude, he doesn't do anything good. Like, I mean, it's going on good streams and things. He would not go on here, but that would be so good if he did. Dude, I still gotta watch the Brown Bunny. I've been saving it. I already know I'm gonna like it though. I don't even care. I don't even care. It's like that. I was thinking about that. Cassavetes love streams. You know, Gallows, the Brown Bunny. Like these, I haven't even seen him yet. I know I'm gonna love him. There was another one. Oh, this actually fits the vibe too. Gallo actually, I guess. People thought, or there's something about PJ Harvey with Gallo, but he said on Stern he was like, hey, he didn't get with her or anything. So I don't know where that came from. It's just, I need the lighthouse going to be visible here, right? What I want to figure out is, there's another picture too. From the same shoot, I guess. He looks freaky here, but it's pretty good. You know how he is. He's a weirdo, but he's definitely good. I'm trying to just figure out, though. I'm just trying to get that kind of Gallo look in my eyes. Sort of striking, impactful eyes. Kind of in love with him. No, I'm just kidding, but it is, they are captivating. Kind of weird looking, but they're good. It's like, how do you get I'm trying to get my eyes to look like that a little bit. I actually don't know if I really want that. I like my eyes bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. A little brown bunny, a little rabbit. Like I'm in Watership Down. John Hurt, so good. A little bit of John Hurt action. Johnny Cash, Hurt. It's a Nine Inch Nails cover, but you can reference it. People always talk about the Johnny Cash cover. I'm like, oh my gosh. Look, he was at the end of his life, all right? He's a Christian guy. Johnny Cash, look, I always talk about hymns, is so good. Christian good. I'm going to say objectively Christian. Sorry, I'm going to say objective Christian good. But I can't find the other Gallo pictures from looked like it was from the same shoot. I would love to get into like photography. It's crazy. Like there's so like just, or even just to have like good pictures of me taken, right? No, but like photography, have good pictures of you taken, Yeah, you gotta get the dark bags going. Or whatever's going on. Here's where all the good stuff is. Yeah, this vibe. Dude, he's coming after me in the street. He's shooting me. So scary. Oh my god, he's shooting at himself. And him shooting back. Oh, that's right. I gotta put this at the bottom. That stupid watermark. This. Right. The brilliance of the cropping. See that? Oh, amazing. Yeah, I really love that movie. I mean, it's a book, but I love the movie. Watership Down. It's really good. I mean, I'm more of like a... Wait, hold on. Give both of these gala pictures up. I think what I'll do is just... Wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, no, this is fine. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Keep over here. She doesn't fit with the... Well, I do have some black and white of her as well. Gosh, alright. And the thing is, you sort of want the black and white aesthetic. I have some, I just want newer ones. Nice, that one's pretty good, but like, I don't know, I just kind of can't. I'm gonna keep this one. A beautiful ray of light shining from the lighthouse. Onto her, and I suppose, I don't know, Gallo, he doesn't really need to be here, so I'm gonna get rid of him. Sorry, Gallo. The thing is, there's no picture that's small enough that's gonna fit on the sort of other corner here, you know? And crush the flowers. Crush the flowers. What's popping? Yo, what up, Sam? For being here, just chilling. Straight chilling. Actually, wait. Nice, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm probably gonna stop streaming pretty soon. Stop around 5 hours. I do, but I am just going to like use eye drops real quick. 1 second. Oh, yo, yo, yo. Well, I was just talking about this. Like, I when I when I first started smoking weed, like the whole idea, the whole idea, especially what you're kind of like told, I guess, kind of, is like, or at least what I wanted was I want to be able to be creative and relaxed at the same time. And it's funny because it's a little bit like NE and SI, right? At the same time. Uh so anyway, that worked when I was like a teenager. I barely smoked. But the more I started smoking, the less like I feel like the less outwardly like creative. Like I think I just like chill. Like like I literally have a little bit of a joint right here. Right next to me right now. And I just don't really feel like smoking that much. And it's funny cuz dude, it's like the same thing for me, Sam. It's kind of serendipitous that you would say that. Like dude, it's like all substances just like suck. Like um it's like even with weed, dude, I'm barely smoking these days. Like but it does, and it's probably good. But like when I'm not smoking, it makes me way more aware of how much time I'm wasting. Um, so basically, uh, I guess I guess it makes me more interested in chilling. But like, um, it's not really like the chillest chill. Like what I like to, I mean, this is gonna sound like really bad, and I know people get so mad, or not mad, but like they just people like hate benzos. But like to be honest, like I take a tiny bit of Clonopin as needed, and honestly, at this point, like knock on wood and God forbid, like it's actually kind of the best. Um, like weed makes me like slow and weird, and caffeine makes me like jittery and like mm, I guess you could say like un what's the word, like rattled kind of. um and maybe it's just offsetting it, but dude, honestly, it's like I just like feel the best. Sorry, I'm laughing, that was so loud. But dude, that's so funny, Sam. We're like the same in that way. It's really funny because he goes, the best drug experience I've had in my life have been random benzos. like like I'm just gonna be honest, like I barely take them. Okay, I take like freaking half of like 0.5 milligrams, and I'm prescribed it. Okay. um but everyone's like, oh my god, like you gotta be so careful, like it's like the worst, and like, oh my god, you're gonna get addicted, and like it's so bad, like, you know um I'm like, okay, well, look, yeah, the weed, like, yeah, okay, I can take a few hits of a joint at this point, I do take a few hits of a joint almost every day, and I do drink coffee. I just drink this like one kind of Trader Joe's coffee that I like. I drink black coffee, and then um, the thing is I still do. It's like I take. I've lowered the dose a bit, but I do still take Prozac, and I take Inderal, which is like a beta blocker. But I take like a low dose of that, and like the Prozac is like a medium dose. The Inderal is like a low dose, and the like so there's a bit of I want to be just like sober, right? I don't like even mentioning this stuff that much, right? I mean, I'll talk about weed and caffeine and stuff, but when you get into like medication and like pills, like I know like it sounds weird and it gets weird, but my point is that it may just be like a I call it chemical bingo. Like I don't like playing chemical bingo, but I I'm saying I don't know if it's just what it is with the Klonopin, but like but it's really at this point it's the only drug that actually makes me feel like good. Knock on wood and God forbid, right? Because I honestly I almost like I know it's not good, but I almost like pray to keep it in my life as making me feel good. The only problem is that it does make me more tired, and it doesn't make me want to like do anything. I'm pretty sure the best I've ever felt in my life um from any kind of drug. I mean, I did have some good experiences with weed as like a teenager, definitely. Um booze is the worst. Um I've been able to handle cigarettes and stuff, but they don't really do anything. And they're just like poison. Booze is poison. You know, cigarettes are poison. I would chain smoke like freaking American spirits. I don't know if it was just a placebo effect, like I could handle that, um but you know, you're basically the worst. You know, they're basically poison. They're basically the worst. Um but yeah, weed like and pros and cons, caffeine pros and cons. Freaking benzos though, like or at least Klonopin, like a little bit, like low dose, and you actually kind of need it. You know, need quote unquote need it. You know what I mean? Um, like it's actually pretty good. Not gonna want to God forbid. Like it does make me tired, and it doesn't. I don't exactly want to be like doing stuff like but as far as actually like feeling kind of good like this is the thing you know what I actually made this distinction the other day and I wonder what you guys think about this. I noticed this strongly. Okay, so weed I've started noticing makes me more trippy, and benzos like just Klonopin at least um make me feel dreamy. um and I would way rather feel dreamy. Are you kidding me? Like I've talked about this a few times though. It's not a popular topic. It's not really a popular take because people are like, "Oh my god, like it's the worst." I'm like, "Well, you know, the thing is like not for me." You know? Respect my you know, drug choice or whatever, right? But you don't want to be doing drugs. You know what I mean? Like I mean like like I just notice for whatever my deal is, it look, I don't know, there's something deep about sort of anxiety like for me there probably is something of like well, you got to be out working and doing good something good, right? Whatever, but like it's the only it actually takes the sort of edge off, right? And sometimes what I find is cuz again, I only take a little bit, but it puts me in a mindset I can start to feel sort of more nostalgic and dreamy. Um, yes, thank you, Sam. I know. I thought that was. You can catch me on Erowid.com, writing drug journal entries. It's just true. Like I've almost started. I almost feel like I've been slowly getting like like uh like I don't know, just my desire to smoke weed has gotten so much less and less over the years, and I've found that I'm almost literally straight up like, and I'm not joking, like slightly like allergic to certain strains. And I mean like I'll open it and smell it and like sneeze. So I don't mean just like, oh, I'm allergic. It's because it made me feel anxious or something. It's like, well, sure, but also like fucking straight up sneezing and shit. And I'm talking about from the dispensary too. And believe me, that was tragic. Because I started only getting stuff from the dispensary so that I could at least kind of trust it, you know? Um, but, dude, it is what it is. Like, straight up. Sort of. So I almost think I've started being more sensitized in certain ways. It also just could be that I'm in the basement all the time. But I definitely noticed that. Like, there have been times where I've opened it, I'm like, oh my God. I'm straight up allergic. And honestly, there's probably something to it as well where I bet if I had like weed that like didn't even like work, then it would be different. Do you know what I mean? Like if it was just like plant matter or like CBD weed, but it's something about the frickin' like high potency whatever. So I found this like one kind that like works, knock on one, God forbid, and I just take a few hits of a joint every day, if at all. And yeah, I don't know, just like definitely just like this diminished desire, like, but I don't know. I wish it was different. I guess I don't know. It is what it is. I spent years. It's different when you grow up, when you've been doing it since you're a teenager, and then you start and you're doing it all the time. I mean, consider the idea that it's not really good, but it's definitely. I feel like it's generally kind of like better than booze and like cigarettes, and honestly, like a lot of pills, and definitely just like heroin and things. But it's a slow, like, I don't want to be dramatic, right? But it is kind of a slow death. Like I noticed the insidious nature of it is, whatever, you just sit around, you do nothing. And I was just talking about this. I was saying I was aware the other day my like ear was bothering me, so I didn't smoke weed. And I was like, I sort of acutely felt the wasting of the day, But like in some sense that's like good, right? Like you're supposed to feel that way. If you're, you waste a day, you should sort of be aware of that. Anyway, I've just found like whatever, um I still have a little tiny bit of weed, and then I drink my coffee, and then I have like my regular medication that I'm like barely taking. But the Klonopin is like the only thing that makes me feel good. Knock on wood, and God forbid. And like I just noticed, like it's just ironic, right? Because it's like the most like people hate, or like just people hate on you know um benzos, right? Look, I'm telling you, I know this is like the classic story, but I would never um get like I would never start like taking a lot and like getting like really addicted, because that's obviously straight up stupid. And if the goal is to like, I mean, my goal obviously is to start trying to just be more healthy and happy. Like, then obviously I'm not going to be wanting to be taking fucking benzos all the time. But in terms of having like a drug or whatever, right? That's going to actually see what's interesting, and this is the truth of the matter that honestly I'm realizing is it's sort of unfortunate, but it's actually not weed that makes me feel like I can be more creative and relaxed at the same time. It's actually Clonopin, which is, I know it's not good. Oh, dude, weed is the best. I'm sorry, you know? I need something that's actually going to target the sort of anxiety center and shut it up a little bit, right? Weed sucks. No, I'm just kidding. But like, it like, dude, weed on one day it'll be like, oh, like I feel pretty good. The next day you're like, oh, I'm so anxious and shitty or whatever, and just I meant to say like oh, I'm so anxious and like just sort of crappy. Like it has a way of, I feel like, kind of enhancing whatever mood or whatever situation. So like, I just noticed that if you're like bent out of shape about something, and then you're smoking weed, then you know you might just kind of get more bent out of shape. If you're in a good state though, and you smoke weed, you might make it more good in some way. But whatever. The goal is basically to be kind of sober. To be honest with you, I mean, um, but yeah, I've never even done psychedelics. Um, One day I might do like a low dose of shrooms or something. But that's the thing, I'm just too um I don't even know, like kind of, I guess, just kind of sensitive to stuff, but whatever. This is what it is. Blessing in disguise, I suppose, right? I mean, I probably could be very addicted to stuff. I already kind of do have certain slight kind of dependencies, but um I'm sure if it wasn't like that, if I wasn't kind of sensitive to it, like I don't know, it's probably a blessing in disguise. I would have to think, because I'm sure I would be even more of a screw up burnout if I was like, I would really love drugs. You know what I mean? Can you even imagine? Like, I'd be dead probably. No, it's dramatic, but I do like to say that because there's some truth in it. Like, if I really like loved drugs, I'm sure I would be ruined at the very least. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean really ruined. Like, I'm still not going to, God forbid, like, there's still some hope for me, like, kind of getting my life together here, doing right and good. But, like, can you imagine I like, am loving drugs? I would be, um, I'd be in the streets. No, I'm joking, but you know what I mean. Anyway, what's up? What's up, Fugugkuyuk? He also, I just want to, okay, wait, but hold on. So, like, with his mom that says to the being useful, Leo rising or something, in the kingdom home is still not a ghost. That's interesting. I don't know. What does that mean? Also agree, comes so much worse than weed. However, you can also smoke the leaves and it gives a very weak high. Yeah, well, if you can get some like low potency weed that you can just kind of chief on, like that's kind of a different situation. You know what I mean? I almost have started to wonder. I'm like, man, I almost kind of wish like who wants to hook me up with like some some mids or whatever they're called, right? Um, Sam says, yeah, I noticed when I smoked a lot last year, I would do that like an activity rather than something that's actually a thing to do, like read or practice guitar. Yeah, like, I mean, I'll still, like, even last year when I was streaming, like, I would straight up smoke weed on the stream and, like, I was still doing stuff, but it wasn't sustainable, though. Like, for better or worse, knock on wood, God forbid, like, I've been better doing what I've been doing and just taking, like, a few hits of a joint and, like, I don't, um, like, I haven't done that like that in over a year, which is good. But it was not sustainable, is the point, you know? Sam Cox says I'm engaging in Sam Cox says I'm engaging in based activities today. Hope all of you are as well. Nice, that sounds good, dude. Says ILS. Hold on. Yeah, it's funny you said that because I was thinking of the blessing in disguise thing. I smoked a little bit of salvia once and it just like didn't work. And I mean like real salvia. Like there were times where there was like fake like salvia, but then there was one time where it was definitely real, but it like didn't work, and I just took it as like a blessing in disguise. I was like, I'm not meant to be taking this. But that's interesting that it just felt like a weird marijuana high for you because that's sort of that would probably be like tolerable. I just can't imagine. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little spooked. First of all, the thing is, it's the obvious stuff. I mean, I have my whole thing about throwing up. I don't want to throw up, and then second of all, I don't want to have a bad trip. so like, so when it comes to all that psychedelic stuff, I'm like, yeah, maybe a low dose of psilocybin, right? But I don't even really want the shroom because I feel isn't it? It's like a fungus, right? So like it's the shrooms it gets you sick, and then you can have a bad trip. I mean, whatever. I guess it's different from acid, I guess, in that shroom trips. Do people ever like have permanent shroom trips or whatever? You know what I mean? Not permanent, but get like ruined by shrooms because I feel like you never hear about that, but you definitely hear about it with acid. Ooh, well, Sam says I had a friend who died from Xanax, so I don't know. I've tried to stay away from stuff more. Well, what's weird about that is that I've never uh Xanax, dude. People like Xanax is insane. I don't know what it is about Xanax, but I've never been prescribed it. First of all, no one even ever really wants to prescribe benzos. It seems like you get away with Klonopin though a little bit, or like Ativan, but oh my god, like Valium and like especially Xanax. Yeah, it's true. Like people, you really got to be careful with that stuff. That's crazy though, dude. Like straight up dying from it. That's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, he says we weren't super close or anything, but we hung out every so often. It was kind of crazy. So that's pretty bad. Um, you could bad trip. Well, you could definitely bad trip, but I'm just saying like getting ruined by shrooms. Look, if I was gonna do it, I'd do a low dose. I don't buy into that whole thing. Dude, you got to take an eighth. Like, no, I will take a very low dose, and for therapeutic effects. What are the reasons other than to do drugs that are not therapeutic? Other than I guess just like so-called quote unquote having fun, I guess. Or we could start doing ketamine. People are doing ketamine now. I don't know about that, you know. Low dose lifestyle. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. Cautious cautious drug use, you know. Sensible sensible drug use. Sensible substance use. No, I'm kidding, but so I'm going to say sensible drug use if you're going to try them. So good. Sam says, I'm trying to find Christ. He cannot be encountered on shrooms. That's so true. You'll wind up running into alien beings and like whatever pyramid, third eye insanity, but no Jesus. What's up with that, right? Amazing. Truth and reality. Um, what was I saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure. That's the thing, and you leave the trip, you think you are Jesus. It's like no, wrong message, right? It's like, yo, but that's amazing, dude. He goes, I would like to use. That's like literally good. I feel that, dude. I didn't really know. I kind of knew that you were a little bit on that vibe, but I didn't know you were like really on that vibe. So that's good, dude. Like I'm glad to hear that. I mean, just like I don't know. I just like to hear that even on a personal level, just because it's like nice. Well, Sam's into that vibe, so we're on to something good here. You know what I mean? Like so good. Anyway, Sam says I'd like to. Well, yeah, I'm just saying it's subjective and objective good. You know what I mean? Literally, amazing truth and reality. Anyway, he says I would like. Sam Cox says I would like to use drugs to put my brain in odd scenarios once in a while. Yeah, fuck ketamine. You can't abuse shrooms; they are anti-addictive. Suddenly, a fairy at this very moment in your island time has granted you one perfect day. What will you do with this day? Your budget is limited only to Francis G's budget. Oh, just do drugs all day. Ketamine, straight up. I want to be doing doing horse tranquilizers. A perfect day. Lou Reed. I'll be on heroin, train spotting. No. Yeah, ketamine, that's crazy. People are like, we're doing studies to see if you can take ketamine for your anxiety. Like, no, I don't know about that. Seems a little intense to me, honestly. But a perfect day. I mean, that's like corny. What, you guys really want to hear my genuine perfect day? Like, I mean, I don't know. I'll do the Vincent Gallo routine, and I'll be like, you know, having a what did he say? He's like, my vacation would be watching TV while a beautiful girl blew me. The way he says it is so funny, like blew me. Yeah, I don't know. Like his mom is so funny when you write down the stuff that I said. You guys do drugs all day, ketamine, straight up. Train spotting. I'm crying. Yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah, no, cocaine is good. I'm just kidding, but no. The funny thing is that cocaine sucks too. You get the drip, and it's so bad. Oh God. I mean, like seriously, it's like every drug sucks, right? Like basically, you know. Except benzos. No, I'm just kidding. But not even benzos. It's not even because, dude, right? Xanax is pretty horrible. No, it's the thing. Is all drugs suck, basically, right? Um, I wanted to float around to watch Family Guy. Oh God, dude, that's just people don't realize. Women don't realize this is what men want. No, I don't know. Yeah, I'd be on a chill island somewhere, getting blown. A tropical island. In a hammock. With Saoirse Ronan. There's kind of a picture that actually I could sort of. I think it would be with. Hold on, I'll find it. On a beach with the pure white sand and the pure blue ocean. And a lone palm tree. One palm tree. And a hammock. Although the hammock would need to be. Okay, fine, 2 palm trees. But that's it. And the sky. No, it's a clear blue sky, but then it becomes like purple. It's sort of a purple vibe. And then hold on, I gotta find this picture. With a ukulele. Okay, but I'll have it go. Bring me how about a synth, a NPC. You know what I'm saying? Not an NPC, an MPC. Or a microkorg. With my microkorg. Honestly, I wish I had a microkorg right now. Or maybe I could have a Moog synthesizer. Moog synthesizer. Turn some turntables. I'll be practicing turntablism. My favorite philosophy. Look, I don't know. I don't do turntablism because that's an ism. It's a belief system. I don't know how I feel about it. Practicing turntablism? Kidding me? More like practicing wizardry and witchcraft at frickin' Hogwarts University. Is it university? Hogwarts University? is it an official university? Is it an official university? Yo. Oh, here it is. It would sort of be like this kind of situation, you know? But with a hammock. Yeah, I'm saying I know it's Moog. It'll be like this, but sort of like in a hammock. You know what I'm saying? You can sort of understand that vibe. And it's more of a chill island vibe. Not whatever park she's in. Maybe sort of having a luau of sorts. Micro corgi. Nice. That's good. How about what else happens on the perfect day on the chill island? Yeah, I don't know. And lots of benzos. No, I'm just kidding. How about Saoirse Ronan on a hammock dot JPEG? Maybe we can have a little sort of musical moment. I'll bring my guitar. What can I say? Simple man, simple needs. Well, that sounds like a pretty perfect day to me. Maybe watching pro wrestling on TV. I'll tell you. Just like watching Andrew Tate videos. Andrew and Tristan Tate videos all day long. Maybe practicing kung fu. Maybe oh, I'd be down. We could start. I mean, doing like, no. How about animal husbandry? Yo, what even is that? Animal husbandry. Oh no, it's freaking livestock. R.I.P. We're not doing that. This is a vegan zone. I'm a non-practicing vegan. Literally. Oh, it's true, because it's like I wish I could be. Like, I kind of want to be vegetarian and or vegan. Just, like, don't have the discipline. Oh, man, it's so good. She compliments you on your performance, right? I bought chocolate. First of all, kombucha. Kombucha. Yo, kombucha's kind of good. It's a little intense, but it's kind of good. Chocolate pretzels, extremely good. Kierkegaard, though, yes. Oh, by the way, yeah, the sex with a woman, sex with a woman. So good. Yeah, and like, Chocolate pretzels. Chocolate pretzels are so good. Kierkegaard, I have mentioned, yeah. I need to read more of him, but I really like everything that I read and that I see. He's kind of like the sort of Christian he's sort of existentialist Christian, you know. I get that vibe. Just sort of like all those good concepts. And he wrote a lot about like anxiety and things, fear and trembling. Yes, and the either or and all that. The leap of faith concept and all that good stuff. Like yeah, he seems pretty good. Like sort of his fundamental wager, right? Just kind of like take that leap of faith towards objective Christian good. It's sort of like that's what I've been thinking. It's like sort of like existentialism with a Christian resolution, you know. And I really like that because it's totally my vibe. But I need to actually read his work. Same with like C.S. Lewis is really good, but he has I've actually read a little bit of Mere Christianity. So good. I guess he helped keep Tolkien Christian, which is pretty good. Um, Kung Fu the show, Kung Fu. That's funny. Either silly hypocrite. Either he did or he did not. And which would you regret? Because it's INFP apparently. I haven't read any. Can't say. I mean, people say he is. Yeah, I don't know. He's often considered the INFP, one of those INFP archetypes. I like his vibe. I don't know that it's super subjective. I feel like it's kind of more objective, but I get what he means. That's another thing. His sort of like personal, like that it's kind of a personal journey, but that kind of makes sense to me. Like how, in a sense, right? I mean, I don't know. I sort of think it's congruent, you know. Oh, amazing. I mean, I don't know about his diary. Oh, is this that diary of the seducer's diary? I wonder why he had quarrel with the church. Probably because it was pretty corrupt. I mean, it's like those like the whole thing though. Like just because the church is corrupt doesn't mean like you shouldn't be Christian. That's why he's pretty good. Well, because he understood that. Like this was in like what the 1800s. It's pretty good. Wow, yeah. That is young. Yeah, how do you even die? It's not from anything. Like it's not he didn't like kill himself or anything, right? But he did die pretty young. Sorry, hold on, I'm just looking. I'm just reading like how he died. I just want to find it. Oh, yo. By the way, Sam, I was watching. You probably have heard of the Koyanis Katsi, the movie, the Katsi trilogy. I'm gonna watch Baraka too, but yeah, dude. At the end, he talked about he thanked Guy Debord, who you were just talking about. He was pretty good. I was like, oh man. So now I got to check him out a little bit more. He does seem pretty interesting and good. I mean, of course, he's like Marxist and everything, but I mean, the ideas of it are good. The society of the spectacle and the sort of anti-Oedipus capitalism and schizophrenia, right? So good. I mean, and it makes sense. I was like, oh, it makes sense then that why they liked the Guy Debord. Oh my gosh, this Wikipedia is just like so dense. Where where can I just find I'm just kidding, but where can I just find who he died? Oh yeah, here it is. I got it. So what the hell even happened? Complications from a dude, he was murdered. Nah, I'm kidding, but he basically collapsed in the street and then wow, this is crazy. This is very brief, so I'll just read it. A little bit depressing, but I'll just read it really quickly. Death. Before the 10th issue of his periodical, The Moment, could be published, Kierkegaard collapsed on the street. He stayed in the hospital for over a month and refused communion. Well, it's like, why did he refuse communion? But he says, at that time, he regarded pastors as mere political officials, a niche in society who were clearly not representative of the divine. He told Emil Bosen, a friend since childhood, who kept a record of his conversations with Kierkegaard, that his life had been one of immense suffering, which may have seemed like vanity to others, but he did not think it so. Kierkegaard died in Frederick's hospital after over a month, possibly from complications from a fall from a tree in his youth. It has been suggested by Professor Karl Weismann and philosopher Jens, I always never know how to pronounce this name, but it's like Jens Stobrand, that Kierkegaard died from pot disease, a form of tuberculosis. He was interred at the Assistens Kierkegaard. What the hell? The burial site is called. I mean, maybe they named it after him after. He was interred in the Assistens Kierkegaard in the Nørrebro section of Copenhagen. At Kierkegaard's funeral, his nephew Henrik Lund caused a disturbance by protesting Kierkegaard's burial by the official church. Lund maintained that Kierkegaard would never have approved had he been alive, as he had broken from and denounced the institution. Lund was later fined for his disruption of the funeral. Amazing Truth and Reality. He had clear issues with the church, but he's definitely Christian and good. It's just, wow. I gotta know. I gotta read a little more about him, but I do like his style. Hold on one sec. Sartre, though, yeah, it's the thing about him, though, he's like atheistic, but I want to read Nausea. Obviously, you know, the fundamental text. This guy's theologian R.C. Sproul. I was just talking about him, but I always thought he's like fundamental, like Christian genius. He talked about him, but the fundamental wager, like I don't really agree with, but I like the idea, or some of the ideas, like Camus. I don't know if you like Camus. Like I'm trying to read like The Stranger and stuff. He's again kind of atheistic, but some good ideas regarding. It's the thing is there needs to be that balance of like freedom and responsibility, you know, and like sort of objective morality and spirituality. But I get where they're coming from, especially post World War II and all of that kind of thing. I mean, you know, like Sartre, you know, just sort of like it's so the evil and everything, but it's like you can't be too focused on that. It's difficult. It's easy for me to say, but it's like whatever, you know. You gotta focus on good. You need to focus on God and Jesus Christ. God and Jesus Christ, amen. So basically, though, yeah, I mean, you would think that would be self-evident, like that quote. But anyway, yours, not the Sartre thing, the Kierkegaard one. But yeah, Judith Butler, though, one of these sort of preeminent feminist people. Camille Paley, I can't stand her, right? We talked about her years ago. I still kind of like her, but I mean, um, she's interesting. I mean, she's pretty good, but like, there are some things I disagree with, but like, I think she's pretty good. But like Butler, though, it's like, I mean, what do you think? I mean, why? Why? Right, you know, Foucault, Derrida, Freud. I mean, it's like, oh no, no. Oh, gender trouble. All right, yeah. Well, what is she? I mean, she's either like lesbian or is she trans or something? Like, I don't know. Like, Hannah Arendt, though, I don't know how you pronounce that. I always see her around. Oh, she was kind of pretty when she was younger. I see her around. There's some quote from her. I feel like I think was she the one who came up with the banality of evil? I thought that was an interesting. That was a pretty good concept. Uh, so wait, hold on. Let me see here. He says also been reading Judith Butler, though. I know you guys probably hate that, but Gender Trouble is undeniably great. Yes, hold on. It's Kierkegaard based. Read his diary. Camus is okay. I read The Stranger and The Plague. They're okay. Sartre was everyone knows about The Stranger, right? So it's kind of like you have to wonder, like, is it really that good? But I would say maybe it is. It's a cool title, right? Interesting, it's sort of fundamental existential text. But yeah, I never. But that's cool. You at least actually read. I never actually read. It's so bad. I need to read more. I write all the time. It's almost a little arrogant in the way that I write all the time. I never read, but yeah, whatever. One of these days I might publish writings, but I feel like I need to actually read stuff to have at least more of a grasp, dude. But the fundamental text, it's like, you know, the Bible. It's the only book worth reading. I was saying that on Flow Station, but it's like it really is the fundamental text. But I'm still making my way through the Bible, you know. But there's some stuff I really love to read, some Kierkegaard and like in C.S. Lewis, and I guess it would be worth dipping my toes in the sort of some of the existentialism, like especially Camus and probably maybe Sartre. I don't know, but at least Camus and maybe that guy Guy Debord, like pretty good. But Judith Butler, I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm just sort of skeptical, but not totally against the idea formative feminism. But she's attributed to like the third wave I see here, right? So it's like, the different waves, the new wave. What about the good wave? He says, okay, Sartre was a POW for a year, but I don't think his philosophy is necessarily reducible to the idea that humans are evil. All right, yeah, I'll have to check it out more, for sure, because that was kind of like where I was going for it. I'm like, oh no, right? But again, it's not surprising with post World War II, right? It's just not good. Like, I mean, it's understandable, but it's not good. Anyway, though, well, so there's good stuff going on. Hold on. So, like, Winston's mom says the Christian ideal, according to Kierkegaard, is even more exacting since the totality of an individual's existence is the artifact on the basis of which he or she is judged by God for his or her eternal validity. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be. I mean, look, there needs to be a balance, though. Is the only thing. Like, yeah, I don't know if Kierkegaard maybe is a little bit radical in that regard, but I kind of understand. I mean, it's like, of course it is, but there's, you know, subjective and objective, there's individual and community. But it is, of course, a sort of individual journey, right? Like, I mean, what, are you kidding me? It's one's relationship with God, right? In Jesus Christ. Thank you, God, in Jesus Christ. Amen. Sam says, you should really try it before you knock it in terms of Butler. Yeah, I only never looked into her much because I just was sort of like, it's good, typical feminist, like Gloria Steinem or something, right? And then getting into like Camille Paglia, I was like, whatever. This is for the, whatever. This is old hat. Not it's whatever. This is the pseudo revolutionary or whatever, right? But give it a shot. I mean, nice Kierkegaard link here. Thank you, Mrs. Mom. But Sam says you should just read it. To me, she makes very, very good arguments. You just peep the text. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, the banality of evil. So that's a pretty good idea. I mean, like I know what, because that sort of makes sense. It's a good concept, right? The functionality of it almost, right? The brute force functionality. Well, that's probably important to at least understand politically, like for example with Marxism and whatnot. But I hate that stuff though when it gets to the anti-faith, anti-family stuff. The obstacles to the roadblocks to the revolution, right? It's like, no, you want utopia, or at least as close to heaven on earth as we can get. And it's actually the expressed opposite of what you want to do, unless you want some kind of authoritative state, which is obviously not good. But anyway, Sam Cook says, I would kill for you to read Butler. I think she has profound arguments about the nature of being a human. Gender trouble, feminism, and the subversion of identity. Uh-oh, What is a Woman? Starring Matt Walsh. No, I'm just kidding, but... It's probably the whole thing of kind of performative gender or whatever, right? It's just like... Oh, I'm just reading about it a little bit right now. I mean, it's just hard for me to gauge in terms of like I feel like I gotta start from the ground up. Like it's like hard to read what like Judith Butler thinks about where gender fits in the situation where we have freaking timeless archetypal holiness, spirituality essentially to the masculine and the feminine inexorably tied between sex and gender. I mean, the display, sure, I understand the idea, especially regarding when people have gender dysphoria or whatever. It's like, sure, you get to do. I mean, I'd be careful about getting surgery or whatever, but whatever's going to keep it so you don't commit suicide, right? And, of course, there's suicide risk in that case as well. So you have to sort of see what will happen. But it does kind of tie into a certain freedom in that way. It's just tempering that with a certain responsibility of like, I guess if you want to call it gender roles, which is to say that there is an archetypal good to the idea. Like, if you want to call it fitting in with God's design, so to speak, right? Obviously it sounds very traditional, very conservative, whatever, but I mean, look, it is basically a Christian idea. I mean, I'm not interested in sort of the more political, like the sort of so-called quote unquote conservative ideas of the stuff necessarily, because there's a lot of fear mongering. But in terms of tempering freedom with responsibility, it always comes back to a Christian idea of objective Christian good. It's not about whatever, right? Like limiting people unnecessarily or let alone hating people unnecessarily. You shouldn't even hate uh, anybody, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess some people. I guess there's some evil that you can't abide by it. But it's the idea that hatred is is never good, and but inevitably, what I'm saying is like I do think there's some kind of archetypal good to what you might loosely call gender roles, but I don't know that much about it. I have sort of a boring take on it, obviously, right? So I mean, but the idea of gender, I know it's like sex, gender. I mean, it's like why? Hold on. Sam Sam Cook says, anyways, I think a lot of the left has been garbled in the mainstream, like what it actually means and is. Yeah, it's funny. I took a political compass test the other day, and surprisingly, I know exactly why it is because of a few things, but I was a little higher up than I thought I was, but I actually got just barely actually on the left, which was funny. A little bit surprising, if I'm being honest, because I was thinking, oh, surely I'll be sort of more on the right. Um, this was just from IDR Labs, though. I mean, I don't really know, but but I was like, wow, no way. I'm saying I agree with you that it's been co-opted, especially by the sort of like neoliberalism and the corporatized otherness, I call it too. But there's some musicians I saw talk about it. But I mean, that's I like that idea. Got to be very wary of that. But people, you're still gonna run into these things, and I was getting in trouble with my friend Lou coming in here, who's lesbian, and I wasn't even talking about like lesbians, but I was kind of getting into the gays, the sex act and everything, and it's getting into AIDS and stuff, and it came off really bad, right? So I'm trying not to like be getting into that stuff too much, especially when I don't know that much. But what I was realizing though, it's hard to like talk about without people like are internalizing like their identities based on this stuff. So it's like hard to discuss in a meaningful way because but what I'm honestly trying to say is like let's go beyond this arbitrary identity politics stuff. I mean, Camille Paglia has a book. I never read it, but it's like free men, free women. I mean, it's like I just don't have the grounding, at least philosophically. I mean, I'm still working in through sort of do you want to do Christianity, but I don't want. I think it's good to have that sort of home base. I call it, as a sort of objective good. But I don't really, and I don't know how. It's sort of the framework seems ultimately static. But within it, of course, is a certain dynamic display, if you want to call it that. Like, in other words, any person can do objective good, objective Christian good. But it starts with like there's all of these kinds of uncomfortable conversations, right? I mean, regarding even just like just sort of like health and happiness. But again, it's when it comes to the trans thing, for example, with the assuming you've got a genuine gender dysphoria, it's like, look, you do it so that you don't commit suicide, and then hopefully you don't commit suicide later. So I'm not, you know what I mean, like against that expressly, but you get into like the gender role thing, and I mean, I don't know, the gender. You're right. I don't really know about the word gender, right? But it's the idea that sex and gender at least are inexorably tied. That's why, if I'm being honest, I don't know that it's even a real delineation. I guess gender is the expression. And look, the point is that it's obviously not that like simple for everybody. And you can manifest as more masculine, more feminine, whatever it is that you feel you need to do. But it is sort of archetypal though, right? the archetypes, whatever, the masculine, the feminine, whatever. But that's interesting. He says, well, first of all, Sam says Sam Cox says the word gender was only coined in the 20th century in 1955. You know, is it still going strong? Still chilling. Nice. This is not what you're describing. Going beyond identity is literally what Butler did. Yeah, people weaponize what she says though now, or maybe not now. I don't know that many people who cite Butler. Relatively, I mean, in the modern context. Butlerites. But say, yeah, is a. Oh, sorry. Well, Sam Kai says what you're describing, going beyond identity, is literally what Butler did in a profound and well-argued way. I did just read something that seemed interesting about. Well, that's what I was wondering. I was like, oh, the subversion of identity, like this could be interesting. But then it sort of is like, nah, she's just anti. Whatever, being boxed in or something, right? Just the biological matter, right? I mean, the gender display stuff and a kind of congruency within, I understand, but it's a display. It's a display matter. I mean, it doesn't exactly change anything, and that's what kind of the more conservative trans people, for example, come out with and are outright about. I mean, I guess you could say, oh, like it's a matter of belief or whatever it is, but inevitably it is a biological difference. I mean, and again, look, it's not the most interesting take or anything like that. But it is interesting to consider why, like, how any sort of differentiation between sex and gender, if there really is any. You know what I mean? Right. Can they pick up? I mean, Camille Pele is hilarious. He says, for 30 years, I've been struggling with my hostility to Yoko Ono. I've tried to get over it. I thought the murder of John Lennon would help. It hasn't. I have so many resentments against Yoko Ono, the number one being that she stripped away from John Lennon his brilliant sense of humor, the surrealistic kind of writing and pranksterism that came from Lewis Carroll via Oscar Wilde. Well, we were just talking about, I'm not so sure about John Lennon, but, he's interesting. It says pranksterism that came from Lewis Carroll via Oscar Wilde. Yoko thought it was silly. She never understood it. She imposed kind of moralism or political correctness on John that really, I think, crushed his originality. Camille Pele from John Lennon. That's funny. I can't even imagine Yoko Ono even like speaking. I don't even know how her voice sounds. Dude, Vincent Gallo is friends with Sean Lennon, and he actually and Yoko Ono. Amazing Truth and Reality. Fugugyuk says, Camila is a racist. Coming out of left field. How is she racist? She's not racist. I've watched quite a bit of her, and I've never heard her say anything racist. I mean, people always call her the anti-feminist feminist, but she claims whatever. She was in that sort of school of thought with Judith Butler and whatnot, but they branched off in different directions. I guess you could say hers being more vaguely conservative, but she's a bit of a mishmash. I mean, I find her just more interesting and pretty good than anything else. It's not like really read her work or anything, and that she's really that. I mean, I guess it's just. I mean, I like that she's sort of a. I don't know. I guess you could call her a contrarian, kind of, right? Camila has an unexplained hatred for Yoko, so she's a racist. That is obviously a joke. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Remarkably, studies have examined brains of transgender individuals concentrating brains on their. Yeah, I've seen you've mentioned this before. Yeah, the dimorphism, the sexual dimorphism. My intuition is that masculine and feminine are qualities in and of themselves that are not necessarily derived from biological sex. I'll just look. They're certainly informed, right? I mean, uh, almost objectively informed. Um, the determinant factor. I mean, we obviously see there's enough variability or variance, if you want to call it that, to sort of disprove it in some sense, especially assuming it's a sort of an authentic thing and not just some kind of social, some kind of I don't know, social uh, bandwagoning, right? Um, so we see enough of that to sort of go against that notion. But I wouldn't go as far as to say it's whatever, completely separate, obviously. This is trans. Yeah, basically they transgender individuals, their brains sort of resembled, sorry, the sex of the person that they had imagined themselves or felt themselves to be, their actual sex. I mean, it's definitely a certain battle that God has given you. You know, I mean, like uh, so I don't know that. I mean, it's and who's to say? I don't know exactly. I mean, it could be the devil, but it could be certainly God as well, giving you a certain battle to contend with, especially ultimately. And the idea of it, like, I just think that the biological aspect of it, yeah, you wind up having to contending with like some difficult ideas, but that there's an inevitable relationship. I mean, but you can see how in people when they're genuine and authentic in that way of their sort of you want to make that delineation, right? The manifestation. Uh, it's certainly not faked. You know what I mean? It's certainly you know what I'm saying? Maybe there's some, you know what I mean? You get people on TikTok and whatever crazy, people, but you're not going to really see uh, that many people who are really just kind of bandwagoning as much as sometimes it may appear. It's convincing. I wouldn't be surprised. Look, my idea is that there's something I think in the womb. I think, and this is I haven't read about it or anything, but I think it's about like estrogen and testosterone, and like estrogen and testosterone like in the womb. That probably is responsible for a lot of this stuff. So if you're a guy or like a biological male, you get exposed to a lot of estrogen in the womb. I mean, there's a pretty good chance you become trans, or that you're transgender. And then in the sense that you're a woman, you get exposed to a lot of testosterone. You are a trans man, basically. You're transgender. I mean, it could be as simple as that. What's up, Angantier? Thank you for being here. Lino says, that would provide a basis for gender being different from sex, where a person is a woman but very masculine in her identity, so much that it warrants a different identity. Esoterica is masculine, and esoterica is fire and swords. Swords are logos, Eros is feminine, water and earth. Thinking is logos. Feeling is eros. Yeah, it makes sense. Nature and nurture. Mm. I know, I was thinking about that. I'm like, they call it Mother Nature and Father Time. Who's to say that nature is inherently feminine? It could actually be masculine. When you see, I mean, there's a lot of stuff about violence in nature. There's an idea though that it's actually corrupted. That's where you see the evil come from. You know, coffee's not a difficult idea, and yet a good one. BRB means that Pepsi is masculine because it's one of my favorite logos. Well, that's what's amazing about the whole logo. So I'm like, what is that all about? The connection there between those words. Yeah, I don't know about Blair White. To be honest, I'm sorry. I can tell, that she's trans. But look, the thing about Blair White, she says, look, I'm a biological man. Like, it's... And I can sort of respect... I mean, look, I've followed both her and ContraPoints. I unfollowed both of them. I've been just unsubscribing, I mean, from, like, all sorts of political stuff. So it's not necessarily personal, but it's just... I don't really need all this stuff in my life. I mean, but but I can sort of respect that she's willing to admit that, for lack of a better word, and not sort of subvert the, the whole idea. Look, I'm not opposed to whatever. I'll look into some Judith Butler and stuff, but I don't know that I expect to be too, I don't know, amazed or anything like that. Because it's basically all just ways of, I guess, removing the biological connotation, right? That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I get that when people have gender dysphoria, they want to remove that connotation, but that's their problem, you know? And it's fine. It doesn't warrant hatred or, you know what I mean? Or genuine discrimination, but it does warrant discernment. It's like, okay, well, that's a you problem, not an us problem. But look, I do sort of understand the gender. Dude, I'm trying to get into gender euphoria. You know what I'm saying? That's a real thing, by the way. It sounds pretty good. But look, the whole thing going beyond. I mean, look, if she's really into going beyond identity, I mean, that's the first I've heard of that. I mean, that sounds pretty good, but I don't know that I believe it. You know, I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Logo comes from a logogram or logo type. Logo means word, gram means sign. It's like I'm meaning to kind of look into what that deal is.
Hey guys.
Aid. Like, oh no way, that voice, I had no idea. But it's not like dude, and just the way she even looks, like I can tell. Like it's just, but I'm not like, in the business of whatever, just be, oh no, whatever. But it is what it is. If you're into that, that's great. But I don't know. I mean, look, it's just like anybody else. Like I'm the biggest critic of anything plastic surgery. I mean, dude, when people are getting freaking, and this woman looks like she got a plastic surgery. And I just look, when you can only like don't like I don't know. I'm into the preservation of that natural goodness. I don't like the look of people getting all artificialed up, you know. Hi. Like, you don't need to do all that. I mean, look, maybe maybe you feel like you do need to do all that. All right? It's hard to tell though that it's actually good. Well, whatever. I mean, I'm not saying I'm just saying like I don't like when I see people getting a ton of work done on them. It sort of makes me feel like sad, and I don't think they look good. But obviously it doesn't change my opinion of their inherent human worth or anything like that. But I'm just saying it's the same with anybody. Like when I see some famous woman with those bizarre cheek implants and things, and all sorts of people getting implants and not looking real, it's like it's hard for me to imagine that that's good. But look, I'm just sensitive in that way, especially I can't sort of remove that's kind of my thing. It's like the body, right? I mean, I don't want to be boxed in by the body and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But there are nevertheless certain biological realities. And I'm not going to try to bend logic and biology to sort of like fit a sort of what's the word? Like a sort of nebulous narrative. Don't change my opinion of their human worth. They're utter trash. No, I'm just saying you can get all the plastic surgery you want. You're gonna look like crap, but it's like you can still be a good person, right? Sort of symbolic of my entire outlook on it, right? But the thing is like it looks bad for a reason. It's because you're sort of playing God, basically. You're doing artificial work on nature. It's not good. But, you know, I mean, people are going to do what they need to do to survive, and I'm not... Again, I have a very sort of... whatever's going to make you not kill yourself. You know what I mean? Not... if your quality of life is increased by getting some kind of surgery or whatever it may be to alter your appearance, I mean, it's better than you killing yourself. So I'm going to say it's ultimately better than you killing yourself. If you can have a good quality of life after the fact, you know. What happens though, right? Like just when you get that stuff done and you don't feel any better, right? Which I'm sure happens like all the time. I mean, okay, if you have gender dysphoria, I'm sure you do kind of feel better, which is good. But like I don't know, I'm sure there are plenty of times when people are just like, "Yo, like that's not doing anything for my real quality of life." And what all I notice is it not with so much, I don't know, it doesn't like with plastic surgery and stuff. I mean, look, I'm just personal preference. I do not like how plastic surgery looks on girls, on women. I think it looks bad, and I hate it. Really, honestly, I think it looks fake and it's freaky. And but I try to sort of have empathy because they must have felt like they needed to do that, you know, and especially with women, you know, and they age, and it's like, well, look, no more respect. You age gracefully or do whatever it is, like. But anyway. But the point is that it looks unnatural, right? And that is what puts me off, you know. And I just don't know why. Like, look, I'm just like a fan of like natural beauty. Unaltered goodness. I mean, so it's like But if with the trans thing though, it's like, look, if you're gender dysphoria, the only thing that can lessen it to it in a real degree is more than just putting on a dress. It's getting a surgery done. Yeah, I suppose it's basically worth a shot. You know. But of course, in the end, inevitably, consider the idea that there's something more than that that you're seeking, or something like that. You know, I don't know. I just like, you know, like it's not good, or if it's good. But whatever. I mean, I'm not. That sort of experience is not. I would pray to never feel that experience, and that anybody I know does not have that experience, because I imagine it's horrible. You're going to want yourself to be congruent. You're going to want your body to be congruent with how you feel internally. And when the issue is like, yeah, you really dealing with the tangible, the body, like that's, you wind up at a point where you're making alterations, and it's not natural. But if it's what you got to do within reason, I suppose it's all right, in terms of you not committing suicide. Or the quality of life, I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's just people are so focused on like race and sex and sexuality and gender. And it's like, well, what about religion? What about morality? What about spirituality? You know? Like, your purpose, your meaning, like all these things, love and good, you know? Like, these sort of transcendent matters, Plato's Transcendentals, right? The sort of, beauty, truth, and goodness. You know? See, true north. It's buffering. Family, friends, camaraderie, community, individuality. But in community, you want to have that sort of balance. Subjectivity and objectivity, but good. Objective good. These are the things that are actually going to give you meaning, I wager. All these other things, it's like you're talking about. It's like. Honestly, and I'm not trying to belittle people, especially if you got gender dysphoria and all that kind of thing, but it just feels like the difference between like putting on makeup or not putting it on. Like, look, it's your choice to put on makeup or not, but you don't have to put on makeup, right? And it's not going to make your life so much amazingly better, right? It's probably not. It's probably not going to make your life any better, really. But I don't know anything. And I understand if you've got gender dysphoria, there's stuff you feel like you got to do to commit suicide, basically. Anyway, that's what I do that to say about it. You know what I mean? It's like, but what's the word? There's a word I'm thinking of. It like not superficial, but like external or something. It's not internal. There's like, It's such like materialistic, you know what I mean? Like a sort of materialism, or kind of just, you focus on or just like or what is that? Like a biological determinism, whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's like always going through these hoops, jumping through hoops. It's like, oh my gosh, consider the idea that good is actually pretty simple, I mean, like, that's your problem. And I'm not saying it's necessarily, there's obviously different displays in masculinity and femininity. There's nothing wrong with being a more feminine man or a more masculine woman, etc., etc. That's just your display. But that doesn't mean you can just erode the whole structure of the thing, because for you, the biology doesn't match up, right? It's like for most people, it basically does, So I don't know. I just think it's a very like modern idea and that's very like physically driven, and it's actually not very transcendent. But I'm open to the idea because there is something oddly sort of spiritual about the matter. But if you believe, like for like the body as a temple, right? When you say your body is a temple, and you're God given and everything. I mean, how much work can you do on yourself physically before you're sometimes irreparably altering God's design? Ugh. And I know that whatever is not the most charitable take, but these are the uncomfortable truths you get into, right? Of like, you treat your body, there's a sort of divine aspect. Your body, you don't just like throw your body in the trash. You know what I mean? Like, we're all just like dumpsters walking around. No, there's like a sacredness, a sanctity, like to the body. And look, the gender dysphoria thing, whatever. But I'm just talking about in general, you know? Consider the idea. You don't want to be altering nature that much. It's the same within and without. You know, you're putting plastic in the ocean. How about putting plastic in your body? You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Oh, we got to save the environment. You know what I mean? Back to this whole thing of the pro-environment, but they're anti-life. Put all the plastic you want in your body, but don't put the plastic in the ocean. The turtles! The poor turtles! Okay, well, what about humanity? We were set apart. I'm not, don't get me wrong, you know what I mean? You got to treat the earth. That's a whole other thing. You got to treat the earth, God-given earth, it's good, you know, but no, the idea that like you can just do whatever, I don't know, I'm just saying, consider the idea. You can't just do whatever you want with like with your body. It's everyone you find like you just find that it's not good. like it's like when you do a lot of drugs or whatever and you get sick or you and you know you die. I mean, you know. I don't just feel like the things these have consequences, right? Your body is a temple. And it is why it's basically best to be sober. And it's why it's basically it's, you know, it's I don't know, I just like I guess what I'm saying is like I'm willing to completely understand that like gender display of gender and all of that kind of thing is very like dynamic, right? But that sex is static though, you know, and the masculine and feminine archetypes, they are essentially static. You know, the body is a temple. You know, nature in and of itself, I think, is basically good in the sense that it is God given and therefore good. Nature is objectively good. Your imposition on nature, even yourself, is sort of a higher objective good duty to treat it with a certain reverence, right? You know what I mean? It's like don't be putting all sorts of artificial crap in your body. Don't be doing this, and not necessarily because because I said it's bad. Or, you know what I mean? It's like just see what happens, right? It seems to tend to not end very well for people, you know, because it is related. Like because yeah, R.C. Sproul talked about it. You wind up you're let's say you really are hedonistic. Okay, well you die, right? It's a totally. I'm just saying this off of a sort of topic. It's not necessarily about trans people or whatever it is. I'm just talking about the divinity of nature. You know what I mean? And like human nature. People want to. Oh, the humans are so bad, and the body is nothing, and whatever. It's like well, it's clearly something. You know, I mean, you're dependent on it to literally live. You know, a good life. So it's like you would like to. You would basically think that the more natural, the better. There are obviously going to be variations, and it's very difficult. Like when someone's born crippled, right, or something. It's like, well, what do you mean about that? Well, you do what you can to increase their quality of life, you know. But you don't be getting robotic implants as much as look. I'm just saying, as much as you could help it, right? You want to kind of try to stay natural. There's just something good about that. That's just what I see. Like when I see whatever, like older women, they get their faces full of plastic surgery. I'm like, that looks weird and bad. And it's like, it's this uncanny valley effect because there's something there. It's because there's like a sacredness being taken away. There's a humanity being taken away. It just seems clearly not good to me, you know? I don't know if you guys got any thoughts on that. Chat's pretty dead. It's kind of going hard. But I mean, you know, it's just general kind of boring advice, right? Don't your body is sacred. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing about promiscuity, right? You're devaluing yourself, right? And you can just see how that is, right? Like, I mean, unless you're like with someone who has the same mindset, if you say, man or woman, that you've been with sexually like 40 people before them, romantically, sexually, you're kind of thinking like, wow, I mean, that's a lot of people. And I don't know, just it starts to raise very unfortunate, whatever kind of controversial questions about the person's self-worth and what their worth is to you if they've been with so many people. But this is sort of like is something out of a movie, right? It's like, but I'm faithful to you, and like now I'm with you. Well, yeah, sure, we'll see, right? And let's say that that's true. That can easily be true, right? You would just say though, in something, I guess you'd call it a biological marker or something, you know. I mean, it's like, you know, and people always give women a hard time about it, but the same goes for men, right? Like the idea, oh, it's a notch on my belt, dude. You're just as promiscuous. Maybe you're even worse. You're man whore, as people say, right? People think, dude, that's good. You're alpha. You're slaying pussy. Not to be crude, right? But it's like, what, are you kidding me? Like, oh, so you think you're good? You know what I mean? Like, that's good though that I do that. All these women are whores, but I'm a alpha player. Are you kidding me? I mean, look, I get the idea. But it doesn't even matter though, because you're still treating your body like it's not sacred, right? Like, think about it. As a man, you're just putting your sperm everywhere. So it's just meaningless. It's not very good. It's at least not a very self-valuing, if you want to call it that, right, way of like approaching it, right? You're wasting your seed, you know. I mean, and that's why I was actually wanted to get into it, talking about nofap. You know, people talking about nofap, and like, look, I'm sure there could be benefits. I think it would be worth exploring. Wish Bobby was here. He was talking about that. It's such a burgeoning idea. I mean, it's like, and that's you could only have that idea in a culture that is so pornographic and sexually explicit. You know what I mean? Can you imagine in the 70s if people were like, with Playboy, and people are like, dude, I'm having trouble not jacking off to this porn. It's like, what are you, fucking crazy? But then now, like 50 years later, because you can just fucking go on your phone and see the most insane porn imaginable, people are like fucking can't stop. And it's like actually a problem, right? It's like almost like a drug addiction. I'm saying you could only have something like NoFap, like in the modern age, right? And it's so pathetic and tragic, but it's good I mean, you know what I mean? Like if you want to have that kind of discipline over yourself, over basically your body, again, right? But you know, look, I'm just thinking out loud. I don't mean to whatever proselytize or act like I am not, you know, whatever. Like, I mean, you know, sure, what fapping. I mean, look, everyone to some extent usually does it, and it is what it is. But something like NoFap, it just shows the idea of modernity, and it just shows like there's actually a virtue to like not doing it, right? And certainly to not being, well, you know, lustful or whatever it is, right? Or at least promiscuous. I mean, for God's sake, right? Literally, no pun intended. Like, there are basic health and happiness ideas. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all I'm saying, right? I mean, I'm not trying to belittle what I'm saying. There's a lot to be said, but if you just want to if you just want to make things as basic and simple as possible, it's just about your health and happiness, and you're just you put yourself at risk with this stuff, you know, for unhealth, for unhappiness, you know, with any kind of promiscuity, you know what I mean, and whatever it is, you know, and it's inevitably tied, I think, right, to the sort of the body and everything. It's a sacredness to the body. Yeah, I guess it's purity basically. So look, there's different schools of thought on it though. I mean, even within Christianity, I remember Mark, the Orthodox Christian guy who kind of helped put me onto a lot of this stuff. I mean, he didn't even get into purity stuff, and I think he thought the body was kind of worthless. It's sort of a Platonic idea. Like, there's sort of different schools of thought. Some people did basically seem to think that the you know, body is worthless in some sense, but I wouldn't think that it's certainly not worth less, right? I mean, it's, you know what I mean? But it's totally like subject, I guess you could say, to right, object, but it's still yeah, wow, amazing truth and reality. Don't objectify me. It's like, you know, what if I like to be objectified? What if you like to be objectified? Can't stand that, right? It's like, what do you mean? I'm saying you're beautiful, right? Well, anyway, I get that though. Sexually, right, can turn into explicit content. You don't want that. It starts getting crude and lewd. It's not good. But it never. If only we could just, you know, value each other's like beauty. I was thinking about that too, like wondering what it is exactly. People are so hung up on female beauty standards. What about male beauty standards? I don't know if you would call it beauty, but basically, right? It's like, I mean, obviously, whatever, as a straight guy, like I think the female body, you can see it in paintings and art, right? It's like female body is obviously way more interesting and good, but the fact is, you can see throughout art, in all of humanity, we've been most enamored with the female form. But the male form itself can also has a certain beauty, right? And it can be artistically rendered, you know, statue of David, etc. But even, yeah, you know, look at all the women. You got Mona Lisa, right? I mean, you know, there's something about the female form. But you would definitely think. You would definitely think there's a value there for both. And furthermore, that's it's an extension of the body, and there is something sacred there, you know. It is objectively, literally good. Yeah, purity. Well, yeah, I tend to test higher on the Ted's highest on the purity section, and then care and harm. Purity, sanctity, and then care and harm. Jimmy Carter. Yeah, master of your domain, basically, right? And the thing is that was easier back in the day of Playboy, but now you've got it on your phone, you've got it everywhere, so you can't. It's like much harder now to be the master of your domain because the temptation, right, is in your pocket. For God's sake, no pun intended. You know what I mean? So they make it difficult, right? Or we've made it difficult, literally for ourselves. You know, to have that kind of transcendent, approach. You know, because I mean, like your life essence. It's like I always think of Doctor Strangelove, with that guy talking about his essence or whatever. So good. What's up, Peter? Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I don't know if you've been going on the Discord. I'm trying to get back on there once I can get my space freed up, especially because it's just easier to go on my phone. Oh my god, it's doing this crazy stuff where you can't even see the buttons. It's so bad right now, but I'm gonna fix it now. Yeah, but see, that's funny. I mean, look, well, first of all, Winston's mom says, I'm waiting for the day when someone tries to convince a bunch of young people to not sneeze the you-know-what out of their bodies because the temple demands a tissue or two. I was doing a Simpsons episode or something. It's like, dude, when you're sneezing, it's like it's your soul trying to escape or something like that. I'm like, oh, God. So scary. Like, no, obviously not, but it's pretty good. Body is arguably one's rising sign, ascending their ladder of needs and gaining. The Son, part of the Holy Trinity of Father, Logos, Mother, Eros, and Pathos, and so many. I don't know about all that. The tri-type theory of the soul, heart, head, heart, body. I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, that's pretty good. Peter says, objectification is just another word for the love language, words of affirmation. Well, I don't know that that's the specific one, but I am picking up what you're putting down. Because what if that is your love language, right? Of getting objectified. I mean, it's probably not good, but it's a certain way of it's like if you with a sort of mutual respect, an actual love. It's like if that's possible. But well, the idea of belonging, I belong to you, you belong to me, kind of thing, right? People want to act like, oh, that's so bad. Oh, no. I mean, that's actually called romantic love. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. You know what I mean? That's a patriarchal system, right? Yeah, whatever. I bet it is. It's all patriarchal systems, not inborn archetypal needs and goodness. No, but you know what I mean. It's obviously you don't want to be objectifying people, but in the sense that hey, it's like that's what I'm literally saying. It's like, well, what if that is my love language? What if that's your love language? I mean, there's better ways to express it, but on a physical level, there could be something there. It could be some way of expressing that is your genuine. I don't know if it'd be a need. Yeah, it might be more of a desire, but it's definitely some kind of genuine need. Winston's mom says, hi there, you appeared in one of my dreams the other night, a simple, easy dream. Just sitting on a couch, chatting about it. Someone saying, Winston's mom says, appeared energy, hi there, you appeared in one of my dreams the other night, a simple, easy dream, just sitting on a couch, chatting about I don't know what. Peter says, I don't think I knew either. Waving emoji. He says, Mr. I.S. C.J. O'Connell. It's a pretty good pun. I do. You haven't told me yet. What do you think about the typing? Good Lord, start getting into type stuff now. Like, oh my gosh. But I do have to ask. I mean, I am curious what you think about it. Do you think, Winston's mom says, do you think that perhaps one of the first cave drawings was a hominid ever painted? Hominid ever painted one on a cave wall was porn. It probably is like that sort of that thing that like just drawing boobs, like in South Park, right? When they get like sort of transfixed, right, on Bebe's boobs or whatever. It's so funny. It probably, honestly, probably was something like that. I don't know if it was exactly you'd call it porn, but it definitely is sort of art, I guess, if you want to call it that. You know, within reason, but that delineation. But there's definitely something to that, right? Primitivist kind of mentality of at least at best appreciating beauty, right? That's at best, right? At worst, it's just a sexual expression, but at best, it's definitely an appreciation of beauty. Certainly appreciation. It is definitely an appreciation of beauty. Yeah, and computer says, and yawning will allow demons to possess you. That's why you cover your mouth. It's a good idea. I'm like, oh, I start doing that now. I've never heard that one. Oh man, that's gonna mess me up now. Thanks a lot. No, but that's funny. You gotta get oxygen, dude. Oxygen takes 80 years to kill you, though. It's poison. It takes 80 years to kill you. Amazingly conspiracied. Older INTJ guy. Something about INFP. Old INFP are silly socks, annoying. It seems like it's in the chair. INFP, but they're presentable and no harm, really, most likely. I don't know this chick. I don't think. What type do you think she is? Yeah, Peter, the ISFJ typing. Oh my gosh, all these INFPs be talking about CPSD these days. I see. Everyone's talking about CPSD. I'm like, oh my gosh, you accumulated never over time. It's like, it's like, all right, come on. I mean, look, everyone kind of deals with certain trauma. I don't know that necessarily means you have CPTSD, but I mean, I'm not a doctor. I mean, I've been seeing this around a lot lately, and I'm like, all right, it's like, come on. I'm not saying everyone. I don't know. It's just like, but of course, I can't speak for people in general. It's just, and yeah, there's stuff about borderline. Everyone seems to think INFPs are borderline. I'm like, okay. I'm like, geez, I guess I'm not an INFP. I don't know. I mean, God forbid, knock on wood, God forbid. I mean, sort of deal with I just sort of deal with like severe OCD and sort of mild health issues, but I don't know exactly about CPTSD, and certainly not borderline personality disorder. It's definitely pretty intense. For good ugh time. Cut cave girl ugh ads. Literally fire. Ugh. It's funny. Amazing truth in reality. Peter says, well, I find it funny that Eric touted such similarities from his perspective of you and cried to ENTP. Where there's a bug in the street, hinting at Eric being ISFJ. Yeah, the one of inverted energy. Yeah, that's funny. Well, yeah, I know. I thought the same thing. I mean, I am not surprised based on the typing why he typed me ISFJ. That's all I'll say. I mean, honestly, during the typing, okay, I went into the typing thinking this. I was like, okay, well, he's not going to type me an INFP or an ENFP. Okay. He might type me ENTP, or he's gonna type me ISFJ or INFJ. That's literally what I was thinking. And then I was kind of like obviously a little bit nervous and excited. I go on. I'm kind of how I pretty much usually am, but I mean, kind of smiley and goofy and everything. Now I'm talking. And kind of demonstrative, kind of whatever you might call it extroverted, but it's kind of like FE. Basically, I was realizing, and even my answers to the questions, I was like, oh my God, I was like, I sound like an ISFJ. And then lo and behold, in the end, he did. I especially knew because, look, I knew I wasn't going to do that great on the TI stuff. The genealogy stuff, obviously you can tell him you can be better at. But some of the TI stuff, I need to write that stuff down in order to actually do it. Eric explaining it, I just am like, I can't do it. But like, that's just how it works for me with that kind of TI stuff, you know. The thing is I didn't really think I got the chance to flex much NE stuff. There was other stuff. I mean, you know, I might do another typing session with him eventually. I do find it. There are things that work though. Like I think it definitely makes a lot more sense than ISTJ. You know, the more I was reading about it, I was like, oh wow. So like SE ignoring, like TE polar, I was like, it's workable. You know, even the fact that like I was just watching Jack from Socionics talking about the type, and he said what I thought, which is, look, it's they've got good FE and good FI, which is how I feel about it. I mean, I would usually say I have good FI and good FE, thinking of myself as being more of an FI type. You know what I'm saying? But like that made sense to me. I think the thing that I'm sort of surprised is the idea of being like first slot SI and then fourth slot NE. Obviously, are going to be my big hang-ups. But the thing with you know, look, I cannot argue with the results in the fact that it's actually good. Like, not only from Eric's point of view, but from kind of my point of view, it's like, it's like, it kind of honestly might even be like the best type, but they're just really not thought of as being particularly creative. I guess I just have like sort of a hang up on that, right? Like I think, oh, I'm good. Look, it doesn't change anything is the thing, right? I'm still good at what I'm good at, and even Eric was like, oh, you know, you're like a creative, smart guy, and this and that, you know. And it's like, yeah, great, thank you, right? There's a whole lot I could get into, but I guess I mean it was a type that I had thought of as sort of being in the middle for me, but now that I have the typing, I still feel NFP-ish, even though ENFP, whatever, I don't think I'm polar TI, and like I get it, blah blah blah, but like but ISFJ is easily, I would say, like at least the third choice now, which, like, you know, like I barely considered it, and now it's like a high consideration. Well, I guess the one thing I don't like the idea of being SI Dom, because I feel like I feel like I'm not very good with SI stuff, and that I am at least pretty good with NE stuff. So it's like, again, it doesn't change anything, but it feels like, oh man, now I feel like boxed in some way. Like I got to like I'm fucked. Like I'm SI forever. Like I'm always gonna be a slave to my SI. That's the thing, right? That's what sucks about the idea. It feels very ontologically discomforting. Like I'm caged in or boxed in. The thing is I guess it doesn't really matter if it's lower on the slot or higher on the slot. I still have to improve my SI and make it good. It could just be that I'm a particularly like that will inevitably form a good you know, whatever existence for me, right? But I think it would with pretty much everybody. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit silly, but I guess I'm just saying I'm not a huge fan of the idea of it being like stuck in on some SI way. The reality is though is I keep framing it like I think there could be some positive reframing I could do, right? And if I was to sort of get my SI in a good way, then I could still be an SI Dom and just be having good SI, you know? I just am still thinking about it, right? Like you would think you have to be like skilled at your dominant function or your you know. I do have decent memory though, right? And I do live a very SI kind of lifestyle. It's just I've been thinking of my SIs being like a fucking like a real love-hate relationship. Um which again, you know, it's like with Eric. I don't know. It's very possible. I guess the thing is look, I've said this a bunch now, but if I do another typing session with him, I guarantee you the only flexibility that's going to happen is he'll wind up typing me an ESFJ. And that's just not true because then I'd be FI ignoring. Yeah, the NE would be third, but it like no. FESI. I mean, like there's no way FE Dom and FI ignoring. You kidding me? I don't think I'm polar NI. I think ISFJ makes more sense. It's just that I'd put him between a rock and a hard place if he saw my NE being a little bit better. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, he's not going to type me as an INFP or an ENFP. And a lot of people here don't really seem to get INFP vibes. More people get ENFP vibes. So I'm sitting with it. I mean, he could type me INFJ. That honestly is not like a possibility. Like that would probably be top 5, but it wouldn't. But I'm pretty sure I'm sort of doing SI, you know, NESI stuff like consciously. But it's funny because he described in one other video, oh, like fourth slot is the thing that you don't mind saying that you're weak at. It's like, well, that's not true of me with NE because I know I'm not exactly weak with it. That would be true of me with SE, which would be an INFJ. So I thought that was interesting. But I'm into it. I mean, look, it's just the thing that also kind of sucks is I guess I'm not really finding too many ISFJs that like I relate to very much. But I mean, there's so much room for expansion within the typology community itself. Like, look, since this happened, I've been like fighting the urge to make a video called like I'm an ISFJ and so are you. Yes, you or something in parentheses. Like I guarantee you that like way more people are ISFJs and ISTJs than they think they are. And I'm saying, and it's like especially I'm just saying, right? It's like if I'm an ISFJ, like I bet that it's like way more people are ISFJs, you know? Like and they're just getting sort of fooled by the you know, stereotypes and whatever, right? But it is what it is. I mean, look, I watched Oliver's, for example. I watched that James Carolus. He's pretty good, but still, night and day. Good guy. Look, the thing is I honestly want to be more like an ISFJ in a lot of ways, you know. So, like, there's so many reasons I actually wouldn't want to be like an INFP or an ENFP. There's so many reasons I actually would want to be an ISFJ or an ISTJ. So, but on the vice versa, it's just this unfortunate thing of like, oh, they're not creative and whatever. Look, I would just say it doesn't change anything. My skill set is inevitably always going to be more towards sort of FINE stuff, you know. But in terms of being like practical, I was thinking about this. What's going to give me like creative and artistic fulfillment and in some sense, obviously, kind of like moral and spiritual fulfillment, I guess, is going to be like NEFI stuff, NI, whatever, NF stuff, but NENFI basically. And then, but the thing that's actually going to be more like social and practical goodness is definitely going to be SI and FE stuff, making it be good, right? So, and that has a much more sort of concrete reality to it. But I just don't know what you guys think about that SI thing, because it freaks me out. Like, I don't want to think that I'm caged into SI world in the way that my internal state's dictating me. Again, just through OCD and not feeling well, I start to feel like I'm like, oh man, I'm screwed. Because the thing is I do live that way, but thinking of SI being lower for me was a way of like dealing with that and thinking it's because it's a weakness, you know, it's because it sucks and whatever, you just have to integrate it better. Oh yeah, great, for good. And it was like good for years. Now it's like thinking about it the opposite way. And I'm like, oh fuck. But I can't seem to get the positive reframing going where instead it's like, no, you just got to get your SI good. I'm like, it doesn't make sense though. It has to be lowered. If it's fucking first slot, then I'm screwed. Then I'm screwed, right? I'm feeling like I'm always going to be beholden to my state. Speak the body. Talking about the body. I hate that. And I want to transcend that, you know? It doesn't really change anything. And plus, I've been thinking too, type, I guess, is not necessarily what you are. It is what you do. And it's true. Look, I'm very SI, right? It is what it is. But I don't feel as though I'm very SI because I like want to be, or that it's like the best use of my skills or whatever it is, you know? But I don't know. Eric's had some good stuff to say about it. I mean, like, he's got a good way of thinking about it. But I have found he does seem to rarely type people as INFPs or ENFPs. It could be his... I mean, first of all, he's NI ignoring. He says that that's helpful for typing, possibly. But he's FI blind. So, I mean, you know. But there's so many conceptions, especially around these parts, of like, oh, the FI is selfish, emotional, whatever, whatever. You know, and it's like... well, okay, I can sort of be like that if that's how you want to put it. You know what I mean? But that's not a very kind conception. And especially if you're seeing us as kind of, you know, kindred or dual or whatever it may be, right? From his conception, I'm completely not surprised, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that. I don't really think. Well, this is one thing. I did take one issue when, and look, this has truth to it. Fine, but he said in a stream recently, he was like, oh, like CJ spends a lot of time talking about other people's work, and I'm ideating. I'm like, come on, you know? Like, I mean, you're ideating. I don't want to be a jerk, okay? But I just kind of, it's a statement like, I know he didn't mean it like that, but like, he's like, oh, sometimes I talk about other people's work, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, first of all, talking about other people's work is just a springboard for ideation. He wouldn't know necessarily because he only sticks around like a little bit. So he's gonna be talking about music and film and whatever, and like that's fine. Obviously, I talk about a lot. So I'm not necessarily making my own stuff. I do a lot of improv and stuff and whatever. I don't share my writings or anything like that, but I write like, yeah, I don't have to prove myself, you know. And you guys have seen I do freestyling. I've done it, and I'm good at freestyling and whatever. And just, but it's true, you know. But mostly just covering songs. And yeah, talking about other people's work, but it's a springboard for ideation. And it's just like, what, you're a fountain of ideas and I'm not? I mean, you could say it's because look, FE I guess can be communication, sure, right? Just communication as such. You know, I'll admit, as I'm not claiming to be Mr. like, oh, and here's an idea over here, here's an idea over here. But I guess what I'm saying is like, well, neither are you necessarily, buddy. You know what I mean? I mean, like, who what are you freaking, you know what I mean? Like you're the Mad Hatter or something. Like you're just spitting off riddles and rhymes and like this like fanciful, whimsical character. Like, I mean, it's like, come on, you know? Like, I mean, you know, it's like, it's, he's definitely creative and he does perform his own music and things, but I could easily start doing, I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't want to get like sound like a jerk about it. It's just like, yeah, that's, I am not being I don't know, that I guess that made me feel like a little mad. But it didn't it shouldn't though. Because it's basically true. But I just felt like that was sort of, but the one thing that I will say is I'm like, well, okay, some idea of yourself as like a fountain of ideas. I mean, because I don't really think of myself as being like that either. But the idea that like he's making his own whatever, he's coming up with all these new ideas and all this stuff. And I mean just because, and he does talk about other people's work, you know? I don't know. But I'm just saying it's a way of interacting with ideas, like it's not just some sort of and I know he knows this because he explained it. He was it's more of an NISE thing and not NESI. But it's not really a passive thing. Like, it is very active for me. And that's why I talk about this stuff on the stream, because it's interesting and good. But inevitably I'm going to get into my own ideas of this stuff. And the ideation from myself and with you guys is the truth, you know, amazing truth and reality, right? Yeah, but I wouldn't doubt that he's an ENTP, you know. The funny thing is though, is I almost feel like he's put me in a little bit of a potentially false dichotomy of like, either I'm an ENTP or an ISFJ. And I guess, look, that's fine, because look, it's an ISFJ, I guess, is ultimately more objective, right, than like an INFP, for example, right? It's just that I just find it hard to believe, or rather hard to, like, the idea that what I like offer is like SI and FE is, I just can't see it as anything but like, I feel like I SI and FE to like survive. You know what I mean? Like I SI to survive. And I sort of FE to deal with people. But it's not like my look, I don't know. I'm just saying, if that is what it is, and it's like, I'm sure way more people actually are that, you know. But what I'm saying is, like, it's not necessarily what you are, it's what you do. So like, there's truth to that. It just seems like there's a main driver here of like me like having good FE. I mean, I'm not really perception managing. I'm not really, I mean, I do a lot of like covering bases and things, but I think I've actually gotten better with that. Like, the more I've streamed, the more like sort of confident I've gotten in certain ways. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, I've never thought of myself as being like FE guy. It's just, I'm FI guy that people like. Like, you know what I mean? It's almost like, and people are saying like, no, it can't work that way. Like if you're FI, like you're unlikable or something, right? You know what I'm saying? Or and sure, look, it's fine. You know what I mean? I get it. I'm more sort of reactive. I can be sort of more expressive. Uh, I don't know. It seems like different views, though, right? Like I can easily say, um, like I can easily say, by the idea of FI being relational, that it's a purely relational idea. In other words, I like having good relations with people as much as I can. There's not need like it just seems like a weird idea that like FI is like fundamentally like standoffish, and I guess I kind of see that obviously, right? But like I guess the idea of it just being like difficult or something. I don't know. Maybe it is, you know. But like I see, the way I always thought of it though was like, yeah, but if it's slot 1 or 2, you're actually good at it. You know, it's those third and especially fourth slot people you got to worry about. You know, like when you're a you know, that's why everyone, you know, is, you know, the ENTJ or the ESTJ. It's they're constantly putting their bad FI, you know, onto other people. And I was always thinking, yeah, well, that's why I have it first or second slot, clearly, because I'm actually good at sort of using it in a way that is like just real and good. Like it's not, you know what I mean? Like it's, but anyway, it could easily be, I guess it could be sixth slot, you know? Because it would be, I guess I would still have access to it, right? So, you know, I'm open to it. Peter says SI to quote unquote thrive and maintain said homeostasis by means of FV. Well, I do have a love-hate relationship with it, right? So, I mean, I think of it as surviving, but it could easily be thriving, yeah. And then FE, I mean, FE basically just helps to, I guess, try to not have conflict. Yeah, so I guess that's correct, yeah. Peter says, and I often see SI playing the role of the judge and jury with its perceptions of the details within the data stream. Yeah, that's interesting and good. His mom says, love, peace, truth, right conduct, and nonviolence are these FI or FE? I mean, these kinds of questions. I mean, I'm like, I mean, I would think of, well, I just think that's too simplistic, you know, like it, because it's not, because like love, that's just too much to even get into, right? It's both. Like everything you just described needs to have a balance in FI and FE, you know. But I would say that FI is the more authentic thing, obviously, right? I mean, you have to actually sort of believe it to be good. You know what I mean? So, but it has to be balanced, right? Core values is authenticity, achievement, adventure, authority, autonomy, balance, beauty, boldness, compassion, challenge, citizenship, community. What is this? Where it could be on point, but it's a chance game of roulette. You're talking about SI. And corporate values, communication, respect, integrity, excellence. And Microsoft, our values align to our mission to empower every person and organization to the planet, on the planet, scary, to achieve more. Our company values inspires. Like, what the heck? If one idealizes a value, then one may only SEFE as valuing harmony. What about a serial killer who wants to scare the crowd also? Oh, may only see. As valuing harmony. What about a serial killer who wants to scare the crowd also? Yeah, well, FE is definitely about like harmony. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's a sort of battle, I guess. FI authenticity, FE harmony, right? Basically. Sometimes you get to stand up against the crowd. Sometimes you want to have the crowd, whatever, be good with the crowd, you know, in some way, right? I don't know. I just FE is just sort of a way of dealing with people. I don't know. Could be tool, I guess, you know. Your focus of attention is very heavy into checking up on what your current physiological status is. And the status is what commands and dictates what every other function can do. Yeah, but it's like, I don't feel like I'm doing that because I want to, or because it's like, you know, I feel like I'm being sort of made to. But what commands and dictates what I mean, sure though. You're gonna SI at the expense of SE and to some extent NE. I mean, I've seen that play out. But I mean, just thinking of it as like a skill or a strength is sort of a new thought, you know. We get the effect. TV symmetry breaking. Back. Senate President Dwayne Mountain Dew or Wickham. I feel like that's from Idiocracy or something. I need to read that. Made to in what's ends how. Well, because I'm fucking OCD and I never feel well, too. Just like, so I always feel like I'm being made to check up on myself, even though it would be the most liberating good thing to sort of be free from that. And the idea of being SI Dom, instead of having it be like, oh, it's lower, so what, you know, just got to integrate it well. It's still the same sort of journey, but it changes the framing. It's sort of like, but I mean, I guess, look, it doesn't have to be skill, you know. It's more like, again, it's not what you are, it's what you do, kind of thing. It certainly becomes what I do. But it's just a very love-hate relationship, you know. It's like, I'd rather be, you know, focusing elsewhere, right? Pretty much on anything else, you know, other than my own physiological state. I mean, it fucking sucks. Would it be better stated as compelled to? I mean, this is something else I was thinking about. Like if you're diabetic, right, and you had to start checking your blood sugar every so and so time. I mean, look, you might die if you don't do it. So, or whatever, you know what I mean. You might get in the hospital, or it's a worst case scenario, you die or something. You know what? I don't. I guess. So look, different types are going to be better at that than other people. But like, how does you starting to do that dictate your SI? Like, if you're made to do something by your health, does that make you SI, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. That's just something that I've been thinking about, especially for whatever reason. I think of the diabetic thing, because that's a very SI thing, right? Like, you have to check up on your blood sugar and all of that. Well, survival is a very powerful motivator, you know? I mean, what, you're just gonna not do it? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm bad at SI. I mean, you know, hey, look, some people, I guess, maybe they would, you know, ENFJs or ENTJs, maybe they really would, you know, just completely not do it. But I would think if you're feeling ill and you're risking serious concern, right, is it becomes, it doesn't really matter how good you are at it or whatever it is, right? It just becomes what you do in order to survive, and that's kind of how I feel about it, you know. And whereas you were saying the orientation of your attention toward checking up on said stays indicative of SI. Saying a presuming value. Becomes neurotic. That's interesting that Jung said that. Wow. That's amazing. Because I am pretty neurotic. I was kind of thinking about that too, because I just took a Big 5 test. And I got, what is it, ocean, right? I got high openness, medium conscientiousness. Honestly, it might have been kind of low, but I think it's probably more like medium. Not so much in a practical way, but in a more ideal way. High openness, medium conscientiousness, medium extroversion. But I would say medium high agreeableness. But let's just call it high agreeableness, right? And then high neuroticism, right? You prefer neurotic. Well, the thing is, neuroticism, I remember even Mark saying this, neuroticism is really the only trait that's like kind of expressly negative, you know? So Steven Sondheim, you know, freaking musical theater, whatever. Dude, it's like, dude, you don't want to be neurotic, you know what I mean? Because it's the only trait that's actually bad, you know? But it is what it is, you know? But let's try to lower those numbers, right? But that's a really interesting thing though about Jung, you know? It's like you gotta, but I cannot, you know, abide to the idea. I don't want to adjust to my group, you know, too much, right? To pursue my individual goal, you know. But anyway, the diabetes thing. Oh, well, anyway, here's the thing I disrespect, but to see through his knees when it becomes mandatory. I mean, what's that? SI roll or something? I mean, if you... Oh, I also always get the EII, the INFJ in socionics. Again, though, I don't know, Jack's description of the ISFP, which would be the ISFJ, was actually pretty... I could relate to some of that. That was pretty good. Oh, right, and the description I read on it was actually pretty good, too, you know? I was like, oh, this kind of makes sense. Aesthetics, you know, focus on beauty and things like that. I was like, all right, that's pretty good. Finally, somewhat, right? It's, you know, give me a break, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Finally, something good. I mean, not saying whatever, they're obviously very good, but it's just kind of like, you're gonna give me some things that I know that I'm like sort of good at and things like that, you know? Oh yeah, I meant INF. What, you know how it's actually an INFJ? They switched the introverted ones. But like, what? Hold on. Though for some, right, the diabetes thing is a thing of you have to because of the circumstance. Though for some, that notion still isn't enough of a motivator to change. I mean, look, yeah, I know. I mean, I get that. I just, you know, kind of answers its own question, right? I just thought it was worth a consideration. That's good. That's what Boba Fett said. It's just be a bit tougher for SI polars. Change. One must conform to the baseness of an age or become neurotic. Sounds like a shitty wager, right? Openness is NE fire element. Well, I am the whatever. That's what's so interesting, right? Is I'm freaking you get the Aries, Sun, Mars, and Mercury, but then I have Leo rising and Cancer moon, right? Aries and Cancer are squared, so it's almost like the FI and the FE are clashing within me a bit. You know what I'm saying? Amazing truth in reality. Well, tragic truth in reality. In the end, it's like, what am I going to let win? I mean, I want to let the individual win, myself win in some regard, but still be doing good. You know what I mean? But I just don't like the idea of the FE sort of acquiescing, right, to the other, you know? He's one of the big 5 personality traits. He is typically defined as tendency to give it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like not good. But yeah, INFP. I mean, yeah. When people are emotionally reactive and vulnerable to stress, are more likely to turn on that social right. Just the what I've come to know today, I don't see you as an FI lead. Well, I definitely was, thinking like, well, FI lead does seem a little intense, in terms of the realism of my situation. I sort of felt like, well, everything else that followed made sense. But from thinking in terms of being straight up FI lead, I was kind of like, well, wow. I mean, yeah, they tend to be pretty, I don't know. Yeah, very, I don't know. I guess you said you lack the rigidity with your presence, So it's just got me thinking ENFP, and then I was like, I don't think I'm polar TI though, So it kind of just brings me to the type, It's kind of like with ISFJ, INFJ, whatever, something like that. Probably more so ISFJ, because I would think I'd at least be NESI, but you could probably make a case for INFJ though. No, but I probably wouldn't be NE ignoring though. So I don't know. Amazing truth in reality. Anyway, I try to get those neuroticism numbers down. We attract the rigidity with your presence. TI-FI leads are quite still. Yeah, I'm a little, whatever. I get into it. Can you imagine? I'd love to. It would be interesting to see what someone types me voltologically. Yeah, John was narrowing things down with his ISTJ notion, though. It was missing the feeling component that is satiated by the typing of ISFJ. Well, yeah, I mean, that's like exactly what I thought. You know what I'm saying? With like intertype relations, though, I'm kind of like, huh. I always thought, I mean, it's not like I know that many INTJs, but I always ever thought they seem pretty cool and everything. I didn't really think, I wouldn't think of it as being so, like, a conflict prone. Although the ISFJ typing would make sense in terms of being more amenable to other types, like Taylor or something, right? Like he doesn't bother me, right? I mean, back in the day when he was on the whereby and stuff, it was kind of like, oh, this guy, tough guy, and him and some other people kind of had more domineering presence. but I was never but especially now, but I didn't know him very well. And then like after a while, I've realized, especially with him even popping in here on my, I've gone on his stream. He's come on my stream. You know, it's very cool, very good, and you know, realize like, I wonder, you know, the idea of if I was an INFP or ENFP or something, it would kind of be like, you would think then that I would, we would have conflict, right? But we don't really. Does not yet, not yet. And I guess you would also think maybe I would take a lot more issue with stuff with like Eric. I mean, I obviously have complaints about stuff in a sort of more, I don't know, FI-ish way or whatever, SSI even kind of way, but like but I don't really, but my own sort of metric on it is very like, hey, if it's not personal or whatever, I'm not uh I'll be open to it, you know. If you know what I'm saying. Like the conspiracy stuff, it was like, you know, it doesn't bother me. Like it's I have to have like some sort of personal investment in the thing to really actually like be like, hey, that's irresponsible, you know what I mean? Or if like someone someone I know died, you know what I mean? Like that's, it's not so basically I'm very like open to that kind of thing. I'm trying to think of other types, but you get the idea. Like it, I was looking at the type square and I was like, oh wow. I'm like, oh, this is interesting because it would also mean that I'm much more amenable to these other kinds of types that you know that I probably wouldn't be otherwise. I mean, some of the other ones made sense from how I was thinking about it before with like INFP or ENFP, but then from the ISFJ, then these other things start to make sense. Like, oh, I do get along. I do seem to like, I don't have problems with ENTPs or ESTPs, and I mean, there was one chick who thought she was ESTP that I went out with, and that was horrible. But she was like very, she had problems, and you know, but like that was sort of unique. Yeah, that wasn't good, but that was sort of a unique. That was sort of like me getting very tested on that level. But generally speaking, though, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if I could be pretty, you know, amenable to them. But it's definitely a type I wouldn't think. Hmm. I don't think it's a general issue or whatever, but anyway. Peter says a type with TE polar tends to reject facts given from a source which they are personally unfamiliar with, firmly believing they can make their own decisions that are solely based on their own perspective and reasoning about it. They will tend to become defensive when questioned about their rationale or efficiency, pointing out that there is no such thing as objective fact. Well, I mean, I don't know about going into saying there's no such thing as objective fact, but I feel this. And then he says, also, these types experience a significant level of stress in tending to day-to-day must-dos and responsibilities in life, like routine maintenance or working productively, manifesting itself as a general laziness or hyperdiligence. I can get with that. TE business logic, it is not always the business affairs. How often in the movies does the champion make his own bed, do his own laundry, work at the local hospital as a candy striper or nurse? I could definitely do to use more of it. I mean, the things I noticed, right, by the way, and look, and I'm gonna say it because it's like, you know, the main things, right, that seem to with even like my own family or like my mom, like It's like oh, like, it's like you're not an ISFJ because you're actually not that nice, and because you are not working. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, well, those, to be fair, are not real reasons to not that I'm not an ISFJ. It's funny because then suddenly I start being like, well, hey, I could be an ISFJ. You know what I mean? I'm actually like, hold on, no, I could actually be that. And then like when Winston's mom says stuff, it's like, oh, because you've said this multiple times now, right? Like, it's like, ISFJs, they're out working and they're out doing the providing for the family. I'm like, look, I have my goals here of sort of ultimately getting to it eventually, right? Like, I mean, there's only kind of, look, as far as I'm concerned, I need to be more like an ISFJ, you know what I'm saying? But the idea of it being like, it's like the idea the idea of like, oh, well, like, you're not an ISFJ because like you're not like, doing what you're supposed to do or whatever. I'm like, I don't know if that's like a real, and I mean supposed to do, I mean like objectively, right? Like not in like an ISFJ way, but in like a genuine way. Because honestly, think about it. I was thinking, honestly, I think ISFJ could even be the best type in many ways. It's kind of like the true north of typology. I mean, obviously there are strengths and weaknesses, and I'm not really big on the sort of SINE placement, the way it is, but like, it kind of makes sense. But I'm saying though, like, there are so many ways that you could explain the situation that would actually corroborate it, like I'm tending to the SI stuff and not the SE stuff, like. In some way, working, like being out working and doing all that kind of thing, like that's like SE and like FE at the same time as well, But I'm just saying, right? It's like to sort of advocate for the ISFJ typing. I would say, well, it's like just because I'm can whatever can be temperamental and because I can whatever that I'm not working, oh god, right? The worst thing, right? It's like, it's not like first of all that I'm like super like healthy and happy like about especially about that stuff, right? Like these are like weaknesses, right? Like they're not strengths. But I'm just saying the ideas of like that's not exactly sort of convincing in a real way, I'm just saying it's sort of that's like negative, right? Like oh, you're not an ISFJ because you're not like a productive member of society or something, right? Productive and positive member of society. And I'm like, well, you think? I mean, it's like, look, I wish I was more like that, but I'm saying but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm not ISFJ. You know what I'm saying? But I'd look, I have definitely thought, that I've been, what I offer is if you want to call it a workaround of SIFE, it'd be like, well, no, it's got NE and FI and stuff. And like, I do have pretty good FE, you know? And that's how I can provide, but it doesn't really matter. Look, the point still is though, I do get to tend to my SI and I do get to tend especially to my FE, right? Actually provide good for both myself and others, and then the TI and the TE sort of just follow. You know what I'm saying? Like so like that's not, to be honest, it's not as important to me in that sense. I mean, I can say this, I think like thinking that I'm pretty good at the sort of NF stuff, but that I do have to be more like an ISFJ. And if it so happens that I actually just like am that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. And it's good. But basically it's like no one, this is the thing, right? No one is saying well, actually some people are. That's not true that nobody's saying this, but instead of focusing on some negative thing, like how about a positive reason for why I'm not ISFJ, right? Like all anyone can come up with is like, oh well, like he's got a bad sleep schedule and he's not working and what you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah. Why? But how about how I'm so you know what I mean, creative and artistic. You know what I mean? Like all of those things, and instead, someone saying something like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like like no way his NE and his FI are too good. Like obviously that would be like what I would want someone to say. But I don't like saying stuff like that because I don't want to poison the well and I do not want anyone saying things inauthentically. Like I want the truth and nothing but the truth, right? So because that is what is good, you know? Uh so yo, what up, Misfortune? Thank you for being here. Yeah, but I just think that's funny. It's like a half joke, right? But it's true. Like it's literally like it's like but it's not fully true because people have definitely said like, "Oh, he's so NE and blah 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 blah." Like great. And FI stuff and all of that. There's been some of that. But it's just funny though, right? It's more funny than anything, like in a genuine way, of people being like, oh, he's not an ISFJ because like he's a fuck up, right? it's like no. How about because I'm a fucking creative, artistic genius, right? Or you know what I mean? Like that I was really in touch with my own feelings and I'm very expressive, right, and all of that. And instead of how I'm just a fucking, you know what I mean? Like a fucking loser. You know what I'm saying? It's just funny. No, I mean, look, it's all good. It is what it is. You have to get real about it if you want to be typing. It's true. I don't really fit archetypally, Like functionally though, it's definitely a lot of it does make sense. Again, I'm not crazy about the SINE placement, but a lot of it does make sense. The idea that I could sort of become that, it's very interesting. You're yeah. It's like I know it's really honestly I'm really not even mad or anything because it is what it is, and I'm open about it. I mean, look, whatever. I could sort of probably be like, oh, it's so sad, but it's not really. It's really not that bad. It's not like anyone's like fucking ragging on me that bad or anything. But it is just a funny thing I noticed, right? It's like, no. It's not that he's not an ISFJ because he's like this creative, artistic genius who's really in touch with his feelings and expressive. He's not an ISFJ because he is not working because he's not working basically, because he's what I mean. He's a fuck up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He's like not doing what he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? He's like not being like dutiful or responsible or whatever. And I'm like, well, wait, hold on, right? Like, wait a minute. Now I actually want to be an ISFJ, right? You know what I'm saying? but I'm just complaining, right? Like I'm not. But I honestly just think that that's funny though. Like yeah, maybe it's a little bit irritating, but it really honestly is more funny than anything. It's like, all right, it's like, but plenty of people have said the kind of thing that I would like to hear in that way without being too. Because don't get me wrong, look, I don't really think I'm like some genius, and I honestly don't even think that I'm like super NE, just overflowing with ideas and just like I really don't think that, but I do think that like my strengths lie in those domains. And what I'm saying is but what I'm saying is though is how that's just hilarious though. It's like, no, you can't be that because it's never like positive. It's always like cuz like you're a dickhead, it's like you can be an ISFJ, like you're so mean, or you know what I mean, not mean, but you know what I mean, like I was talking to my mom. She's probably an ESFJ. She could be an ISFJ. But I was talking about, I was like, oh, well, like, it's true. I really do. I care what people think and all of that, And then she goes, And she goes, well, I mean, you couldn't really care what people think that much, because if you did, you'd be out getting a job and working and stuff. And I was like, yeah, but do I? And then I got irritated. I'm like, yeah, but am I really? Because this is what she said. Because she was like, well, because you seem pretty content, like, to do that. And then I was like, yeah, but am I really though? And then she goes, and she was like, well, maybe not, you know. I mean, put it this way: am I really going to be willing to? I'm going to get a job to perception manage. You know what I mean? Are you kidding me? So that people think that I'm like dutiful and responsible. Like. No, I'm going to do it because I want to do it. Look, it's the right thing to do. It is the good thing to do. You know. No dispute, right? It's just factual, but like I'm just saying that's such a stupid vibe, right? Oh, well, you know, I guess you're not worried. You must not care what people think that much. And that's like, well, I mean, yeah, I kinda, but it's also like fucking, I'm definitely not happy about it. I'm not exactly the most sort of like wicked, super healthy, happy person. So, you know. And I'm not even being whatever. Oh, so sad. I'm just being real, you know. I'm just saying like because it's got me thinking, right? It's like, well, actually, my sort of purpose, speaking of purpose here, it's like it's like it probably is to tend to that realm. To I want to provide good, you know. Anyway, let me just read what you guys say here real quick. Yeah, just provide good. I want to provide good for myself and others, you know. In that kind of beautiful FIFE way. I would just think that it would be delivered in a sort of, if you want to call it any way, I don't know. But that's only insofar as things are uh, you know, whatever. I mean, it doesn't even have to be NE, right? Verbal, it could be FE. FE is communicative, you know. So you know, and NE is just more connective and like it's people say creative, but honestly, I'm so tired of saying it creative. I've said it. I keep saying this, but it's like ISFPs are polar NE. They're like the most creative. They're like the artist type, right? They're freaking polar NE. So it just goes to show it doesn't really mean anything in terms of being creative, but like verbally, ideationally, that's another good word, right? That kind of thing. That's the way you, whatever, become sort of, I guess we want to call it truly creative, but yeah, but you could be creative in all sorts of different ways. So I guess I could also open my mind to other ideas of it's not just about NE, you know. It's more, it could be about SE, or it could be about, that's it basically, you know. But you know, I could basically, I'm actually an ISFP now, but that couldn't be true. I'm not polar NE, but I mean, yeah, but who cares? NE is kind of overrated, you know. For me, it's more about the FIFE stuff. Well, it's the NESI placement, but yeah, and the FIFE stuff. But the ST stuff checks out. Like the SISE, I mean, sorry, the SE and the TI and the TE check out. Oh yeah, the NI though. I think my NI is decent. You know, 8 slot. I don't know. I could. It's at least. It's like I don't think it's possible. SJ guard. What is right and what is wrong? Idealist guard morale. And how that's interesting because I didn't really think that. But sure, maybe how about that? I'll be SJ guard now instead. Because who cares about? I mean, look, it's morals over morale. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just true and good. Just true and good. Pieces. That's 3 times the best. Everything the current way of life is the same sort of. You give a report. Charlie Oscar. What? I said all of that to host Eric about your NE, but I tend to point out why not as I. Oh well, thanks. Yeah, it's all good, but thanks. Yeah. Miss Force says, "Lol, CJ crying. I regret." Emoji. When's most says, "Hi, I'll begin to list what I've observed." Yeah, you don't have to. It's like, but it comes. Oh shucks, right? No, it's like you can rap, improv, and do voices. You move enthusiastically through a wide range of topics. I already covered. Go ask Alice. Thank you. I know. I'm glad you. I remember that when you especially appreciated, and I was sort of glad that you liked that because, yeah, I kind of thought that one was pretty good, and I was like, nice. You answer that. Peter says, "Stand above the stigma." I think what you put up on the screen is creative and sets a mood board type of feeling for us. Yeah, I mean it's the least. It's very like minimal. It's like obviously not that much, right? But it's like, the more I stream, the more I'd like to get a little, more good about it. You take the ball and spin it in many delightful ways, whether it's a topic from the chat or when you talk about movies, you can play guitar upside down as a kind of play. Yeah, I mean, oh well, it's kind of a good period of time. A guitar that is inventive, clever, and creative, and might be useful also. Well, thank you. I mean, it's like, I really hate the idea of like I'm not trying to fish for compliments and things, but those are the kinds of things that I appreciate, and that is good. So to me, right? So thank you very much, but like I don't want people to say things like that because it seems like I like want people to say that, right? Because like, and I know you're not, but it's not what I need it to be on my own merit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That's the most genuine, authentic way, right? That's the only real way. It's the only good way. Are you waiting until purpose? Trying to polarize cognitive development that utilize the combination of first and fourth in tandem. I hope that's not fucked. It's like I'm not fucked up, right? Oh well, he says it's similar to myself. So hey, me and you both, buddy, right? That's interesting. I mean, I've thought of it's strange, right? Because like I've sort of thought about that too, that kind of thing, I'm like, wow. I'm like, what if I had, you know what I mean? If I could have. That's why I thought INFP for a while too, because I was like, well, look, the NA and the SI are right next to each other. It makes sense, but whatever. People don't get the FI Dom vibe, and that's fine. I get it. I really do, because it's not. It's too. I think you're right. There's something about that. It's. I'm too like, I don't know, outward kind of. Like if you want to call it that, At least in communication. It's crazy because I can be like completely non-communicative for a long time, and then I hop on here and I'm like, hey. But it's because I feel genuinely good doing it in a way, I mean, it does get a little exhausting sometimes. Like right now, I've been going for like almost 8 hours. Probably gonna stop like very soon. But I get a bit of an energy vibe, and it's good. But like that's interesting. You got the same sort of vibe with yourself, being a first and fourth attempt. Hey, that could very easily be the case here. Yeah, it was for instance waiting till a purpose race. Well, here's the thing: like the purpose right now, I gotta just figure out how to get some income and insurance. Is that how I keep putting it? Like you could say that. I could sort of try to romanticize it, I did like sort of freelance work, just covering stuff in the local public access studio for a while. But ever since at the around they don't need it. You can get high schoolers to do that. So, but I never ventured out and made it into my. If I really wanted to, I'm sure I could have started a videography business or something. But I never even. I lost my camera. I gotta get a new video camera. Anyway, I just never. I always had this idealized that vision, right? Of like, oh, I'm gonna like go into business for myself. Well, I never did. I'm too lazy. Not never say never, right? I certainly, because like eventually I'd like to sort of get there, and sort of be self employed, I guess you could call it. But the reality of the situation is that obviously purpose striking is not the same thing as like just doing what I got to do to survive. I live at home with my family. uh, I got to do something eventually. You know what I'm saying? um and it may not be. I mean, look, I've actually thought, to be honest with you, and I've talked about this, that I'm gonna be a screw up at some normal job. um Plus it's just it's boring or whatever. But like the more important thing, I guess, there's the more telling thing, is kind of like this kind of routine job. I have to show up every day, and like, and if I'm gonna screw up in this and that, and like I'm not gonna be good at it, and it's gonna suck, like all of those things. Um, so like it's not necessarily an opposition to like so-called quote unquote normal work, but like waiting for a purpose to strike. Like, dude, I know like my purpose in some ways in the sort of more creative artistic stuff, but the way of like sort of getting income and insurance is clearly not that, unless I sort of start really monetizing what I'm doing. But I don't feel comfortable doing that yet, because I'm not at a level to where like there's no real product. Like this stream itself is the most product I've had to show for myself in many years. I mean, there's been things over the years. I'm sort of building, I guess you could say I'm slowly building a portfolio, you know. But the output has been scant. That's a good word. And yeah, well, I'm trying to ramp. I definitely want to get things going more. I have no like I mean, what I need is a studio. I keep saying it, but to get in an actual studio and be getting good work done there. Um because I don't have the technical ability, or really even the patience, to be figuring stuff out on my own. Like I want to plug and play. I want to could be cutting stuff down on the mixing boards and doing whatever it is on as a sort of after effect, or after whatever you want to call it, not so much as being involved in the process. I mean, I guess the more involved the better, but I don't know, I'm just too lazy, so I wind up wanting to spill my efforts elsewhere. I wind up writing a bunch, and I wind up streaming and stuff, and playing and whatever, and doing improvisations and things. But that's not product. You get what I'm saying? Like this stream itself is the closest thing to product that is of my own name, that is like wholly my creation, since well, I guess since like, yeah, I don't know, in the last like 5 or so years. So, and anyway, gotta get the sort of, but that's why this has been good for me, to get not to get the not just the social, to get both the social and the creative ideas going, and doing right and good. Anyway, with the other but that's kind of my whole vibe on that. Being known as any, or being creative, is you being expansive. You mean like my idea of being NE is being expansive? Yeah. Broadening the scope of possibilities. Sorry, I didn't read that part. Broadening the scope of possibilities. You mean that's how I'm describing it, or how it is described? Because like, I mean, it's probably both, but I would view it as that. It's just no, you're right. And that's sort of the thing. It's not always conducive. Actually, it's not always conducive to creativity, but it does enable an ideational, you know, an ideational whatever pop. An ideational pop. Well, because it's like it's multiplicity. It's just, but it's better to. I'd rather the simplicity is better. You know, it's obviously more good. You know, it's like come on, literally good. Anyway, 8 slot can be worked on similar one-on-one going to the gym. If you work out, then you'll notice gains. If you don't stop, then you'll see them fade over time. You know what else is ridiculous, by the way? Like, how is it that, I mean, like, so ISFJ and ISTJ can be like best friends, but ISFJ and INTJ are going to not get along. And I don't see that at all, right? And the only difference is that you're going to be sensing instead. Well, give me a break, you know? Maybe you guys are ISTJs instead. I'd like if I'm to run into a particularly FI sort of rigid INTJ or something, I could see that being a problem, right? But generally speaking, though, it's like at least with you guys, I'm like I'd find you guys informative and delightful. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just saying, it's just funny because it's like that's crazy because it's like ISFJ and INTJ are like conflict or something ridiculous, but ISFJ and ISTJ are kindred. Like, oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. But anyway, I'm reading what you got. I'm just reading this to myself. When Mom's just a lot to read out loud. I'm getting tired. I mean, this is pretty good. This is why I gotta actually just read Young. Just go to the source. Seriously. I mean, not like, you know, Eric and everyone's insights and things are obviously good, but just, I mean, the man himself, you know, he invented the ideas. So good. So anyway. I'm pretty sure my temperament is something like melancholic sanguine. It's an amazing balance. Characters, morality, loyalty, voluntary submission to its authority. No, it's like, what does that even mean? That means nothing. I mean, it's your own intuitive view of things and involuntary submission to its authority. I mean, okay, well, what's your moral claim, you know, or whatever? Your moral resolution, I mean, right? You too fluid with your way of being to be a TI FI lead. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even think. I never thought TI lead, and I honestly even did think that FI lead was a little intense. You know what I mean? For a while, like I've always known that. It's that's the thing about it. It's like I'm not gonna be happy. Like my mom said this too. She was like, well, I remember when you were talking about ENFP, you were upset because it was like people weren't taking you seriously. And she's like, I don't think you're gonna be happy with like any type that you're gonna get. You're just gonna be questioning about it, and like that's good, but just like, you know, consider that it's like it's actually good. You're an ISFJ, you know. And I'm like, oh, thank you. She's like, but it's so true, you know. He's like, oh, I'm not being taken. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm polar TI, and then now it's like, no, I'm not creative enough. Ridiculous. Well, you know, ENFP, whatever. It's like, oh, I'm creative, but I'm dumb. And then ISFJ is like, I'm dumb but not creative. No, I don't know. I guess not. It'd be more like smart but not creative or something like that. Because ISFJs, I feel like they're actually pretty smart. Low key, a little bit low key smart, but like kind of like you know, chill, chill smart, but not exactly. It's just a lot of misconceptions. I don't know, man. There's definitely misconceptions abound. 7 live and get private caregiver jobs. Are you kidding me? Is that a joke? Dude, that's the thing. Like, I would never want to do that. And plus, because I'm too. But that's my SI in a way. Like I'm just too disgust sensitive and think. Well, look, I would like to. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm too disgust sensitive. Too sensitive to those things. I see these things with the way you conduct yourself. One tendency to monologue. Too much of what a declarer says seems more statement-like, even questions. Prefer... Oh my gosh, are these all about me? I'm flattered. Wait, are these things that you've like found, or did you write this yourself? This is one tendency, because let's go through this. One tendency to monologue. Too much of what a declarer says seems more statement-like, even questions. If you're talking about me, that's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, declarer. To look into that. Would that be an ISFJ? Listens attentively and silently to others' speeches to return to a long speech. Yeah, absolutely. I love listening to people's speeches. But I gotta go in on my long speech after. Not always, but this is usually probably something gonna go in on my long speech. Motive of communication is internal. Sure, yeah. Finds it easier to talk to one person at a time. I mean, yeah, totally. Like, yeah, before starting to talk, first ascertains that attention is grabbed. I mean, yeah, kind of, right? I don't know. Is very patient in terms of other speeches, in terms of letting finish. First to finish the speech before letting others talk. Likes closure and that their point was conveyed. I mean, yeah, that's can be a little OCD almost, but it's true. I do that, yeah. I definitely, like, kind of, I do like to ultimately do that. Questions are often either rhetorical or only strictly motivated by serious need. I mean, you know, I like to be, like, genuinely curious about people, right? But, you know, that's interesting. It's just for certain information. She finds my intelligence and book knowledge scary. I find her ability to be a wife, mom, and run a house scary, not to mention her memory. I like her. She likes me. I do have a decent memory. Young is about as hard a read as one will ever encounter. Don't conflate the face value definitions used for the intertype relations as to be what they mean. I only ever really look at the type square, you know. I mean, I haven't read that much about them. Have you... Now I'm asking a question, but again, I am wondering, actually, right? Have you noticed anything that's different about that kind of relationship? ISFJ, INTJ, for example. Ms. Warren says, I think it depends on situation, maybe topic, obviously. Unemployment insurance. Somehow it's talking about. You know, Peter says, someone being creative and attaching it to a particular function is blasphemy. Well, I'm kind of starting to realize that. No, what's up, Lou DeFay? Thank you for being here. That notion never sat right with me. I mean, it's definitely a bit of an over statement. Like with NE, for example. It is sort of clear, and it is becoming increasingly clear that there's all sorts of different kinds of creativity. Pain to poop. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, T-Jump? Oh my gosh. He's the worst. I'm just kidding, but I mean, like, that's ridiculous. You get really that much money for that? That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Conversely, knowing without knowing may be an NI. I always... Look, NI I do find hard to define. I always think of NI and TI as just being inherent. I mean, because NI is just so esoteric, and then TI is like data oriented. I find it difficult to define. Not, I mean, I can use words to describe it, but I feel like it's less, you know, like it's more an umbrella for things like oh, you know, symbolism and archetypes, and yeah, you could say kind of a knowing or inner knowing or instinctual or a hunch or, those kinds of things. That it even kind of almost is mysticism incarnate, right? That it's kind of spiritual in nature. But like those are all just ways of like, I mean, you've almost said nothing. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm just saying it's the most. It's so. I guess I just find it the most hard to define, right? I think because it is. I think that's because it inherently is. But I could go on like long. I don't know. Watch. I'm an ESFJ, right? I'm freaking NI polar. Because I feel like I could go on rants about like every other function and like every other type and stuff. But with NI stuff, I'm like, I don't know. And then TI is a little easier to explain, right? Because it's conditional logic and it's if then statements and sort of data, you could say, and sort of like the parts of a thing, right? How understanding how something works and all of that. Um, but again, after that, I'm a little at a loss for words, right? I guess you could say technical. You could say you know mathematical is one that I like to use. Because I think it's true. I think it's very much mathematical. You know, it's like TI is objective truth, so-called quote unquote objective truth, in the way that 2 + 2 = 4, right? So it's not like that. It's really said anything about the sort of nature of the universe or anything, but it can definitely tell you a kind of objective logic. I've come to understand. It took me some time to understand what that means. But that's definitely true, right? No pun intended. And good, but because I was always taking issue with that. I was like, what do you mean you get the objective truth? You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's truth insofar as it's how a thing kind of works, right? The the machinations. You could even say mechanical. I always think of like kind of gears turning and things like that. I think of math more than anything. But see, this is the thing. I just don't know that I buy though. Like what? Like that the TE is just execution of a goal or something. Like I always thought that TE was sort of data in some way, right? But I guess it kind of makes sense. It's if it's coming from within. I always thought of it as being without, right? Like the TE, like statistics, right? Was it good? Oh well, so TE is like statistics. It's the end result of a thing, right? But and even now, I'm starting to realize I'm like, no, no, no. It's it's the end result of a thing that you produce, and I'm like, oh god. I'm like, right? I've been thinking of it wrong, but so if you're extroverted thinking, you're asserting something, right? Um, you could say in a logical fashion, but there's different words. We've talked about it, like Peter, for example, right? Like TI is in deductive logic and TE is inductive logic. So that makes sense. I mean, that might even be the best way of like simply putting it, right? But that's the thing, Lou. It's like it's FI and TE working concurrently. So like Eric is always saying like, you know, FI is like a goal and FI is what you want and TE is how you get it. And I'm like, is it really that simple? I mean, it makes sense, but then it's like, well, so then TIFE is like TI is like the truth, and then FE is like sort of making it palatable. I mean, that's always what I think of. But like, I never hear it put as simply as that. Like, I wish that Eric or like people would say that more about TI and FE, because I feel that just makes I look. I get that it kind of is, but that just makes TEFI. It's so like utilitarian. I guess it is though, right? I mean, but like FITE for example, like if you've got FI above TE though, I mean, I guess it is what it is, but you have a harder time accessing that. So you'd be less utilitarian. That's true, Misfortune. There's also order of operations, TE. Is another good way of explaining it. But yeah, you guys are saying some good stuff here. I mean, I'm trying to get paid to read books. You kidding me? I'm gonna do that now. That'll motivate me to read. That's hilarious. You kidding me? That seems like a scam. oh, I could review them. That's the kind of thing that I would genuinely love to do. To just review stuff. So good. You just have to. I feel like you need like accreditation for that kind of thing. But anyway, we don't have to get. It would just turn into a job hunt stream for me for CJ. And it almost feels so weird saying my own name. You ever feel like that? Is that FI? You know what I mean? Like it's like not. It's you feel it's not. It's like sixth slot FI or whatever, right? Yeah, but like execution goal would be a combo function SE in there somewhere. Well, it's definitely SE. Well, because I was thinking about this, I'm like, that's why ENTJs are the worst, you know. ESTJs are all right because they're like more practical, but ENTJs, they get that grand field of vision, right, or whatever you want to call it. They're good, sort of grand vision, I guess, and then they execute it. Their impact is so much stronger, so they're the worst. I mean, look, I guess when they're evil, they're really evil. When they're good, they're really good, right? We don't have any ENTJs around here. Oh, man. So good. Oh, that's perfect. All right. Pattern recognition is another good word. Yeah, NI, pattern recognition. TI is reasoning. T is effective. That's another good one. Effectiveness. Okay, I mean, look, TI reasoning, TE effectiveness is pretty good. TI strategy, TE logistics. What does it say? TI is reasoning, TE is effectiveness. I've read somewhere. TI is strategy, TE is logistics. TE, yeah, the thing is, I feel like TE and SE get almost confused. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? You're just jaunting you're into socionics. Sort of frolicking. Isn't that what a jaunt is? Yeah, this is a short excursion or journey for pleasure. It comes from... What the heck? Dude, yo, etymology is the best. Like, origin, late 16th century, of unknown origin, originally depreciatory. Early senses included tire a horse out by riding it up and down, traipse about, and as a noun, troublesome journey. The current positive sense dates from the mid-17th century. Just so you guys know. But I was laughing at the horse thing and traipsing about. I'm definitely traipsing about right now, straight up. Troublesome journey, but they changed it to positive. It's positive now. Whoa, dude. Thanks for the folder here, Peter. See, this is the thing. Like, I cannot imagine. Again, I could only imagine getting mad or having problems with an INTJ if they have like just crap FI and they're just crapping all over me or something. You know what I'm saying? But I find what little INTJ sort of interactions I've had, I found to be like delightful. Like I've said, like just like sort of resourceful and just like pleasant. I mean, we were pretty chill and good. But who knows? It might just be a thing of people around here. What's up, Mac Daddy? The TE polar thing too. It's like people be getting like I don't know how I feel about it, but I am curious what he thinks as a look. I'm probably gonna do another session with him at some point. just to see what happens. Give it a few months, maybe at like the end of the summer or something. I might see what Spacey has to say or something, but I don't know. Socionics is pretty good though. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like I read when I was watching, Jack from Socionics, World Socionics Society. Such an elite name, but it's really just him making videos, and it's he has been doing these kind of profiles. I read the Socionics profile for the ISFJ, and I was like, oh, this actually is a lot more charitable. I mean, first of all, Eric's is charitable, but I was like, oh, this is a lot more charitable. And then watching Jack's video on it, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty charitable as well. Because there's like a lot of aesthetic focus, like a beauty and things, and I was like, all right, give me something to work with. That's the thing though, is like with paying Spacey. Pretty sure he's doing it for actually. Well, Eric is, what is it, like $100? But I think Spacey's doing it for like $30 or something, so it's like not that bad. But it's still spending, honestly, like money on typings in that way, especially if you're broke, like, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit frivolous. I mean, no hate to anybody, but I'm just saying, if you don't really have money to spare and you're like spending stuff on getting typed by people, it's got a little bit of a, what do you call that? Like a vanity expense or something? I don't know what you call that. Look, it's a psychological expense. It's a health expense. I don't know, but it's kind of a frivolous expense. But it's not bad though, right? $30. It's definitely not. Like, you wouldn't be like $100. I'm like, yeah, no. Not saying whatever he should charge. You should definitely. I mean, honestly, if you want to look at, depending on how you look at it, if you want to take a sort of utilitarian view, and especially with Eric kind of being a bit of an expert, I'm saying charge $100, but when it's $30, I mean, that's pretty good. Like, that's not too frivolous. But yeah, I didn't know if you thought that was sort of expensive as well. But yeah, now that you said it, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's true though. It's definitely way less frivolous to be spending $30 than $100 on a typing, right? No hate to Eric, it is what it is. I'm just saying it's a good sort of a fair pricing, but yeah, you could probably afford to, give $30 to Spacey for a good typing session. I'd be interested to see his heads. I mean, I used to talk to him years ago when on the Whereby and stuff, and like, he never thought, he always sort of thought that I was an ENFP as well, but like there was one time though that I've mentioned a few times where he was like, oh, I just saw this chick and man, you ENFPs are crazy, and I was like, haha, yeah. Almost felt like a little bit of a like a imposter syndrome, because I was kind of like, that's kind of the truth. Like, I can be a little bit so quote unquote crazy, but I'm not really sort of crazy in that way, right? Like because I feel like what he meant was, oh, they're so all over the place or whatever, and I was like, not really that adventurous or anything, unfortunately, I wish I was more, but it's just not true. That's why there were always things about that didn't make sense either. But I don't know. People started not thinking that I was that, and then they thought INFP, and then I thought it, and then fine. It's kind of led me. It's been a bit of a journey, right? And then Eric starts thinking ENTP, John, and like a few people start thinking ISTJ, but then some are thinking INFP. But some still think ENFP, but then Eric comes around and says ISFJ. Some people think I ENFP still, but sorry. um Oh my gosh, what was I gonna say? But then you look at the comments, people think I'm either like they think ENFJ or ESFJ. I'm like, no. It's gotta be either like, ISFJ, INFP, ENFP, or INFJ or something. I've like that's it now. I've narrowed it down because I never even thought I was really an ENTP. I didn't think I was polar FI. But anyway, oh God, my family's upstairs and they're being loud, but it's cool. It's a blessing. No, it's just me trying to stream in the basement, being like, what do I expect? But if you hear whatever, it is what it is. Can we please so you see what you get? Yeah, well, Peter, I should start doing typing business. I mean, he could probably do a straight up Enneagram business. I feel like that's kind of his gig. He's kind of a jack of all trades, though. If I do say so for him. Wait, so the idea, yeah, I always thought that too about the ENFP INTJ thing. But Peter's saying, nah, no, far from it. The mind mate, cognition, teach. It's advised to avoid attempts at deep engagement. The big way to cause problems. The saving graces of both parties will entertain the other's worldview, likely judge the same amazing. No, I don't know. I just don't really have anything to say. Getting kind of tired. But I'm enjoying the vibes. I just wish I didn't start. Well, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. I gotta get this schedule better, right? Because, like, well, now everyone's here. I'm gonna stick around. I'm not gonna be as talkative, if I'm being honest. I love being silent. I'm into it. I'm getting into it now. I'm an ISFJ now. You know what I mean? It is true, though, that, like, the idea of, like, oh, dude, like, popping off with NE stuff, like, it's like, dude, honestly, who cares? Like, stuff can be, like, a dime a dozen, like, straight up, like, I'm into, being right and good. I'm not really so into just kind of, this and that, whatever. Just some considerations of truth and reality, of amazing considerations of some amazing truth and reality. Some considerations of amazing truth and reality. But vibe-elicious, vibe-tastic. I am popping. I'm very distracted right now by the fam. But it's chill. Talking about trust and sort of being the problem solver. Potential partner. I mean, I imagine what would be... I can imagine what would be most frustrating is if people don't That's kind of like what you're saying, Misfortune. It's like basically people don't listen to what you're saying, I guess, or take your advice seriously. You know what I mean? Like, I can imagine that being very frustrating. For instance, I can't hear them in all. All right, thanks, Mr. It's probably not. You probably can't actually hear them that much on the laptop. Thank you, Misfortune. Mr. Bird hearing me out and actively participating in the bridging discovered gaps. Social agree reciprocity support when the lack thereof major resentment I found out for myself. It makes for better finishing time and the three-legged race of life and partnership. Wow, it's popping. Double digits. 10 viewers. What? 7 likes. Lucky number 7. What's up, Fugkyuk? He's how relaxing. It's medieval and the bard plays his lute. Yeah, I'm in a chill vibe now, you know what I'm saying? We've kind of we've covered a lot over the last 9 hours, right? I'm straight posted. I always love Wings Mom's Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality puns. So good. This is Wes CJ's Chill in Truth. His guitar playing has an island truth that is in reality too good to shut down. Thank you, Wiz's Mom. Appreciate it. I've kind of been thinking lately about getting a little bit adventurous in the kind of... See, I like to improv by myself and things and come up with things like vocally and everything, but you know, it's like a little bit I don't know, FI or something, I don't know. So I sort of try not to. And then if I do, it's sort of a bit of a joke, or it's like I'm rapping or something. But the sort of next step in this kind of thing is really getting true and good, you know, about the improv. I don't know about right now, but we'll see if the sort of mood strikes, you know? It's like maybe I can at least cover something. Yo, I've been kind of feeling the Cranberries a bit lately. The thing is, I should save this for Sunday, but I've been really liking the song Sunday. I don't even want to play it. You mystify me. You mystify me. Oh. I don't know. I might actually need to sort of learn it first, but. Actually, I might just be able to. To go, where to go. I don't know if I can like sort of do the whole song, but it's definitely like. Something on your mind, one behind. You're spinning me round, my feet are off the ground. I don't know where I stand. You have to hold my hand. You mystify me, you mystify me, you mystify me. Oh, when you walk into the room, it happened all so soon. I didn't want to know, 'cause you really have to go. You mystify me, you mystify me, you mystify me. Oh. And I didn't find the words to say I love you, and I couldn't find the time to say I need you. It wouldn't come out right, it wouldn't come out right, it just came out all wrong. Oh, you're spinning me round, my feet are off the ground, I don't know where I stand, you have to hold my hand. You mystify me, you mystify me, you mystify me. You know where to go, where to go. Oh, something on your mind, wanna leave me behind, wanna leave me behind. You know where to go, where to go. Oh, something on your mind, wanna leave me behind, wanna leave me behind. Especially with the way she sings it, it's like, it's so intense. You mystify me. Mystify me. Oh. And I didn't find the words to say I love you. And I couldn't find the time to say I need you. It wouldn't come out right. It wouldn't come out right. It just came out alright. Mystify me, oh. And I didn't find the words to say I love you, and I couldn't find the time to say I need you. It wouldn't come out right. It wouldn't come out right. It just came out all wrong. Oh, whoa, you're spinning me round. My feet are off the ground. I don't know where I stand. You have to hold my hand. You mystify me. You mystify me. You mystify me. Ah. No, I don't know that one, but I could try to hear it. I kind of want to check more of her out. She was on Caroline Polachek's new album, on this with Grimes, and I was sort of like, oh god, you know, to get heard Grimes and died. I was like, oh, it's actually a pretty decent track. I still have to finish her album. It's pretty good. But I'm kind of gonna try to play something now. When the goal is to know and imagination is a process that's engaged into divine said knowledge, the conclusion is unconsciously derived meaning is counterly to internal structure. What about learning the song? I mean, you know, it's I've only heard it a few times now, and that is me playing it just in that with that knowledge. But as I was gonna say, I kind of want to play something else that I sort of know a little bit better. Oh yeah, but anyway, I'm going to listen to more Dido. Oh yeah, I also need to eat something. I haven't eaten in a while. Or just do like one more song and then head out. Maybe come back on later tonight or tomorrow for a while, but came out all wrong. Sorry, keep yawning. I cover my mouth. Demons. And I'm saying that maybe it's angels, dude. So I'm saying it's angels. I'm saying it's angels, dude. Referring to when you seek inquiry into what type you are with that to know comment. I'm sorry. Ironically, I don't know what you mean. But I was just saying with the demon thing, I'm saying it's, I'm yawning, I'm letting in angels. In this movie, it's angel. I'm saying it's actually angel, dude. But, no, I'm not sure what the sort of vibe is with that. To know. Popping off. Popping off with the yawning. Coming through with the clonopin. Got the ladies fawning. I'm all up in the sauna with the gun drawn. And this, you're just a pawn in the game. So lame how it is, how it be, how it do, how I'm free, how I'm good. Popping off like a firecracker. Never slacker. Richard Linklater. To all your rapping needs, I do indeed cater. Do you a favor. 51 flavors. Is it 51? I think it's 51. Sorry, I'm just trying to find this song. What I'm saying is is when you come to the precipice of an erudite truth that lacks a tangible structure needed for assimilation / acceptance as being a truth, and you dismiss it in favor of seeking a more any possibilities. Well, they're a boss or whatever manager thing, so they must be an ESTJ. No, I'm joking, but they need details first. Care less about the overarching concept. Care less about the overarching concept behind the details. It's like, of course, they self-type as INFJ. I mean, for me, I guess it would depend on the task, but, you know, but that doesn't exactly sound super NI, right? You know, I mean, you gotta have a balance between concept and details. But, like, that's what I mean about I would need, like, it would depend on the context. Just because... Oh, well, also Peter says, like, yeah, looking for said tangible structure. I don't know if I read that, but yeah. Said tangible structure. Yeah, I guess, like, it's the sort of needing proof or something that it works. Or, like, that it, I guess you could say that it coheres. Although I get that, I mean, type itself is very NI, so, you know. Yeah, they might be neurodivergent. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe they're literally, like, autistic or something. Like, details. Because, like, if you know how to, whatever, wash dishes or whatever it is, like, you don't need to be going into that. But, like here's the concept. You wash the dishes. Like, oh, okay. But if it's something like, you know, whatever, programming a, I don't know, computer, it's like, you're going to have to give me the sort of details there in some way, right? Obviously, but, you know, 2 cents on it. But, ooh, amazing cracks. Crack attack. Cocaine, crack cocaine. I don't know if I can, like, find something that I feel like really playing right now, you know? You know, it's like you gotta find the right vibe and all that. You gotta find the right vibe. Find the right vibe. Soundproof doesn't exist from what I can think of at the moment. You mean, just in terms of, like, type, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's very NI. It either, I guess, NI clicks or it doesn't. There's the archetypal and the functional, though, right? But I guess if you're saying they sort of both click, there's a certain feel to it. I would say it's an intuitive feel, but whatever it may be. No, I'm not like, whatever, totally. It's pretty narrowed down at this point in terms of my type, but I wouldn't, sort of eschew it in favor, like, yeah, I guess it would be sort of being open to certain possibilities, right? But it's not like any kind of anti-NI thing. What like Eric was trying to get, like, oh, whatever, kind of being negating the NI of it. It's like, I mean, am I really? Just 2 seconds ago, everyone was like, oh, you're so NE and you're ENTP. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, all right. You know what I mean? And that's what I was like, you're NI ignoring. And then he's like, oh, that helps me with typing. I'm like, all right, okay. I mean, whether it has to do with typing or not, I'm just saying in general. Like, oh, like, I mean, it's like, it's, I don't know. If you want to use that logic, it's kind of like, it would be why, for one, why I wouldn't be INFP would be because I'm probably not exactly FE ignoring, But like for him, it's like, well, he's an ENTP, but he's supposed to be NI ignoring. But it's not like there's any real question if he's an ENTP or not. I'm not even saying there is a question that much, really. But you would sort of think that would render a handicap in some way, right? But not with him, I mean, But maybe he's sort of had to just come around to it. I mean, maybe you can embrace your fifth function over time, especially when as you get older. You know what I mean? Just in the sense that, I'm not saying he's old, but just he's sort of older to get middle aged, and that sort of makes sense that you would sort of come around to the NI of things. Like your NE Dom, you come around to the NI of life. You know what I mean? A single pick relevant to the learning styles once he's non-stated. I'll read this in a second. Oh, I didn't even notice Jenzennial for a second, because there are a few people that kind of blended in here. What's up, Jenzennial? Says, Lou, your friend is weird, maybe on purpose, but no person wants to know the recipe before they even know what they are supposed to be cooking. Yeah, it sounds a little bit autistic, like literally. And I mean that literally. No matter what type you might be or can be, there's only one CJ, and that is the amazing truth of you. Charlie Oscar, chilling in Island Thing in black and white. Where does this Charlie Oscar come from? Like, it's so good. I guess the CJO. This one says, true dad, WM. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it is what it is, right? I mean, been so into this stuff for years and had, like, nothing else to, just been sort of, kind of fixated. And, it does have a way of becoming like, oh, geez, I'm the whatever, it's me now. It's stupid. Something on your mind. Wanna leave me behind. Wanna leave me behind. Ow. Oh yeah, I might actually kind of want to play this. Play some Smiths. I've never played a Smith song on here. Something on your mind. Wanna leave me behind. Wanna leave me behind. Ow. In a coma, I know, it's serious. Girlfriend in a coma, I know, it's serious. Girlfriend in a coma, I know, it's really serious. There were times when I could have murdered her, but you know I would hate anything to happen to her. No, I don't wanna see her. Do you really think she'll pull through? Do you really think she'll pull through? Ooh. Girlfriend in a coma, I know, it's serious. My baby, goodbye. Oh, thanks, guys. Oh, thank you. I'm barely even. I'm barely even trying right now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just, which I guess could be taken as a brag, but it's like more like wait till you see if when I actually try. You know what I mean, or whatever. But yeah, it's like, it makes me. It's sort of, thank you guys. It inspires me to really sort of try to do good. You know what I mean? To go hard, so to speak. I'm sort of being kind of reserved right now, you know. I'm just kind of like trying out some different songs and things, you know. But thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I don't know if you guys are into the Smiths at all. People don't really like Morrissey and everything, especially these days, but I mean, he's hilarious. He's pretty good. And plus, like, even the lyrics to this song are like freaky, because I always think of it as like, oh, did he murder her? It's like, but it's kind of funny, and the video is funny too. Like, it's just his dark humor. I don't know, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I like it. And I love this mess. It's funny because like it's funny. It's like I haven't listened to them as much. Been listening to them as much these days, but I'm kind of revisiting some of their stuff. I'm like, man, like a lot of good stuff. I could even actually do another song from. Ooh, I might actually do this song too. It's another one from Strange Ways Here We Come. So it's actually kind of a emotional moment. Because it's very nostalgic. I used to listen to the song all the time as like a teenager. There's such teenager music, you know, but it's like, oh my gosh. Oh, the other thing too, like, I need to sort of put the laptop here instead, right? Because that's part of why I'm being super reserved in the performances, because I actually have the laptop on my lap. You gotta be a little more free to move around. Can pop off a little bit harder, right? Yeah, I don't even know if I want to do that song. It's like it's too emotional. No, I'm kidding, but it kind of is like, I don't know. Well, because it's kind of a Smith song. Might even be like similar chords, just like. It just makes me kind of want to do both songs again. There were times the same chorus. Won't share you. Is it really? It's really the exact same chord. Well, it's very similar. Finally, do it. This is sort of a dry run. I haven't even really heard the song in a while. What was this ad? I won't share you, no. I won't share you with the drive and ambition, the zeal I feel. This is my time. The note I wrote as she read, she said, as the Perrier gotten straight to my head. I remember that. I might not really know it enough to play it right now. Note I wrote as she said, as the Perrier gone straight to my head. As the Perrier gone straight to my head. Or is life sick and cruel instead? Yes. No, 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 no. Oh, I won't share you. Oh, I won't share you. With the drive and the dreams inside. This is my time. Life tends to come and go. I want the freedom and I want the God. I want the freedom and the God. Oh, life tends to come and go as long as you know, no, 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 no. I'll share you. I'll see you somewhere. I'll see you sometime, Well, I really messed that up, but what is this? Boston casting for Good Burgers. Good Burger 2? Guys, this is gonna be my big break. Has the Perrier gone straight to my head? Or is life sick and cruel instead? Yes. No, 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 no. Oh, I won't share you. I won't share you with the drive and the dreams inside. This is my time. Life tends to come and go. That's okay as long as you know. Life tends to come and go as long as you know. No, 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 no. I won't share you. I won't share you with the drive and the dreams inside. This is my time. I want the freedom and I want the guile. Want the freedom and guile. All life tends to come and go. Wait. I want the freedom and I want the God. Want the freedom. I want the freedom and I want the God. I want the freedom and God. Oh, life tends to come and go as long as you know. No, 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 no. up the ending, but it's pretty good. FE guitar playing interfacing going on, I guess. I don't know. Is that what it is now? In this framework, it's FE now, I guess. I mean, William Morrissey's an emotional singer. People always think of him as being like an INFP though, but it's pretty funny because he's pretty like, he's sort of flamboyant, and he's also sort of, over the years he's been very controversial. He's pretty like conservative, and he's definitely pretty egotistical, you know. So but I'm saying he might not even really be an INFP, but the way he sings is pretty legendary. Like if you were gonna say FE in terms of like emoting, yeah, it's definitely kind of emotional. Yeah. Yes. No, 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 no. Ooh. So we'll do a little magnetic fields. I can sort of probably do this song immediately. Some roads. Wow. Wow. Some roads are only seen at night. Ghost roads, nothing but neon signs. But some nights some nights the neon gas gets free. night. Some roads are only seen at night. Ghost roads, nothing but neon signs. But some nights the neon gas gets free and turns into Walking Dead like me. And I've been making promises I know I'll never keep. One of these days I'm gonna leave you in your sleep. Have to go when the whistle blows. The whistle knows my name. Maybe I was born on a train. Well, I know that you were never young. And I know you probably won't get old. But honey, nobody's gonna hurt you anymore. And nobody's gonna make you wanna die. And I've been making promises I know I'll never keep. One of these days I'm gonna leave you in your sleep. I'll have to go when the whistle blows. The whistle knows my name. Maybe I was born on a train. I'll go Time measured in dotted yellow lines has passed you by. Wait, time. Time measured in dotted yellow lines has passed you by. And I never said an honest thing to you. Wait. And I said an honest thing. Said an honest thing to you in all my life. The open road is closing in. When the open road is closed. The open road is. You can't say where it ends and you begin. When every truck stop dives another 5 years off your life. When the open road is closing in. When the open road is closing in. And you can't say where it ends and you begin. When every truck stop dives another 5 years off your life. When the open road is closing in. The dotted yellow lines begin to spin. The sky begins to fall. Begins to fall on everything you like at all. You won't be coming home again. Ciao. You keep on drowning in the roads between the towns. Now I have been closing all the shutters in the house. Well, I know you'll be back when every tree is turning brown. You'll find the house is empty and the swing set's falling down. When the open road is closing in. And you can't say where it ends and you begin. When every truck stop dives another 5 years off your life. When the open road is closing in. And the dotted yellow lines begin to spin. And the sky begins to fall. Everything you like at all. You won't be coming home again. We need to work on that song. Woo! Yo, what up? What up, Chris Chapin and Ruben R? I love that. He says, sup WMCJ and the pure-hearted citizens of Truth Island. So good. Truth Island. Don't mind that. Don't mind that very much. Alright, I gotta do a song now that I actually like know well and can play very confidently. Hold on a sec. When the open road is closing.
making that up. Teehee. Capture my heart and destroy me. Destroy my mind and my body. Fade like a disease and What are you doing over here? It's sort of one I've played a lot. So I don't know. We can do that again. Just can't stay in the country. Do 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 do. Foggy eyes looking at foggy. Foggy eyes foggy eyes going bang, bang, bang. Do why we make each other cry. Everywhere I go, my angel is broken. Ooh. Laura, come back. Alright, sorry, one sec. Message. Can you guess what it says? Drive straight home. Seems like you behind me. That was never there, and can't repair. Nothing's easy, nothing's fair. Nothing ever happened to me. Nothing ever happened to me. Nothing ever happened to me. Not just passing right through me. strange lights into Hazel Street. Guided by strange lights. Guided by strange lights. I'm probably just gonna do those two songs again, to be honest with you. That's weird. 2 weeks. Oh, I guess it's higher up than I thought. Is that really it? What the?
Thanks, fam. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for being here with his mom. I'm probably gonna head out in a few minutes. It's like, I kind of just want to, like, really kill it on a song. And I was like, do I really need to do... Hold on. Everywhere I go, my angel is broken. How many fantasies were interrupted by 100 galaxies that were drifting by? Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you. How many poverties were interrupted by learning how to read, looking at the sky? Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you all. Mona Lisa's got you. This part I'm not like sure about. That part always gets me. Your baby's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, 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 sleeping.
sleeping, 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 sleeping. Sorry. Your baby's sleeping, sleeping, sleeping.
So out of tune.
He's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby. Baby's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, 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 sleeping. Baby's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, 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 That's all right. Baby's sleeping, sleeping. Your baby's sleeping, 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 sleeping.
Fucking vacuum. Baby sleeping, sleeping. Your baby sleeping.
this song. It's really good. Because I can never get that one part right, because there's like a key change there. But anyway. It's like... Oh yeah. Kick me while I'm down. Why don't you stick me in the ground? I'll rise again. I am a praying man. Yeah, I'm a praying man. Oh, I'm a praying man. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la-la.
Nice, yeah, thank you, Chris Jamin. Yeah, it's Atlas Sound. Last couple of songs, Deer Hunter and Atlas Sound. Bradford Cox is like definitely one of my favorite musicians of all time. One of my favorite people of all time. He's hilarious and really good. He actually is. I mean, he's Catholic, but he's literally Christian. Born and raised in Georgia. Yeah, but God, that part though, it's kind of hard to play on this guitar for some reason. Isn't it? Slow dive, you can't touch me now. Slow dive, you can't touch me now. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about that part where it kind of soars. It's so good. I definitely recommend his music is incredibly good. Just simple and good too. You know, that's what I love about his music. Is like I can play so much of his stuff. So good. I might try to do this sort of Vincent Gallo B-side right now that is from some movie called Retchers and Jabberers. But I've never seen the movie. Emotional classic. Woo! Good lord. This reminds me of last year. It's kind of like, again, it's emotional classics.
Have you no regard for what you don't understand? Is my only way out. Have you ever thought it all through? What's your part is in all of this noise? I'm so happy you are my friend. I am thrilled and so overjoyed beyond. I can't say thanks enough for all that you've done. Such support when I'm melting down.
That was pretty good. I mean, I just kind of messed up the ending, but it was pretty good. Another emotional classic. That's perfectly set up. Amazing transition. I'm sorry to I'm sorry to having to put set lists. I know it's true, but I'm sorry to say, yesterday's a day away. Nothing I could do to make it stay like that. Ain't that a fact? I know it's true, but I'm sorry to say, I just can't handle things this way. I know it's late, but I'd like to stay a while. See you smile. Will you meet me in the morning with the sun fresh on the dew? Will you meet me in the afternoon, just made for me and you? Will you meet me in the evening when the nighttime starts to crawl? Will you meet me in the hall? Will you meet me on the wall? Will you meet me at all? One more time, shaking up and down my spine. Stump a rope or skip a line or two. What can I do? One more time, color flashing neon signs, advertising a friend, my distraction, latest attraction. Oh, my body has been punished, Lord. I think I've had enough. Oh, my body has been punished with too much and not enough. Oh, my body has been punished, and my mind can no longer bluff. My mind is so unkind. And then, to close it out,
These things shall pass, and some great
it's also the same. These things shall pass. In some great morning, we'll look back and smile at heartaches we have known. So don't forget when shadows gather, the Lord our God is still the King upon his throne. A rose looks gray at midnight, but the flame is just asleep and still is strong because it knew the hammer and white heat. These things shall pass and life be sweeter when love and faith are strong. They cannot long endure. These things shall pass, so don't you worry. The darkest time is just 1 hour before dawn. So hold up high and face your troubles, and don't despair if you must face them all alone. A rose looks gray at midnight, but the flame is just asleep and still is strong because it knew the hammer and white heat. These things shall pass and life be sweeter when love and faith are strong. They cannot long endure. These things shall pass. That song just makes me smile. It's so good. These things shall pass. In some great morning, look back, smiling heartaches we have known. So don't forget when shadows gather, the Lord our God is still the King upon his throne. A rose looks gray at midnight, but the flame's just asleep and still is strong because it knew the hammer and white heat. These things shall pass and life be sweeter when love and faith are strong. They cannot long endure. These things shall pass, so don't you worry. The darkest time is just 1 hour before dawn. Hold up high and face your troubles, and don't despair if you must face them all alone. A rose looks amazing truth and reality. Yeah, thank you, Chris Javen. Chris Javen goes, woo! It's my dude, Chris Chafin, in the audience going, woo! Whoa! Ugh. Those last two songs, Violent Femmes and Johnny Cash. I think you're. I played a lot of those already, but just kind of trying to perfect the arsenal of covers. But, you know, one of these days I gotta start trying to bring in some original material on here, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit! I just spilled water. See, that's what I get. That's what I get. No, I'm kidding, but I do want to try and start doing that. Because I have a lot of material. I just never... I don't share it. It's personal, you know, all that stuff. Of course, you know, whatever Drake Genzennial's like, that's the most FI thing I've ever heard. Like, regardless of the type, I guess it kind of is FI, you know, but it's definitely a vibe. that sort of personal vibe. And it's just, I just need to start working on them more in a real way, you know? And then I'll bring it to the table. You know what I'm saying? Can you do Hurt? Yeah, I mean, I know the Nine Inch Nails version and the Johnny Cash version. It's like, I probably could if I just have to learn that song, but I don't think it's not that difficult. Though there are, well, actually, not in the Johnny Cash version, but it's a little more simple. Like it's not like a Neil Diamond cover. Yeah, that Neil Diamond cover. I didn't realize Neil Diamond covered it. Solitary Man. Huh. Sounds kind of good. I don't know. It's also a film. Neil Diamond made it, and Johnny Cash covered it. And H.I.M. I'll actually check this song out. These shall pass. That's definitely a Chill Island theme song that Johnny Cash, These Things Shall Pass. Last two songs, Violent Femmes, I know it's true, but I'm sorry to say, and Johnny Cash, These Things Shall Pass, especially, incredibly good. So I'm going to say extremely good. It's like frickin', that's like a that song is like, calms me down, you know what I mean? It's like so chill and good. The stream is too good, shut it down! That was a great title. Yeah, I'm sort of hoping I don't get copyrighted too much. Copywritten. Because I did kind of, check. I always make sure to check the songs, make sure like I'm in the right key, and then, play them. Oh, gosh. Actually, is it me or like, I hadn't really played too much in a little bit, so whatever, I'm kind of rusty getting back into it, but I want to diversify the portfolio, I want to I need to get some new covers going. Well, I actually did a few ones that were kind of new today, but, it's a constant work in progress, right? Constant improvement. The strategy, just sort of, cause it's like needing to get new and good covers, and then like needing to, um, what's the word? Just like the adding, like to sort of start finally doing some of my own songs. But I just never feel like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do a song that like. I mean, Eric does it. He doesn't have studio. I always think I need like studio versions. Like I'm some artist. No, you know what I mean though. Like I gotta have a studio version. I'm like, I can't just do a song and perform it on the stream. It's like, I mean, I can do that if I choose to. Yeah, I'm totally down to be the radio. Wholesome and Good Radio FM. Boston, Massachusetts. Coming at you live. Just extremely abrasive out of nowhere. It's got an Ibanez. What is it? It winds up being Ibanez. I'm like, get out of here. It's definitely Ibanez. Oh wow, it sounds Spanish. I feel like I always thought it was Spanish. It's actually Japanese. But I guess you're right. I don't know if they're kind of cheap. Hey, these guys, these sort of Steve Vai, Joe Satriani, Paul Gilbert, George Benson, Daniel Platt. Dude, these guys. That's funny. Oh yeah, I also kind of want to just start like doing more, getting comfortable doing live sort of song improv, you know. That's just, again, that's actually like a personal process, but it's all good. I'm down to do that, you know. It's all part of the sort of the progress and the process, well, I almost said something kind of crude, sort of kind of lewd and crude. I was gonna say like the raw sex, the large checks, that kind of rhymes. He's also like a beanie you just want to get all lazy and stoned on. What does that mean? A beanie? Oh yeah, like a beanie chair. It's not true. Not like those mighty beanies all pushy and shite. These things shall pass. Oh! This is insane. I'm at 11 hours? What? Oh. A second ago, it was 8. It was like I was at like 9 hours. But I guess that I just like played for like 2 hours, I guess. The fuck? Yo, that's fucked up. Yo, that's fucked up, dude. Yo, that's fucked up, dude. It's kind of epic. I mean, the thing is it's gonna cut off at 12 hours. That works out well. Can you believe that's amazing. Well, you know, look, that's what I gotta do. You build up steam, and then you pop off. That's how, it's like a law of nature. Law of nature. Dude, YouTube's been coming through with the great curated content. Niche, just like niche content. Like albums and things. And I'm into it. I'm about it. 100%. So chill. You know when the chilling process is kind of initiated, especially after sort of musicating, the musings and the music. I sort of find that like just like playing music and stuff is not like honestly, in all honesty, talking a bunch is like way more work than just playing a bunch of music, even for like hours, you know? I guess it's because there's not really that much thought involved. Which is funny because right here I got an Eckhart Tolle recommendation saying stop thinking for 20 minutes meditation. Become comfortable with nothing happening. A meditation with Eckhart Tolle. That's how you pronounce it. Yo, Dessa Mason. I got Chill Bunny right here. That's pretty good. There's also a kitty here as well. Amazing Ocean, Amazing Christianity. A lot of just sort of good content here. So good. Oh my gosh, I gotta listen to this whole thing. The Search for Orthodoxy, Father Seraphim Rose. One of the best of all time, Christian Genius. Definitely a fan of the classics right here. So good. Alright, I just like need more popping in my life, you know? Good drive-in marathon. So we're not that hard to... Yeah, but I'm not gonna start another one after this. No way. Yo, what up, Bobby? Because long story, so I didn't sleep at all last night because usually I had work in the morning and I am showing up 10 minutes late, feeling tired. And oh no, oh my gosh! Don't tell me you got fired. It's all because of how good this stream is. Hey, don't blame it on me. At around 10:30ish a.m., went to the bathroom there, unloaded all my unneeded things. Felt better after, but when I was out of the bathroom, by around 11ish a.m., the damn boss lady, wife of the owner, told me to leave early. I'm like, nah, I'm all better. She's like, no, leave. So I fucking left. What the fuck? What does that even mean? What, did she think you were sick or something because you were so tired? How long was your shift supposed to be? Sort of definitely not easy to sort of deal with the day when you're tired like that. So I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, how long was your... So you work on the weekends, huh? You didn't even tell... I mean, like, do you mind... not to put you on the spot, but do you mind saying what it is you've been, like, doing? Because you've been talking about it for a while, and I'm honestly just curious. I mean, obviously you don't have to say. It's not anyone's business, but I'm sort of curious what the job is. For some reason, I keep imagining that it's like some kind of construction. I don't know why. Did you do construct? Am I making this up? Like, where? Some kind of image in my head. But, or it's like some kind of manual labor. I don't know what it is. Some owner of some place. Basically 2 hours and something today was supposed to be 9. That was something. Yeah. 9-hour shift it was supposed to be today. Yeah, that's whack. Everyone's all weird, I don't know, post-COVID or something. Like, it's like, dude, oh, you gotta leave. You gotta get the fuck out of here. You're like, I mean, I'm good. I'm Gucci, brah. I'm like, meh, so I bought laundry detergent and did laundry at a coin laundry shop and bought some food. And here I am, size. I need a shower, bruh. I actually do need to eat and shower. Some SI maintenance. Maybe what? Honestly, might sleep for a while. And maybe stream later for a little while, but I don't know. This is what happens. I marathon, and then I dip, and then I come back and marathon again. But I've been so good about it being more regimented, but I guess I needed to pop off. I didn't even know I needed to pop off. No, I knew that I was gonna hop on and pop a little bit. I guess I just didn't realize how poppable I didn't realize I was gonna pop so hard. I didn't realize that it was gonna pop so hard for so long today. I basically hopped on as soon as I woke up because I watched that one video that we talked about like 12 hours ago. Remember that? 12 hours ago? Good times. And then, you know, how does it go? It's like the years keep coming, they don't stop coming. It's fed to the rules and it hit the ground running. I was thinking that maybe we should do a lyrics analysis of that song and how it's about like the Illuminati and everything. I was thinking that would be pretty good. But where Mr. Bobby says pool store I work at. Mr. Bobby says same to you. Let's do that SI maintenance shit. Yo, real talk. That sounds pretty good right about now. I really do need to sort of have a somewhat more normal schedule too, since like we got Father's Day coming up, my dad's birthday is around the same time, and then I'm supposed to show up for jury duty this week. But I'm really hoping it's not going to like turn into real jury duty. It definitely won't. But it's just like I just have to sort of try to have a somewhat normal good schedule, at least starting on. Well, I should probably start now, but like by Monday. Today, tomorrow. I don't know if we're gonna be doing anything tomorrow. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Well, I mean, I have a few days, but I mean, it is what it is. I'll be fine for it. But anyway, just trying to get that normal, good schedule going for once. Because I need to get a new job. I know they're looking to hire people, aka once they do, they'll say bye to me. Chico, you and Mr. Bobby, maybe tag team and ping pong and love. I know this guy is gonna. That actually would be kind of good. You gotta get this guy. Gotta get this guy on. Are you kidding me? Dude, look, the world. Hey, look, say what you will, but I don't know. I think the world could use a little bit of a Mr. Bobby approach. No, but the world needs to be introduced to Mr. Bobby. You can just go by Mr. Bobby. You don't have to tell anyone your name. Now, the thing is, I actually want to figure out how to. It would be pretty great to have like a 24-hour stream, and then I keep saying this, but to have that, and then I'll pop on and do my thing, and it'll be sort of like a separate thing. Like this is kind of like that can be like the sort of 24/7 vibe, but then this like here is kind of the real like, hey, what up? It's some popping type vibe. Bobby says, glad I missed the rain though. God is good. Yeah, pretty sure it's just sort of raining out today. It's a rainy Saturday. It's a new song I'm writing. It's a rainy Saturday, and we're staying in today. No work for Bobby, no work for CJ. Just popping off today. Of course, no work for me. I'm gonna get a frickin' job. You kidding me? But anyway, that's good about the rain and everything. And the rain came down, 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 down. Laptop's about to die. At lucky number 7 right now. Oops. My video might be, I think, is frozen. That's a Mason. I think that it looks really good. Oh my gosh, so dark. No, I have to fix it again now. Yo. Ooh. Popping so hard and I'm doing it right. I'm doing it good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess it's basically what it's like. And you really know what it's like. I'm sorry, PJ Harvey, you gotta go. I'm gonna put Rose McDowell back down here. It's good, perfect. I'm gonna say good aesthetic. Amazing truth and reality. Yeah, do your thing, man. I am about to head out, so yeah, what's going on? Is Eric gonna stream? Like what? Where he at though? I feel like I haven't seen him stream in the past few days. That was actually part of the sort of motivation. Oh my gosh, did this person really post this whole thing, this first Lynch film? That's pretty good. Very good. Anyway, I'm just sort of scrolling. Dope apples. Oh, this too. What? More lynchage. Of course. Most just dope channel, like it's like the aesthetic of the image, world cinema clips. Very good. Get some good from here. Get the mute, some good Christian stuff, and then you kind of get this. I kind of get this. Some music of angels, the best. It's so good. Really good. Sleepy week. Right. Okay. I appreciate you filling me in there. Yeah, I'm feeling that vibe right now. Actually, whoa. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna head out now. Where I'm at? I'm almost at 12 hours anyway. So yeah, it's a good time to head out. Oh, can you? Is it frozen? No, you can see it. It's good enough. Plus, I'm about to head out anyway, so I need to fix the. Needs to be a little bit brighter here with this vibe. It's your boy, CJ O'Connell, doing what I'm going to do. Not much rhymes with O'Connell. CJ O'Connell, the bottle, start the channel. It's crazy. I can't even think of anything really. So, like, come on, one rhyme. That's not something. Look, like. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not a real rhyme. I know, and I keep thinking of that too, and I'm like, no, that's not a real rhyme either. The gonal, lonal, monal. So loose. Yeah, like a sort of. I think they call it a feminine rhyme. But I know I'm thinking of like a bottle. I like it's gonna make you hit the bottle. That's not good. Clear like a bottle, full throttle. That's pretty good. You have to do a feminine rhyme. I think they call it. A lottle, bottle, model, noddle. Oh, I'm a model. How about that? I'm a male model. CJ O'Connell, the male model. That's silly though. Make it rhyme like Kanye. Shouts out to Kanye West. We're hoping to have him on the Chill Island soon. Dude, honestly, I mean, look, honestly, it's soon. It's, you start streaming for a year and look, then things start to pick up fast, really quickly. Kanye West, we're going to be having Kanye West on the show. I'm manifesting it, all right? Look, we're having Kanye West, Vincent Gallo, John Mouse, Charles Carroll. We're gonna have. I mean, I'm sorry, but Donald Trump is gonna be on. Okay, I'm going to be interviewing Joe Rogan. We're having Alex Jones on. All right, and Alex Lee Moyer, the filmmaker. Bradford Cox. We're having Camille Paglia. We're gonna be actually honestly having Jordan Peterson on here. Slavoj Žižek. Dude, I'm actually having Destiny on here. We're having Lex Friedman. We're actually having Ben Shapiro himself. Oh, I thought of something funny before I go. Ben Shapiro saying, wait, what was it? Ben Shapiro saying, like, baby's got back. What did he... What, it was something different, though. It was like... Oh, yeah. It's Ben Shapiro going, oh, my God. Becky, look at her butt. For some reason, that occurred to me. It came to me in a dream. That's my NO. No, I'm kidding, but it was... I was like, yeah, who else? I think we're going to be having... it's honestly, those are all the people I want. I think we're going to have... Jocko Willink. Sort of a bit of a Jocko Willink expression. I think we're going to be having... I'm going to be having... that guy, Tom McDonald, on. I think I'm going to be having Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate. Pearl Davis, just pearly things. We're probably gonna be having excuse me, sort of a little bit rude and crude, my bad. We're probably gonna be having I think we have Chris Pratt down, right? Jamie? Yeah, we got Chris Pratt down for this week. We're gonna be having on 50 Cent, the rapper. John Stamos is making a guest appearance. You're honestly not gonna believe the projects he's into. He's getting into some wacky, wild stuff these days. I think we're having Full House 5. We're gonna be having how about Tom Hanks? We're gonna be having Tom Hanks on. We're gonna be having Andy Dick. Dude, honestly, we're just every single fucking person of all time. We're gonna be having Jimmy Fallon. Yo, what up, Rachel? I'm just talking about all the people that are that I'm gonna be having on, because once you've been streaming sort of even not even that regularly, but sort of regularly for like a year, you sort of start to become rich and famous, and then you start basically what I'm doing right now is I'm manifesting, and I'm talking about just all the different guests I'm gonna have on my show, because I'm going crazy. No, but I'm telling you that Tom Hanks is gonna be on, and you're not gonna believe it until he shows up in my basement. Look, you think it's funny, but then Tom Hanks shows up in my basement in the dark, and it's just no lighting. Nothing has changed about this at all, but then you see fucking Tom Hanks right next to me. And you'll just be like, I don't even understand how that's possible. But it's because I manifested it. I manifested it with my sage and my crystals. I was doing a bunch of new age nonsense. Dude, it's funny because I was going to mention Jim Carrey. I think Jim Carrey, I'm going to be having Jim Carrey on. He's going to be doing crazy sort of insane. He's going to be just acting insane, right? He might do a painting for me. I don't know. We're going to be having George H.W. Bush and George Bush. All the president's men. No, we're going to be having Barack Obama. And the whole Obama family. Look, we're gonna be having look, you might not believe it, but Brad Pitt is at my house today. Leonardo DiCaprio is here. Macaulay Culkin, basically the whole Culkin family. Macaulay Culkin, Kieran Culkin, Rory Culkin. That's right, I know all three Culkins. I'm sort of a bit of a Culkin fan. We're gonna be having Michael Obama. We're gonna be having Michael Jackson's ghost, R.I.P. Manifesting. I know, Pearl. This chick, Brittany Venti, did a vicious takedown of her recently. But I was a little, to be honest, I actually felt kind of bad for Pearly by the end of it. Well, that guy Neville Goddard, he's like a new thought. You ever see that? That sort of subtle delineation between the new age and the new thought? Because, like, he has Christian understanding, but then he kind of went woo-woo with it. He went woo-woo with it. Y'all know what I'm saying? No, yeah, I know Michael Obama. I know Michael Obama. I think she's going to be in the studio. He is going to be in the studio. We are going to have Neville Goddard is going to be here. John Lemons. The entirety of the Beatles is reuniting at my house. Daft Punk is playing at my house. I think we're gonna have Daft Punk are they're sort of reconvening. They're getting back together in my basement for a live gig for only me, and I'm not streaming it. I'm just trying to think of more who are the most. It's the most disparate combination of people you can think of. I would like to have a combination of it's gonna be sort of it's totally gonna be freaking Frankie Muniz. That's it. Frankie Muniz all day long and night long. Frankie Muniz. Who's someone I didn't name already? Look. It's gonna be Frankie Muniz. Donald Trump! Dude, I can't think of anyone. It's crazy. Frankie Muniz. No. Listen to me. Frankie Muniz, Milo Yiannopoulos, and Jessica Alba. No. Scratch that. Wait. No, I have something even better. It's gonna be Jessica. Yeah. Okay, fine. Whatever. Fine. Jessica Alba, Eva Longoria, and Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Biel. All the just sort of actresses that just blend in. Good. Jessica Biel. Who are more actors? Like, what do you have? Chris Pratt, Chris Pine, Chris Hemsworth, freaking Chris Christie. Dude, fuck yeah. It was pretty good. Look, that's a pretty good lineup. You really can't ask for more. Are you kidding me? What, you're gonna be greedy and you're gonna ask for more after all that I give you? Pete Davidson is here tonight, and we're gonna be kickboxing each other in the mouth. Dude, I'd like to punch Pete Davidson. He's gonna be here to do it on stream. Chris Evans is gonna be absolutely. Chris Evans. Oh god, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna have to put up all of them on the wall here. Oh, and there's me too, Christopher James O'Connell. Chris James. That's Chris James is my celebrity name. I don't know that you guys are familiar with that. Or Chris Jame with a I guess you could do Chris James with an accent on the E. Yeah, Pete Davidson is gonna be here. I'm gonna punch him in the face, and then he's gonna be like, "Thanks for having me," and then leave. Pretty good. Look, I'm literally having Kanye West, Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian. It's gonna be Kanye West, Kim Kardashian, Taylor Swift, and Pete Davidson are all gonna be here, and they're all gonna fight to the death. It's gonna be, and dude, look, I'm honestly, Kanye is gonna win. It's gonna be rigged. No, I'm kidding, but I would never rig that. We would need to see how it naturally occurs. Who would win? I don't know. It has to be Kanye. It has to be Kanye. it's also Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle, Kanye West, Alex Jones, Owen Benjamin. Oh yeah, dude, I'm totally Owen Benjamin is gonna be here for sure. Absolutely, absolutely. It's absolutely asinine. Look, while you guys are talking about that, I'm talking about how Kanye West and Pete Davidson are gonna be fighting at my house. So I don't know. You know what? I look. It's yeah. I get. This is more important. What you're saying, but I'm just saying this is pretty important. No, it's pretty important. We are gonna be having the inventor of Gatorade is gonna be here. All right, this is getting stupid. That's pretty funny though. The inventor of Gatorade, dude. Yo, I'd be so hyped. I'd be so hyped for that. That gives me what I just was doing. That gives me Frank James vibes. I think we're gonna be having Frank James here. I could not believe when Frank James was in a J-Reg video. And Lauren Southern was in a J-Reg video. I guess she's Canadian. So the 6 degrees of separation. Dude, Frank James. He's got to get some connects. He's got to have some people on like that, you know? Like, can you imagine he gets freaking... He gets, yeah, he gets Nick Fuentes to show up in a video. Nick Fuentes is going to be here. Nah, he can screw off. I don't know about that. He seems like a dork. I mean, I don't know. I never really got into him. He's too popular now. You know how it is. I guess Milo is popular too, but Nick Fuentes, I don't even know. That guy, he's like Destiny and all them. Lex Friedman. Who else? We Well, this is a bit of an intense topic as the stream's going to end at like 12 hours because it literally will not upload after, but this is interesting. I mean, there's different ideas of God because there's different It's not like I don't know that it's different denominations. I don't know that it's like. But I mean, I think the Yahweh thing is pretty consistent, and I don't even whatever, you know. Like I mean, I don't know if you've ever read the full Bible, but the Yahweh, from what I understand, it's like that's pretty consistent. I mean, first of all, the sort of pop culture thing. It's like, oh no, don't. What do you mean? What the connotation in pop? Because of the connotation in pop culture of it. Don't be listening to that. Hmm. I mean, it's like you obviously do you, but you don't. It's not like you have to fall in line with any sort of whatever to be expressly. Like the idea of being Christian is more of just it's a quality of being, right? I mean, obviously, whatever is a lot of objective stuff. You gotta get into, how getting into the stuff with Bobby and everything, but it's just kind of like it's a to be Christian is to be a follower of Jesus Christ and God. You don't exactly have to be uh, uh, rigidly ascribed to every last doctrinal text to the book and blah blah blah. It's more. I feel like, my opinion. I don't know. I think I like the idea. I think it's more of an ethos, Christian ethos, but I don't know. And that's something that would be good for the world, at least America, these days especially. But but I mean, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. Sorry, I just saw what Winston's mom said, but like the. I don't know. Just I guess don't be too put off or something, right? By strong literalists and things, right? People like that, Bernard Pivot and I would like to get. This question is like what's his name? That guy on the actor's studio inside the actor's studio. I'll ask. If heaven exists when you walk up to the pearly gates and greet God, what would you like for them to say to you? I always think of the same thing. I always feel like there's only one right answer, and it's good job. That's the right answer, right? That's like the right and good answer. I don't. Sorry, I'm gonna say that is the objectively right and good answer. But do people say that, right? That'd be so dope. But yeah, I don't even think it works. First of all, heaven exists. Second of all, I don't think God is like, hello. I feel like God's probably more like going like, I don't know, sort of a frequency, and I go yes, with my flow state, Taylor flow state. Yes, James Lipton, thank you. Wrong move. The heart is deceitful above all things. Jeremiah 17:5-10. But you do you. No, I'm just kidding. But I know. Well, you gotta remember that quote though. He's always thinking the same thing. There's only one right answer. Good job. Yeah. I mean, that really is. I appreciate the quoting. Because right? Because I'm like, yeah, I don't know. That's what I think. Well, I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, there could be so many good answers to that, right? But I mean, like I think of that one every time when it comes up, which I'm asked all the time. Obviously, James Lipton. He asked me that when he had me on his show. He was trying to figure out, it's like, what is the mindset of the Chill Island, the Ways of Truth and Reality? And I told him, James, look, it's a bit of a vibe, it's a bit of a mood, and it's sort of a skill set and a strength. And then the crowd clapped, and it was really good. It was really amazing and good. Everyone's so probably going to follow your heart mass brainwashing. Well, you do have to have a, I guess we would say a soft heart, like an open heart. But it's true, it's deceitful, but the heart's deceitful above all things, so you can't exactly be making judgments on your heart at all times. Right? It can be fickle. I'm stimming right now. I'm doing this. Winston's mom says, I learned that from Fly Guy, by the way. It's pretty funny. Pretty good. Yeah, Winston's mom says, Proverbs 14:30, a heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones. So good. Well, peaceful heart. I mean, the heart is very important. I don't know that you'd want to be discarding it. It's pretty crucial. Pretty amazing delineations, right? The mind, the heart, the body, the soul. All different and yet united. So good. The soul, though. I mean, there's a connection, heart and soul. I can reconcile the way what love means logically. I'm not ruled by my heart, but I do let it inform my head of where the head may also be faltering. Well, the logic and the emotion. Gotta sort of balance it out. Read up that verse within that context, keep the chapter and reference, etc. Psalm 139, 23, 24. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any grievous way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. That's really good. So clearly, the Bible is clearly the best book of all time, right? It's the only book worth reading. So I'm gonna say it's really the only book worth reading. It's like,